All right, here we go. November 16th, 2022. The weekly Alaboom is back after a week's hiatus. From being at BGG Con. How you doing, Barry?
Hello.
What's new? What'd you do in your week off from the boom?
Not much. I've been in the shop doing some stuff.
Yeah? Tell me more.
Just making some Christmas gifts. Some cutting boards and stuff
Oh,
like
what are you
that.
making me?
Nothing.
Knotting? What's a knotting?
Nothing. It's like none of your business. You get nothing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm holding off for Aldi to get here
Yeah.
before I talk BGG Con and plan for that man Matthew, because I think Matthew went to his very first ever BGG Con.
It was his first, yes.
So I don't wanna like be all blabby and what have you. And talk about whatever. You know?
Do you ever feel really stupid?
Do I ever feel really stupid?
Yeah, like something happens and you just feel like really stupid about how you reacted to it.
So the only thing I can, like, there's lots of times when, there's moments in my life that were exceedingly embarrassing would probably be the best way for me to describe them. Like, like situations where like I just did something incredibly stupid. Like there's a lot of times when I think about like, and I think this goes for anybody, right? As you get older, you realize how to handle things. Like the way my maturity level for how I dealt with like people I was dating or things like that. Just like how I handled those people and things like that. So there's stuff like that. Why do you ask? Why do you ask if I felt really stupid? Hey, Aldi.
It was just I was out. I heard a dump truck again, so I started getting pissed off. I'm like, what the fuck? They just got done digging the street up for 5 fucking months, and then the neighbors with the driveway and all this. And then I go outside to see what happened, and apparently my neighbor across the street and down died, and they were coming to pull out all his gear. And that's why I felt stupid. I'm like, well, I shouldn't have. I should have. He was an alcoholic. Like real bad alcoholic. His family disowned him. He was basically laying there to rot. And another neighbor would check on him once in a while. Finally went.
This is a real pick-me-up story. When does it get good?
But
I got a story too about my neighbor.
Oh, do you? Go ahead, Scott.
Oh, well, no.
This is just.
You can finish your
thing. I just felt really stupid at how I handled that. Like here in a dump truck, just getting pissed off right away instead of calming down and seeing what happened. Yeah,
that's fair.
There was something a little darker with the cops, but I'm not going to get into that. Yeah. There's a rumor going around the cop next door killed him. We started it with another cop, but it's just we're joking around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. His neighbor is a cop. It's a federal cop. And then when the local cops came to write a report and all that, the other cop down the street was a sheriff. They were joking around with them guys and said Tony killed him. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, it's unfortunate. Well, he's out of his misery, I guess, but it's I just feel stupid for the way I handled it.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not like I snapped at anybody, just in my head. I'm thinking, this poor guy died and I'm bitching because I hear a dump truck backing up. Yeah.
Right.
So your neighbor, Scott?
So my neighbor also dead.
Oh, died. Is he?
Yeah. Just got an email today about a couple hours, 2 hours ago. So this was the guy, I think I've told you about this, where the guy he got my packages delivered to him by accident because the numbers are the same. and the street names are very similar. Have I told you guys about this?
I don't think
you
you'd have.
mentioned it, something along those
I
lines.
think I might have mentioned it, but like, so he would get my packages quite often. And so I built up I wouldn't say it's a relationship, but I talked to him quite often about packages and stuff and life.
Yeah.
And then he disappeared for like a year and we didn't know what happened to him. And then I found out from one of our neighbors that he was basically in some kind of rehab or some kind of hospital type thing.
Mm.
And then today I find out that he has returned back to the neighborhood and already been found dead. So that's exciting.
Wow.
Crazy. I don't know anything really about it. Like the story, I was just like, what? So I'm guessing he killed himself. Maybe it was not good.
Yeah.
Like during COVID, he got into some trouble. I mean, his neighbor basically had him. The same neighbor basically talked him into going into a hospital because of what he was doing to himself. So, anyway, shit sucks. I mean, it's just sucky. I mean, it's a depressing story, but weird, right? I mean, it's a small neighborhood.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of knows. We don't all know each other, but like
You know each
I
other.
know
Yeah.
you know each other. Yeah.
You don't know each other well, but yeah,
We don't know each other well. Like I don't know. They're like looking for his family. I'm like, you didn't have any family? Okay, it's weird.
Yeah, that's what happened with this.
You don't know any situations.
Yeah. His
Strange.
family basically disowned him. I was talking to his brother. The alcoholism got so bad, but his wife and kids had nothing to do with him.
Life is short.
Yeah.
It seemingly feels so long at the same time.
Seemingly long. It's just interminable.
Sometimes depends on the day.
At times it's just like when I'm answering my 80-second backer email and.
Do you use macros or anything like that? Do you use any kind of tool to do emails support?
I just have like, if it's something where I can give a canned response, just like.
I was just wondering if you use like Help Scout or anything like that.
No, I mean, I just
We use Help Scout.
Well, dude, the emails I get are all over the place. I mean, a lot of them are just like, it's like, oh, it's like, I was wondering if I could switch out this little item for that little item. I mean, there's no reason for me to have another program when it's something where it's like, oh, I'm missing 3 green cubes, a red meeple, and this card. And then I have to go and input all that information into our warehouse thing, program that we use, which like, okay, what's the SKU code for this, what's the SKU code for that, look all that up in our giant data sheet, add those things. I mean, it's just the processing of the emails is what just drives me right at the wall. It's I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, then if somebody's like today I had a meeting with a guy that I really, really like, a guy that works for Frog God Games, RPGs, and like they're partnering up for us for the next little minis Kickstarter that's gonna be next year. And so we had to go over, they're writing an entire book for it, right? A book of adventures, and then the adventures are gonna have specific monsters that are their IP that we're making models for, right? So it's like, it'll be like, oh, hey, you want these cool models for all these cool monsters. Oh, and do you want an adventure that you can use that monster for right away? Like it's kind of like, just it seems to like, mesh really well. Anyway, really cool guy. I have known him forever. He's somebody that like I've known for longer than I've been making videos. Like literally, like way back when I was just a guy sitting on message boards talking about the books that they created. Like he and I interacted, and then we finally like talked. He calls me for every Vikings game that's on, and talks to me because he's a huge Vikings fan. He and I have been friends for decades, and I've never seen him in person, not once in my entire life. And it's just, but anyway, so I had a meeting with him, and I was like, oh, this would be cool. But then it was just like, oh, this meeting's going to be like an hour and a half. And I just, all these emails that I could be answering right now, except I can't because I'm going to be in this meeting. So then during the entire meeting, I was like, I may be happy to talk to him, but in the back of my head, I was thinking, God, I could just be getting I don't know, man. Publishing cardboard's tough.
Oh,
Don't you awe me, Mr.
oh.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Okay,
you go and do whatever it is.
yeah.
What do I care? See you
What do you-
later. Adios,
Son of a
muchachos. Anyway, whatever.
whatever.
Life sucks. Get a helmet.
Get a helmet. Life doesn't suck. Certain parts
Well,
of it do, but not all.
There's a lot. It
It's
is.
got disconnect, Lance.
It's tough, right? I mean, it's just like whenever I wake up in the middle of the night, I just start thinking about all the work I need to take care of, which is weird.
That's why I never liked working from home.
Yeah, but wouldn't you just think about the stuff that?
No, I clock out. I'm done. I've learned that a
Well, I'll
long
say
time
this, and
ago.
I'm not trying to poo-poo your job or anything like that, but it's one of those things where I think there's certain jobs that you can disconnect. When I worked at US Bank, there's absolutely job like when I leave, I would like be able to just not. I could just not think about it. I could just I'm out, you know, and I don't think about anything of this ever again, and then move on.
No, it was even when I was running my own business. I got home, I was done. Yeah. I learned to separate that a long time ago. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, even like I said, when I was running the construction company, it just with the computers, especially after the trains. When I got home from work after working on the trains, I did not want anything to do with a computer, just because I was constantly on them. You know, I had to log on constantly. I was timed on everything,
yeah.
but yeah, you got to unplug. It does your
Easier
mental
said
health.
than done, buddy.
No, it's not. You just walk away from it. It'll be there tomorrow.
That's the problem, and then it'll be there tomorrow with like a pile of more stuff on top of it.
Eventually, you'll get to it or you won't. You know, it's.
But yeah,
It's-
you say that, but then if I don't do my job, I don't have the job anymore. So then, like, that's another pile of problems. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, the that attitude, I guess, works at a certain level, but I mean, like when you like have to get your work done so you can keep the job that you have, you can't just sit there and say, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Moving on.
It's not like you're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this. You
No,
know,
but
you,
I'm being-
you
but
got to
I'm
figure
being-
out what your time's worth.
I mean, but that's I kind of reject that mentality.
Is your time worth your mental health? That's what it comes down to. You know,
Well, I mean, at some point,
is your job worth your mental health? I should say rather.
it
What the
is
hell is this?
yeah, whatever.
Oh, these weird Mountain Dews. Which one is this guy?
This is the Major Melon Mountain Dew. Have you guys tried this?
I don't like melon flavored stuff.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, I drink.
It's
like,
quite good.
I drink.
Is it?
I drink Melon Mania.
I like
which
it.
is which is a energy drink. It's pretty good.
It's pink.
It's pink.
By the way, BGG Con happened last week. Do you guys remember?
Yeah. Well, I'm waiting for Matthew to come up, and then we'll talk about BGG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Tonight's
heard about
episode is
that.
brought to you by Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar.
Mhm.
If the Dr.
Oh.
Pepper bottling company would like to sponsor the show, you can, we'll be sponsored cheap.
I had a pretty good time at BGG Con, by the way. It's pretty good.
Did you?
It's
I
pretty
heard
good. It's almost back to normal.
I heard it sucked. What do you mean almost back to normal?
Well, it's not full strength,
Oh, okay. I didn't. Oh, yeah, you did cap it, didn't
Yeah, we kept it.
you? Yeah. Everything go over smoothly, or
I
any
think so.
hiccups?
Not that I know. Mike or Lance, your mic is a little light.
Your mic is a little light. What you like?
Because he's 30 feet away from it.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I had a good time. Yeah, I don't think there was any major problems. Not that I know of, anyway. Did I play games with any unpleasant people? No, I didn't play a single game with any unpleasant people this year.
Yeah,
There was no unpleasantness.
We never made
None.
it happen. I don't
We
know
never played a
what it
game.
was.
No.
It's a shocker.
It was weird. It was.
You were
just-
busy. I was busy.
I was so freaking busy. It was just
Yeah.
weird. I enjoyed I had a delightful dinner with you.
That was a nice dinner. Had a good. That was a good time.
I sat next to Eric Lang and I really talked to him for like a really, really long time. Like pretty much the entire dinner was just me and him talking about
Oh, no,
old
you wouldn't
times.
shut up.
We're talking about old times, talking about craziness, talking about life. It was good. I hadn't sat down and talked to him in many a day. So it was nice. It wasn't.
Yeah, it was fun to go out and with everybody, and I like that restaurant, Chewy's. Fun.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Chewy's.
I made who's this face? Made my boss Shane go there, and I was like, yeah, it was really good. So we went there again, and then he went there and he was like, yeah, I didn't really like it. And I was just like, I mean, which is fine. You can
It's not fancy food in it. It's not.
It's not, but I mean, like the pico de gallo they have is amazing.
The salsa is good.
The salsa is super good. It's ridiculously good. And the
Did they give us any of the jalapeno ranch?
yeah, they did. I saw.
Yeah.
I had to, and then the queso was really good.
The queso was good. Oh my god.
You know,
Oof.
the queso was very good.
Yeah, the queso was good, and so was the guacamole.
Yep, guacamole was good.
Guacamole.
And my steak burrito was amazing. So
What did Shane have? Do you know?
the steak burrito, and he said it was just kind of average. So I
Really?
don't know yeah, I mean, I
Oh,
don't know,
yeah.
whatever. I mean,
Hmm.
Pearls
Well,
before swine.
Hello.
Look who moved the rock.
Mhm.
You'll never know
Christopher.
you'll never know what turns up. And I just
What kind of filth comes in?
it was so yeah, I mean I Chris Cluey wasn't at BGG Con.
I know he was not.
No.
He was
I
probably
was
doing
not.
something seriously important.
Parental duties.
Yeah. Raising kids
Them damn
Yep.
thing. Always getting annoyed.
happens.
It's a bummer, but someone's got to do it.
What's the occasion, Chris? You just got nothing better going on?
Yeah, pretty much.
I did drag you out of bed to make you do a play test earlier this week. So
Yeah, which you cheese the hell out of.
What game were you guys playing?
I will never apologize for winning. So
Lance won the RNG in the last light game that we were doing.
you know, everybody who sits there and like tries to like say RNG, you're like basically saying that there's no way. I saw opportunities which I then took. You know,
I don't begrudge you taking advantage of the opportunities. They were very good opportunities.
But yeah, no, I just Kabuki Kid says hello to you, Chris.
Oh, yes, I should turn the chat on, actually.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, how dare you
She,
ignore our
she,
bot
she,
Kabuki.
she is an admirer of you a great deal. So and I don't mean that to be creepy in any way. I think she thinks very well of your character and attitude. So
Yeah, no, that's fine. I take it in the spirit in which it was presented, and thank you.
yeah. Say, how's that board game that you wanted to work on for us coming along?
So I've had a distinct lack of I don't know, inspiration over the past 5 years or so. Not sure what could have possibly
I wonder what
happened.
could have happened that could cause that.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I'll get to it eventually, Lance.
it's I mean, it's just that it's what was it again? Like some sort of mutant space, and then mutants in space.
Yeah,
they mutated.
I mean, like,
and there was a
essentially
hidden,
it's like
aspect or hidden role aspect to the game as well. And
yeah, it is. Think like almost like Event Horizon, right? Like you're on the spaceship, everything's gone really, really bad, and then you have to explore it, but at the same time, you're trying not to go insane. And there was also a hidden trader mechanic that players could opt into, where essentially, like if a player wanted to betray everyone else, they turned into the boss. But yeah, like I know the version I showed you, you and Josh, that like we kind of play tested was like it felt 80% ish complete, but I wasn't super happy with how the mechanics were going together, which I think is probably why I haven't been really inspired to go back and work on it. But I mean, I'll get to it eventually. Like it's one of those things where yeah, I want to make it happen, but it's also yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, just I every once in a while it comes up in conversation in the meetings, and they ask me, "Have you talked to Chris lately?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll see what happens."
So the downside of working with someone who essentially retired at the age of like 38 is I really don't have a lot of motivation to do stuff unless I want to do it.
38.
Yeah. It's the wonders of professional sports.
Sure.
If everyone could be so lucky.
And if everybody's managing their money.
Well, good.
Mhm.
I talked to a couple of my buddies who have retired. They worked for Valve and did Half-Life and all that. So
Yeah. So they were in
Yeah.
when the getting was good.
they were, yeah. No,
They
no
got the
animosity.
getting.
No animosity. I did my thing and they did theirs.
Sure, Scott. We know you.
But it's interesting to hear that they retired.
And then
Yeah. Well, I think everyone burns out eventually. Like no matter how much you like doing the thing you like doing, like after a certain point, and it doesn't have to be permanent burnout, but it can just
Yeah.
be like, hey, I don't want to do that thing anymore.
The dog is sleeping on your pillow.
Yep. That's the dog bed.
That's my side.
I don't. Yeah, you're just like Mr. I don't want to kick a football anymore, so I'm gonna be done.
I mean, that wasn't
about
part
that
of that
game?
equation.
Oh, I've still not watched the replay of that thing.
Oh, so the thing was, I didn't even watch it. Like my friend told me about it today, and that's ridiculous that the Bills turned it over in the end zone for a touchdown.
Oh man, that was. I mean, I realize you don't really keep up with the NFL, but yeah, I mean, it was. They talked about it, not to talk sports a lot here, but they talked about it because the fact that they were basically on like the 4-inch line. Like they talked about how the center, like they were basically saying, like they had some offensive lineman. They said the center is in a situation there. He said where, like he knows that the guy in front of him and probably two guys are gonna submarine him, and they're gonna like
go straight in,
go straight for his legs, and so he's got to protect himself. And even though you want to be able to like stand up and do the right thing, it's like so you're not even in the same position that you normally are. You're hunkered down even more than you normally would be to like it. And so if you watch the slow motion, there's like one camera that had it right on the ball, and if you watch it in slow motion, I mean it isn't Josh Allen's fault. The ball never. Well, maybe it is because Josh Allen's hands are up way too high. But the ball never gets to where his hands are because he was expecting a higher hike than it was. And then the fact that they had the presence of mind to have, a guy diving in underneath to land on top of the ball. It is fun to listen to the refs screaming and yelling at the Bills players to like get it, because the Bills players, of course, they're just like gonna try.
They're going insane.
Well, they're trying to get the ball.
Yeah.
They're still on top of Hendricks, and Hendricks is just completely turtled up. There was no
fetal
way.
position.
Yeah, there was no way he's on top of the ball, and he's just but they're still there. You can see them. They're sitting there, they're gouging and trying to like do whatever they can to get the ball from him. And you hear the refs yelling, "It's like, stop it! It's a touchdown! It's over! The play's over!" They're just screaming at the Bills players, and they won't stop. Which is what they're taught to do. They're not.
Yeah. So then the ball never exchanged from center.
Never. It went down as a 0-yard fumble recovery touchdown. Yeah.
Wow.
You've ever seen that before?
It's happened like basically one time ever. Like before that, like something like that, where it was just where like it was the miracle in the Meadowlands was when like they were hiking it to the quarterback and all he had to do was just take a knee, but the center it just flew straight up into the sky, somehow. If you can find that replay somewhere too.
Is it freshman football?
No, it was.
Never seen that.
It was like New York Jets and New York Giants or something like that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, whatever. I mean, it was a crazy game, and we came out with the win. And
Yeah, I was gonna say the Vikings are like sneakily good this year, and I, being someone who doesn't really follow pro sports that much anymore, like it's every time I, see an update, it's like, wait, the Vikings are 8-1, like,
Yeah.
but how?
new coach, new mentality. I mean, they kind of have they kind of went in there. They have a weird, like, it's amazing when they get rid of the crusty old man who was the
Right.
the 800-year-old coach who was just like, look at all these all the stats and all this metrics and everything that proves what you're doing is wrong. Bah!
So what was the best game you played at BGG Con, Wayne?
Best game I played at BGG Con. Well, see, I wanted to wait for Matthew to show up before we talk. But I mean,
Is he coming?
well, he always
It's already
shows up.
9:30.
Yeah, but I mean, he'll
Yeah,
get
he
it. But
shows
no,
up
I
a little
mean, probably like the most fun game I played. Let's see, I played like 6 or 7. I just got to decide which one I probably had the most fun to playing. I'll tell you what game I didn't enjoy. Creature Feature. Oh my gosh, that game is not fun at all.
Creature
Okay.
feature.
Yeah, it's like
I don't know that one.
Yeah, it's like a new Richard Garfield game from Trick or Treat Games, and I was just like, wow, this game is not good. We only got about we were like maybe like 2 or 3 turns left for the end, and we were just like, this is dumb. It's weird. It's like you get a hand of cards.
Did you play it
and,
correctly?
No, yeah.
Yeah. You never know.
Always on the first
You
play.
get a
Always.
hand of
Usually, if it's
cards.
that bad, I always think I'm playing it wrong.
Yeah, I do too.
Mhm.
But I mean, but I mean, you get a
Mhm.
hand of cards, and then you it's all these different monsters, and you're like trying to put on a movie,
A creature feature.
a creature feature, right? And so then it's like, so you get to you basically you have a card and you place it on your board saying this is the monster that my movie is going to be about. And then everybody reveal one by one, they reveal the cards. And then if somebody reveals a card that you think is going to be your card, you can say, I don't want to go for the feature anymore. I'm going to go for the short. And so then you move your card down. And so like, and there's some bluffing aspect to it. And like, there's like certain powers of cards that interact with other cards certain ways. And it was just kind of like one of those things where I just felt like the game was just kind of playing itself. It was just kind of like, oh, and I didn't get cards that can beat yours. So there's really nothing I can do. You're just going to get a bunch of points. And I guess I can have this short.
So basically Magic the Gathering, but with a different skin.
Yeah, I mean, well, it was Richard Garfield. So, I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, the art was nice. It was neat, I guess. I mean, but I was just kind of like, yeah, I mean, it was just, and it was a single play. So maybe it was just, or just wasn't the game for me, Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we played that, what that horse racing game with the dice.
Ready, set, bet.
No, the one that's
Long
like,
shot?
Long shot, the dice game. We played long
That
shot.
was
the dice game. It was good, but when they say you can play with up to 6 or something like that, I think you only want to play that with like 3 or 4. Otherwise, you don't really get a lot of turns because the race is over and you don't have enough turns to really do enough. Because every round, like you roll the die and then you roll the die and it picks one of the 8 horses. And then there's a die that has a 1, 2, or 3 on it. And there's more 1s than 2s, and there's more 2s than 3s. And then you move that horse forward that many spaces. And then each horse also has like a card that gets adjusted as the game goes on by actions of the players. And so that horse will do things that will like allow other horses to move as well. So it's like, oh, I moved horse 5. Then you look at the horse and like, I moved horse 5 2 spaces because I rolled 2. and on their card it says they move horse 6 and horse 8 as well, and so you move them one space. So
And
what
then I
happens?
whip the jockey.
Yeah. So
You
what
whip the
happens?
jockey.
So what happens is that everybody, like, since everybody's rolling a die and they're moving one horse, and the horses are moving up and what have you to go around this track, and the track has, I don't know, like 16 spaces. I don't know, I ain't count them, so I'm just guessing at that number. It's just kind of like, oh, it's like I only got like 4 or 5 turns to make my bets and to adjust things. So I wasn't able to really score a lot of points. And I think with less players, the horses will still move, but you'll just get more actions to do things. So I think with less players, it would definitely be a better game.
Sounds like it needs a longer track for like the track
Maybe.
needs to scale to the length of players.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that would be the thing too. But I mean, it isn't meant to be a big thinker either. It's just
What game are you talking about? Long Shot the Dice game?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that game. I
I
love
don't know,
that game.
we played with 6, it was fine, but I just think it was too many people. So like you didn't get a lot of actions.
Well, Lance, I disagree.
He disagrees.
Okay.
Actually, I didn't play with 6. I can't disagree, but it's really good with 3 and 4. And
Yeah,
two.
and I think with 3 or 4 it would be really good.
Well, I guess I don't disagree then. I guess I potentially agree, Lance.
Some just
How's it
took
going,
it out
Forrest?
my ass.
Good. How you been, Chris?
Good. Long time no see.
I mean, this is new games for me, right? I mean, I played stuff I'd already played before, so because I already know how to play, so it was like, okay, we know how to play this, we play it. But I mean, as far as new stuff goes, I mean, Starship Captains was fun. That's that new CGE game where it's like it's kind of tongue in cheek.
Did you get to play Deal with the Devil? Because I saw
No,
you read
I
the
played it.
rules.
Yeah, I read the rules twice, and then but I played it when I got home, and it's really good. And I'll talk about it more in depth. Like I can talk about it more in depth now if you want.
Still waiting for Matt, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Or not.
I'll talk about Deal with the Devil because that was something I did that wasn't around. So Deal with the Devil is the 4-player exactly game from Czech Games that is from the same designer as Alchemists. Remember Alchemists?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
with the app integration.
Yeah, that was like one of the first big app games. Anyway, so Deal with the Devil, so it's kind of a misnomer in my opinion, because they kind of present it as like, oh, hey, here's this game that has like hidden roles, right? So there's 2 people that are just humans, just boring humans. There's one person that is a cultist, and there is one person that is the devil. They are the devil. And so your whole goal in the game is you're trying to basically become like the most powerful medieval kingdom, through getting points. I mean, there's lots of ways to get points, but the core mechanism of the game that everybody seems to be focusing on is the fact that, like, basically to get points you need resources, and to get resources you can build up a little internal engine or what have you to do it with your kingdom. But there are times when, like, it's tough to get them. It isn't easy. And so there's a trading phase, and so you construct these cardboard offering chests, which are just basically like, think a piece of cardboard, like a square piece of cardboard that looks nice, and then there's a little pin that you'll put it together yourself, if you punch it, but there's a pin so it slides open. So if that makes sense, like it's like there's a piece of cardboard on top that you slide up, and then you put stuff, and then you slide it back down. Anyway, so during the offering phase, what happens is that each person opens that up, and then they make an offer, and they basically say, I'm willing to offer this but I'm willing to offer you this, but I want this in return. And so then you put that in there and you close it, and then you put it in the middle of the board. And then the app, there's a little QR code in the back of each thing, and the app knows which one is which. Now, this is one of the problems I have with the game. I mean, astute players, especially the person that's running the app, they're going to learn
The QR codes.
the QR codes. 'Cause, I mean, they're not
Well, you can see 'em.
they're not different enough, in my opinion. I was looking at the QR codes, I was just like,
I thought they were face down though.
but you have to scan them with the
Yeah, but if you put the camera face up, you don't have to, you know what I'm saying? I thought that's how you did it.
But I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, so if the camera's facing up and you put it, then you never see the QR code.
but you can't, I mean, the way we were doing it was like, it was one of those things where it's tough to like get the, I mean, I suppose that would work, but you still
That's how I
can't-
saw it being played. So I was wondering why I guess you flipped them around. So because you could scan
I mean,
it.
so then I guess there's that. I mean,
Yeah.
so I mean,
So that's solvable. That's a solvable problem.
that's a
With-
solvable problem, but I mean, it's whatever. Anyway,
Okay,
the whole
whatever.
point is that I mean, you scan that, and I mean, since I was running the app, I just made myself not look at the stuff. I was just like scan like this. And that makes sense. So okay, I'll retract that until I play it again. So ultimately, what it is that like the devil gets access to resources much easier than the other players, and so what they will do is they will offer, if you give me a soul, then you can have all these treasures and all this stuff. And so then each person then like basically like the app tells you which ones to which chests to give to each person. So it isn't like a grab bag. So that makes sure that you don't get your own thing back to you. And then like if they get and then they get put back in the middle, and then they get redistributed a second time. So and then they get redistributed back to every person. So if you get a chest where the offering has already been taken, so like if you like say like the devil chest went to somebody and they put a soul in it and took all the treasure out of it, and you get the second time, well, that's just like a zong. You just don't get it, right? You just don't.
So you open it up and look inside, and
You
it's
open
like,
it up and look, and you're like,
if there's a soul in there, you don't get it.
yeah. So you don't get the reward, and then you put it back. So ultimately, yeah. So the thing is that, but you're guaranteed the first offering, right? The first offering, you're the first person to see that. So anyway, so ultimately, like then you get it back, and you have those resources to do other things. So then after that, each person has like you have this really ornate screen that's set up for you, and then you start putting in your orders for the turn. I'm not going to go deep into this because it's going to take forever to explain. And this is where the game.
Sorry, taking forever.
Yeah, I know. This is where the game. This is where the game really bogs
beat me
down
to it,
because you need to do a lot of planning. Oh no, this is a heavy game. It is not.
Yeah, I know. It looked. The rules were a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot, and I'm on like not even like 20% done with the rules. So now you do this planning.
Sounds
phase.
chunky.
Oh geez.
Oh yeah, now you do this planning phase where you actually put these different things down and like suggest and like which actions you're going to take at all during this turn, and then it affects the kingdom that you control and all these different things. And I'm not going to go deep into that either because it's just.
Is that part fun?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of cool to like figure out your logistics and figure out like what you're gonna do. I mean it's fine. It's just it's a chunky game, right? You know, I know this. So then after all that is done, then you start having like you're like, okay, well, what's the good or the bad or whatever with having like, you know, if you lose a part of your soul or this, that, and the other thing. So the cultists are only so the humans have three parts to their soul, and they're pure. And then the cultist has already given up him or her has already given up one part of their soul, and so they're corrupted. So there's a difference between corrupted soul and negative soul. So now you actually have situations where people can start to believe. There's like inquisitions where you can say, I think this person is like a cultist or the devil. And then if you can, you know, pay the necessary cost to basically accuse them of it, then they have to be able to show that they aren't by showing like that they have like at least one part of a pure soul. And
so could the devil show that even though
no, they can't. That was one of the things. Like,
oh,
so
okay.
they can't show that. And if they can't, you're like, okay, well now we've proven that you're the devil or you're in league with the devil, so it's medieval era, so we burn you at the stake, right? No, it's just it's a negative thing where like you have like the angry mob is outside your castle, and so it impedes you in certain ways, you know, to do it. And then but you can get rid of it by very medievally. You can pay your penance or pay for your indulgence to like, you know, basically be absolved of your sins. So there's ways out of that as well. And I mean, and ultimately it's one of those games where it felt like there was a lot of mechanisms that were fun to do, and you kind of get lost in those mechanisms without remembering that the whole point of the game isn't to figure out who the devil it is. It isn't to figure out who the cultist is. It isn't to like make sure that you maintain your soul. The whole point of the game is just to score points. And so you can get really caught up in the minutia of the game, but if you're not actually paying attention to the processes and will actually like get the points to win the game, then you can get towards the end, you're like, wait a minute, I haven't even done anything to win this. I've just been doing everything else that's fun. You know, like whenever I talk about a game like that, I reference.
It's weird that it's a social deduction game, but the deduction doesn't matter.
It matters, because if they figure out you're the devil, or if they figure out that like you're the cultist and stuff like that, or if they figure out like you're a mortal that's like basically cashed in your soul for all these treasures, like it matters because bad things happen to you. You get inquisitors that gum up your engine and things like that. So it matters, but it isn't like you're out of the game matters, right? You know what I mean? If that makes sense. It's just kind of like it's so, I mean, I was going to say, it's like, I always reference games like Panamax, which like was a fantastic game that was like, you figured out all these logistics to get Panamax. Remember that to get through
Panamax,
the
yeah. I never played it.
You figured out all those logistics to get your ships through the Panama Canal, and it didn't matter at all. What mattered was actually investing in the right companies, you know, to that's how you got your points. That's how you won. So you can spend the entire game being the master of the Panama Canal, but it didn't matter at all because of the fact that like you didn't actually do the thing to score your points. So I think, and I've encountered a lot of games like that, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. I just think you need to know going in that that's what kind of game it is, and it's just so I think Deal with the Devil is a game that I think it's extremely clever, and I think it's really neat, but it's a game that is going to have a very niche audience because it's one thing, you have to play it with 4. You can't play it with 3, you can't play it with 5, you can't play it with 2.
3 is the number, 4 is the number.
4 is the number. It says number of players.
5 is too many.
5 is right out.
Right out.
3 is not enough.
Yeah, it says 4 exactly on the board, and the first time you play, it's going to be a 3-hour game, like for everybody to kind of learn. And it's going to be a game that rewards multiple plays. And we live in a world right now where people don't play multiple plays a game.
No.
We don't.
What?
I mean,
well, apparently in the chat, I don't know if that's true, but like Dice Tower gave it a 4 out of 10. Like their collective ratings were 4s and 5s. I think.
Does anybody really trust the Dice Tower?
Like 4 out of 10.
that
seems very low.
I'm not going to presume to understand the reasoning why they gave 4 out of 10. I think it's one of those things where, and I don't want to.
I bet they had the QR codes upside down. I bet that's what they did.
No,
they played the game
Someone
wrong.
played the QR codes wrong way down.
I will
about
hazard a guess that a lot of people are going to come out of that game thinking it's a 4 out of 10 because they're going to be like, I thought I was going to be like playing games and, you know, trying to figure out who the devil is. And then they're gonna be like, think that's what the game is.
That's not the game. What the game's about. Apparently.
And that's not what the game is about. The game is about building a logistical engine to make your particular kingdom like the most powerful of the 4. And the whole thing that about the devil is just kind of like this thing that is ancillary to what the game is.
Yeah, I wonder if I guess the game is more about the mechanics of the building of the town or whatever you're building versus
Well, it sounds like they lean too far into the, find out who the bad people are, right? Versus focusing on the point of the game is to win the game by accumulating points and building your engine. And
I mean, and the
like
rules. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say like it's player perception is a huge thing in games, right? Like
Yeah.
if you're expecting a certain experience and then all of a sudden the game doesn't live up to that experience, it doesn't really matter if it's a good game on its merits. Like if what you were expecting isn't what you got, then it really kind of taints it in your mind.
right.
Yeah. Arkham Horror.
Yeah.
And the rules.
I wonder if that was the case.
Maybe. But
I mean, I thought it was a social deduction game, but it sounds like it's just not just but a euro. It's a euro.
it's a
in the-
chunky euro.
Yeah. It's a what?
It's a chunky
Chunky.
euro.
Yeah, chunky.
Yeah, I mean, the rules actually state many times, like it is a very well for as heavy as that game is. And I will say this about Czech games: they've made mistakes with rule books in the past, absolutely, but they've really upped their game a great deal with their rule books, and that rule book is really well done. I mean, and there's little side references and stuff. And one of like the first side references of the thing is that they say, figuring out who the devil is or figuring out who the cultist is are important, but you have to remember this game is about scoring points. And this is and it's like, and they actually say that in the rules.
But it's interesting they call the game Deal with the Devil instead of Medieval Town Builder or whatever it is, like whatever the underlying, are you building a town or are you building a city? I mean,
you're building your portion of the kingdom, like
right.
it's like so basically it has
it could have been like Forsaken Kingdoms.
Yeah.
Did they
But
promote
deal with the devil, it sounds super cool, and the front of the box looks super cool, with all that, and so
hence mismanaged expectations.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, and there's definitely an argument there, right? Where it's just like it feels off, if you will. I just but whatever. I mean, I
just don't want to play it.
Yeah, no,
Still want to play
it is
with your group, Scott.
Maybe next week after Thanksgiving. How about that? We're gonna play ISS Vanguard this weekend.
Nice.
So did they promote this as a social deduction game, or is that just what people?
I don't think so. I
assume?
think people just made it up
It did.
because when you have a game where you have hidden roles and one person is a devil, one person is a cultist, and when two people are human or normal or whatever, then you kind of have to assume it's a social deduction game of trying to figure out who's what, right?
We're just
it feels like those things are important.
What's that?
I get what you're saying, Scott. We're pre-trained to
we're pre-trained.
Yeah.
We're pre-trained that because because when the game, there was very little information about the game.
Okay.
Initially.
Yeah. So it's people.
Except that you were basically told that the devil has no souls. The cultist has one soul or two souls, and then the humans have three.
Two parts of
three parts of a soul. Yeah, and that's all you know. That's like kind of it. And then it was like all the mechanics of the game was not really, at least the stuff I looked at. I mean, you've got the BGG preview, which was like one paragraph.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm still excited to play it. I mean, I'm not less excited.
It'll I mean, it's a heavy game. I mean, it is absolutely a heavy game. I mean, I can see why people. I mean, honestly, I mean, it's just like, and I don't mean this. I mean, I consider Tom a friend, and I'm not disparaging him or anything like that. I don't see Tom as a guy who he's kind of, I feel like, in the same spot as I am, where it's just like, it's like heavy Euros are like in my rearview mirror. I mean, it's just kind of like, I mean, the idea of sitting down and we're gonna play this next game for 3 hours. Let's do this,
Yeah.
Like that's kind of like one of those things where it's like I almost have to like prep myself, like, okay, this is what I'm gonna be doing.
You gotta stretch, you gotta warm up.
Yeah. It's just all right, let's do this.
Yeah, but I don't think you're the norm, though. I mean, you or Tom in that fashion. Yeah.
Well, if it was fun, I mean, yeah, I mean, I have to go back and look at the review, but I do remember it was not great. 4-4-5, 4-4-4-5.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now these are the other people in his group. I think he was the 4, or he was one of the 4s. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, and this
I-
sounds like a complicated game. I doubt they played it twice.
Well, the best game I played, was that the best game you played?
so no, the best. Well, I know what the best game you're gonna say, but I mean the best game.
What
the
do
best,
you think you know?
I think I do. I can write it down on a piece of paper here, and then.
Well, you write it down on a piece of paper and then I'll tell you what my
All right.
best
Well,
game I
so
played
so to answer your question more specifically, the
Why were you writing
I'm
this
having
down?
trouble remembering all the games I played. It's kind of.
I wrote down every game I played that's called like app thing. You know, heard those?
No, never
There's
heard
apps
this.
that record. You can record what games you play on BGG, Board Game
That-
Geek. It's a website. Mhm.
And then what does it do?
It's got a full database of every game. You can record it, and then you can look back.
I've never heard it. Did this thing spring up
Yes.
overnight? I've
It's
Yeah.
never
just
even heard of this
magically
before.
appeared.
It's
It's a really
Oh.
killer. It's a really killer app.
No, I mean,
I
give me a
heard
second.
different,
Just give me a
but-
moment. Give me a moment, 'cause I'm trying to remember
All right.
the
Well, I'm
old
gonna talk
game.
about my game.
No, no,
Okay.
no. Give me.
I
moment,
can't
give
talk.
me a moment.
Why? You
No,
just
I
did
can't
like
talk.
half an hour of deal with the devil.
It's his
Yeah, I
show. He
know.
don't care. Shut up, Scott.
But no, I'm trying to remember because I'm trying to remember all the games I played, and then I'm trying to remember.
Well, you can think
Um,
about it.
Yeah,
And then I-
know,
well-
but I'm just.
Scott
No,
remembers the
I
game.
was-
That's finally excited. He won't let him talk.
I'm gonna say that the Starship Captains was probably the best game I played. Best new game to me that I played because I played a lot of like games that I knew how to play already. Like I already said that. Like we sat down to like, it's like, hey, we all know how to play this. Let's check it out of the library. Like we played Planet Unknown, which I really enjoyed. I
That's a
really
good one.
enjoyed. I have yet to not enjoy myself playing Planet Unknown. That game is just solid. It's absolutely solid, and it is easy to teach. Like my daughter had never played it, and she picked it up in like 5 minutes. I mean, it was just like it was super good. I would play Planet Unknown. Planet Unknown would be a game that if I was walking by a table and somebody said, "Hey, we'd like to have another person to play Planet Unknown. Would you sit down and play?" I'd be like, yes. I will
It's a really
play
good
Planet
game.
Unknown. I will
It's a really
play
good
Planet
game.
Unknown
I've
for the
not
next
played it.
hour. So yeah, there you go. Oh, it's Evan. All right, so I have
there
my
goes the
guess.
show.
I have my guess
made
on
the
my
guess?
piece of paper. I have my guess on my piece of paper, so I'm gonna have Scott say what his game that he liked most.
It was Heat. Pedal to the Metal.
Pedal to the metal.
Is that the game you guessed? I think you probably didn't guess that.
That's
Oh,
Mosaic.
that's the second best game.
Uh,
That's the second best game. Heat is really good though.
is
He
it
it?
is
from?
really good.
They're actually probably
But
close.
you-
That's a
but you
tie.
already played Heat. You played Heat at Gen Con.
No, I did not go to Gen Con.
Scott didn't go to Gen
For
Con.
some reason, I thought, okay, I saw.
Lincoln played it.
What
Yeah,
company
that's
is
right.
it?
Yeah,
It's Days of Wonder.
he's one of them.
Ooh, good to see them back.
Heat, Pedal to the Metal.
Yeah, Lincoln just did a video on a couple.
It's
couple
really
weeks ago.
freaking good.
Heat Days of Wonder is good. It is.
It's really good. It's like probably my favorite race game.
Yeah, Lance. Remember we saw
Really?
it in the.
I've
in
never
the
played
room.
Downforce though, so I don't know.
You've never played Downforce?
Never got around to it.
Downforce is fun, man. I mean, it's got its problems, just like any other game, but it's a lot of fun.
I don't think it's great, but I think it's really good.
Did
So
you like
here's
it better
cool.
than-
You get a deck of cards, 3 1s, 3 2s, 3 3s, 3 4s, and a 1 5 and a 0. And then you draw cards, obviously. And then you have things called stress, which give you a little plus sign. And you have to play whatever position you're in, like first, second, third gear, or whatever, is how many cards you play in a turn. So if you're in third gear, you got to play 3 cards, and you have to play. If you don't have 3 cards to play, you spin out.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
So you're trying to, it's hand management, and then you also have like heat in your engine, which you can spend as a resource and put into your deck, but it fills your deck up with heat cards, which are not playable.
right.
You can only cool down heat.
Curses.
So you have to drop your shifter down, or if you're in last place, you get a free cooldown, which is kind of cool because you could go fast and cool down at the same time. because you're like in last place. And,
So basically, it's Days of Thunder without the licensing.
Yeah.
It's Indy, or not Indy, it's Formula One.
Okay.
But I mean, it
So-
wouldn't. I mean, because
so
there's
it's not-
curves. There's like curves and hairpin turns and stuff like that. and
Gotcha. Okay.
Not, it's
Yeah,
not
so
all like, yeah, it's got.
Yeah, it's not
and
NASCAR.
it's not NASCAR. But the coolest part, I mean, it's just awesome because you're going fast, right? Like the cards you play add up to a number. That's how far you go. And then when you go through a curve, you would check your speed at that curve. And if you're over that,
Boom.
if you check, yeah, if you totally can do that. If you check your speed, in fact, there's actually some reason sometimes to wipe out, just because otherwise you'll like not make any, it's not go around the track as easy as you can, like without risk, right? You have to take some risk.
Yeah.
So if you go through a curve at a higher level than what it's rated for, you have to discard heat out of your engine to make the curve. So if your curve is like a 9 and you played 15 points of movement, you're over by 6, and you only have 6 heat in your engine to start, or 7, something like 6 or 7. So if you burn your engine out in the first turn, you're like, your heat is all in your hand or in your deck, and then you have to like cool down for the rest of the game. There's ways around it, but that's the cool thing. Like you can go through the curve at a higher speed, but you have to burn heat. And if you burn too
That
much
sounds
heat,
like-
obviously, yeah.
I was going to say that actually sounds like a really interesting resource management game.
It's
terms of,
one of the
like-
best I've ever played. Yeah, for sure. And then there's also a mechanic where you can spend the heat to boost, which is like a random flip of your deck. So you can boost extra speed. There's a thing called adrenaline. If you're in last place, you get like a free movement, and then there's drafting as well. So drafting is cool. And if you draft through a curve, you don't add to your speed. So you can hit a curve right at the right speed, do the draft, and go through the curve. Like it'll carry you through, and then you don't have to check your heat or you check it, but you don't add extra heat by slipstreaming through a curve.
Right. So then you can accelerate coming out of it.
And then you come out of it and you're like upshift to 4th gear. So
Yeah.
it's got a shifter thing, and you can go up or down by spending heat. You go up 1 or 2, you go up or down by 1 for free, but you can go up 2 levels for 1 heat. So you spend heat to go from like 1st to 3rd. And like
Really pumping the clutch.
it's awesome. Yeah, it's really good. And it gives you a
Sounds
really
cool.
good feeling of speed and frustration when you don't draw anything but heat cards, and your hand, and then your hand fills up with like a bunch of heat, and you gotta like cool down. So you have to like, I gotta cool down.
So now who's going to make the game that's that, but also rock and roll racing, where you're trying to blow up your competitors at the same time as
I could see this having that.
because
The system is really good, which I never played Flame Rouge, but apparently it's like a similar system of Flame Rouge. But obviously heat is more of a fast, speed game instead of a hand management. But and then it's got a whole bunch of modules. It's got weather, which gives you like you have less heat in your engine or more tires, so your tires can go, there's all kinds of things. Like you can modify your car so that it can slow down quicker, or go faster, stuff like that. And then you can I think there's a modification system where you play races and you can like tweak your car. And it's really good. The art is phenomenal. It's a tool. Or no, it's not tool. It's what's his name? Who's the other guy who I'm thinking of?
So the funny thing was, when you said the title of the game, I thought it was going to be a
Vincent.
shootout between you and the
Oh.
LAPD.
Vincent Dutray. Vincent Dutray, by the way. Correct myself.
Oh yeah.
The art is awesome.
How long is it, Scott?
Like an hour. We played 6-player in an hour.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6-player racing game in an hour, and like it's snappy because everybody, like the first 3 parts of the turn are simultaneous.
Okay.
Like everybody does the same thing at the beginning, and then you reveal in order your play, and then you move. It's like it's resolved very quickly.
Okay.
But that was the best game I played.
Nice.
But second best was Mosaic, and only because it takes so long to play. Because I played it a couple times, but it takes like 3 hours.
Does it?
I wish I could get it under that, but I don't think it will be ever under that. It's just long. But
It
that's a
looks
good
really cool.
that's another good Civilization game. Man, that I don't love Civilization games, like they're not my favorite. But there's so many things to do in this one that it doesn't drag or anything. It's pretty
No.
cool. Like it goes like the more you hit a deck, there's 5 decks. I think there's 5 deck 1, 3, 4. I think there's 4 decks on the board. And as you pull cards off the deck, scoring cards will appear in the deck. And if 3 of the 4 scoring cards appear the game, or 5, I think there's 5 scoring events. 3 of the 5 come out. The third one is like the end, the last turn.
Oh,
So
interesting.
you have an intermittent scoring, another scoring, and then final done type thing. So, and the quicker you go through a deck, like the quicker the game will end. So if everybody's doing the technology deck, you'll get a scoring card to pop up to the top sooner, and then you'll have that reveal. And then, or if you're going and you're building population, that comes up. Or if you're building buildings, that pops up. Or if you're taxing a lot, or it's really neat. And then there's achievements, and it's got, it's got all the stuff you think of a Civ game to have. Like I have 60 gold, or I have all this people, or I have all this, all this stuff. Feels very
Mosaic
video
is a
gamey.
very good game.
That might be my favorite game of the year. So
Was
far.
not good,
I thought
metal.
Heat was. Make up your mind,
Heat.
Scott.
No, but Heat is the best
Heat.
game I played. I'm
I'm
allowed to do that, right?
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm allowed to do that.
I mean,
think so.
there is technically a difference between like
Yeah.
best game in
Yeah.
terms of
Yeah,
mechanics.
I mean, I
versus
played
the-
Heat so many times and I had a great time with it. I mean, Mosaic was fine. Heat was just more enjoyable, I guess.
Right, right.
And I'm terrible at Mosaic. I just don't know how to play strategy games anymore.
Just beyond you.
It is. But
So
teaching basically takes it away from me. Like I'm teaching and making sure everybody does their turns right, and they do
Yeah.
all this stuff. And then I look at my hand, and I'm like, I gotta do this. And I move my, I take my turn as quick as possible
Yeah.
so that I'm
Well,
not
also-
like spending a ton of time
Right.
on it.
Yeah.
like that sort of environment's got to be really tough to actually enjoy like playing a game, right?
It's a little
'cause I-
tricky. Yeah.
like
Yeah. Depending on where you're at, I guess. It could be noisy if you're in the main hall.
I
and
have
all
I
that.
have my own room to play the game, so
Yeah.
I can't blame it on that.
well,
Yeah,
well, no,
Yeah.
well, no, I'm not even talking about like
Yeah.
like overall environment. It's the
Yeah.
fact that like, okay, I need to teach these people how to play
Yeah.
this game.
Yeah.
It's not my
Oh.
normal gaming group that
Right.
we
Yeah,
might
it
come back to
keeps-
this next
It
week.
is a little, yeah. And if something gets missed, I want everybody to have a good time. So
right.
So
Yeah, it's not
if I could, I wanted. Actually, it's my show.
I got more to talk about, but whatever.
No, well, I
You
mean,
keep
as
going.
far as games go, I want to
Yeah,
talk
I played a ton.
I want to talk about BGG Con. I want to wax poetic about BGG Con.
Okay,
Give you my thoughts on your silly convention. Anyway,
pretty silly.
so, I'll try to make this as abridged as possible, but it's gonna be long. And feel free to interrupt me.
Everybody's like, "What?"
all right.
so-
I'm leaving.
So no, okay. So BGG Con, I'll just say, and I'm not saying this to kiss Scooter's buttocks or anything like that, but I mean, it is still like the best convention to attend all year long. I mean, it always has been, always will be. It doesn't hurt that a really good friend of mine runs the whole damn thing, but I mean, it is super good, and it's
Thank you, Lance.
well, no, it is easily and admittedly, it isn't like 60,000 people there, but it is easily the best run convention of the year. I mean, I never have situations where you're just like,
What
where
do I
is
do?
this? How do I do this? How do I take care of this? Where do I
Yeah.
go? Just there's nothing like that. The people like Jeff and Laney and everyone else, I couldn't possibly list off everybody that are just like completely hands-on, checking in with vendors all the time. You got everything you need? How's everything going? You got any questions? The hotel
Yeah,
is
the team is great,
they are. The hotel
and Team Geek
is-
too.
Yeah, the hotel is very nice. You did have one you know, I'm not gonna say anything. She was doing her job, but admittedly, it was just like I literally had to walk like 50 feet to go get something, and I was coming back, and I was just like, I didn't have my badge on me because I had gone to get food, and I put it on a table, and like she stopped me, and she was like, "Oh, I can't let you go past," and I was like, "Well, I have my thing on. I just have to go right over there to get that." She's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, rules are rules. You gotta go get the badge."
Are the badges required too? I thought it was wristbands only.
That's what she said. So I had to walk like
I didn't wear
5
mine.
minutes back
I
to
had
the
a
table.
little what do you call it?
I wanted to say, you know what? I am close personal friends with Scott Alden. What's your name?
No, do not do that.
You
Do
know
not
who I
do that.
am. Do you know who I am?
I considered it for half a second, but no,
You know
I
what?
said,
You know what you should have done, Lance? RTFM.
yeah.
Badge and wristband. Oh, I did not know that. I should have worn my badge because I wore a name badge.
So,
But it's not the official
I
badge. It
walked,
was
I
something
walked
else.
all the way back to the table, grabbed my badge, and I
Boy.
walked back, and then of course I walked back. And I was like, I just had a big giant cheesy smile on my face and held it up to her, and she was staring at her phone, and I had to actually bother her to like look that I had my badge. So I was
You're
just
such an
kinda-
asshole.
Oh my gosh.
I was just
Okay.
kind of like, oh, I guess I just picked the wrong time to go by. I said, and she laughed, and I
Well,
scowled.
at least it was laughs.
Yeah.
And but anyway, whatever. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Okay.
So no,
I will say BGG Con, like from a person who doesn't attend a lot of conventions, like that is the convention that felt like it was actually people who play board games and are there to play board games and like just really enjoy every aspect of it. Like instead of it being, oh, I've got this thing I want to sell you. Like, and that was really
it has that different. It's hard to tell people that because people I think everybody knows Gen Con, Origins. I mean, and those are great too. I mean, I'm not trying to bag on them, but like, BGG Con's about playing.
Yeah,
It's
no,
not-
and that's
it's really
what it
about
was.
playing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like, hey, you want to check out this weird game you've never heard about? Of course I do. It's freaking amazing.
Style game. If you're earlier into the hobby,
Every week, Bauer.
every
Every
Bauer.
week.
Oh
Every
shit.
week,
And it
Bauer.
with headphones on or something, dude.
So no. So get there Tuesday. I got in late because our
Did your
Uber
flight
was-
get messed up?
Our
Did you get
flight,
struck by lightning?
no. So when our flight was,
I did
like,
once.
Someone got
left-
struck by lightning.
Our
wow.
flight,
Really?
the flight from Fargo
yeah.
left like 45 minutes late, and then it's usually like a 2-hour flight, and it was almost 3 hours because they hit some sort of headwind, and then they were just so it was super slow. But got in late, so I wasn't able to set up the booth. Wednesday morning, got up, set up the booth, everything's good to go. Went and had a fantastic dinner with Aldi. Came back, and the weird thing is that so like when I bring my daughter along to these conventions, and she had a blast, but when I bring my daughter to these conventions, it's like she kind of makes it so I don't stay up super late doing anything stupid, just like it isn't like 11:30 and somebody hey, a quick game of Deal with the Devil, it's like so I'm not up until like
Twilight Imperium.
yes, so I'm not up until like middle of the night. So booth was great, people were great. They were there were a few people that are like, hey, I'm still waiting for my game through fulfillment, what can you tell me? And everyone was pretty, I mean, just like they were respectful. There was a guy who came to my booth every single day to let me know that he still had not gotten any tracking information and let me know that he was not happy. And then on Sunday before he left, he came by to the booth and he apologized for annoying me. He's like,
Oh, at least he apologized.
yeah, he came back.
He
He
made
said,
up for busting your balls the whole week.
Thank you for putting up with me. He was very nice. He was.
Okay.
I mean,
That's
he
good.
never
That's good.
was like, you mother. Where's my? He was just like,
What are they gonna do? Yeah, I mean, it's like you can't do anything while you're BGG Con.
yeah. So
What are you gonna
Hey,
do?
go play a
Let
game.
me go
Relax,
pull
man.
into my magical sack and pull out a game for you.
So a bunch of my friends came from Fargo, guys that I've known for decades, and that was cool. The thing is that so there's two major observations I had. When I stand at a booth all day long, for whatever it is, it's 7 hours, right? You're at a booth for 7 hours. When I get done, like I've interacted with so many people. Like, and I spent like a great deal of time like talking to Zeb, because Zeb was in as the WizKids booth, and he and I just kind of just waxed poetic about the olden days of the industry and talked about games that got published many years ago, and we enjoyed it. And yeah, I'll say this, and this isn't to kiss Zeb's ass, but that guy still has so much passion and love for the hobby. I mean, I can't. I would have just figured that, like, after, starting Z-Man Games, after, being bought out and like the whole 9 yards, and now he's back at it with WizKids. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't even know how he manages to like stay.
I think it was the word bought out. I think you
Well,
can
yeah.
say the same thing about Travis
Yeah.
Chance.
He doesn't have to
No,
work.
You make something and then sell it. I mean, it's like you're playing with house money at that point, right? Like, it's just funsies. I imagine
but-
so much.
But at the same time, like, as someone who is playing with house money, like, it can really sap your creative drive if you don't feel it. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you might never even go get another haircut if you're Chris. So I mean,
do you want me to donate it to you?
no,
I know Chris had long hair during tabletop. I remember.
Oh
Didn't
no,
he?
yeah,
Yeah,
he did.
Well,
I went back
drew
and
it out
watched a
too,
bunch of
donated.
episodes, by the way. Me and Lincoln sat there and watched like 15 episodes. Not all of it, but like just a side note. Anyway, whatever. Keep going.
Yeah, no. So there's
I missed
there's
that
a
show.
couple, there's like some fundamental things
It's a
that
fun
I
show.
think have changed as far as BGG Con is concerned. One, it's super cool to like sell board games there. This is not a fundamental change. I didn't want to mention this because unlike any other convention, it's
Your
super cool
mic
to
is a
have
little. Bring your mic a little.
Your mic is a little.
I can't hear you, Lance. I'm like, what are you saying?
No, so what I'm saying is that at BGG Con, if you're a vendor, like, you are selling directly to your audience.
Yeah.
You're not at a Gen Con with a bunch of RPGs and Warhammer and stuff like that. I mean, those are your people. The flip side to that is those are your people. So they probably own most of what you have. So if you want to go to a convention and sell something, you can't bring your old stuff. It just doesn't move. I mean, we did bring just a few scattering copies of Champions of Midgard, and those still sold. And the promos that we have, those always sell because everybody's like, oh, I missed this promo or I missed that promo, that kind of thing.
There was
And,
a lot of new people there for the first time.
I saw a lot of first
There
time
was a ton of first timer badges. I was
Yeah.
like, really? I mean, I'm always amazed at how many. I think 50% of what the con comes is all new.
So it seems like it was about double the attendance of last year. Is that about right?
Oh, for sure. It was.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
because last year was COVID.
Well, right.
Well, this year's still COVID, but different COVID.
Right.
Different
Look how we're
COVID.
pretending it doesn't exist.
I don't pretend. I wear my mask the whole time.
Yeah,
Yep.
actually,
But-
so.
I think, it was
There
my,
are-
I think I was the only one.
There are
One of, yeah.
aspects. There are aspects
there was
of
a
the
few.
old venue that I miss. I miss the feel of that giant auditorium room where like everything was always set up, where you guys would do the commencement address and stuff like that. I miss that.
Yeah, I don't miss that.
Uh,
That was a
fine.
painful. I mean, I liked the first 15 minutes, but I hated the last half an hour of it because it was always like, I'm giving away like $10,000 worth of products and no one, people don't show up. I mean, it was like that
Right.
was like a lot of stuff people got. I mean, that was a ton of games and
Yeah.
prizes, and nobody really. If you have 1 in 5 tickets hit, that makes it really frustrating. But whatever. Those days are over.
Those days
We
are
moved
over.
on. There's a new process.
There's a new process.
I mean,
Which we were
I don't know.
happy
Anyway.
to donate. We were happy to donate Kickstarter copies to it.
We
so
appreciate
hope-
all the
hope-
support of those things.
And I'll say that I don't even know who she was, but I think she was somebody associated with you. But
I think I know who it is.
But she came by the booth and she said, "Thank you for sponsoring Board Game Geek." I was just
Oh.
like, "Oh, that was nice." It was just kind of, I have no idea who it was. I was like, "Well, thank you." She had a Team Geek jersey, or something like that. So, one of my big, so the flea market. Now this is what I want to talk about. The flea market is like the only event at BGG Con. So many years ago, like 5 or 6 years ago, I ran into Aldi as he was heading up on the elevator at the old location, and you had a stack of old cardboard in your hands, and I was just marveling at the out of print. I was like, "Holy crap! Look, that you really got that." And you're like, yeah, it was the flea market. I picked up all this cool stuff. I was like, really, the flea market? Where is it? Oh, it's over now.
Do you remember what I bought? I don't even remember that. I have
I
no
don't
memory of
remember.
that. I don't remember that at all.
You were heading back up to
gone.
your
Oh,
you were
doesn't
heading up
matter
to your
anymore.
I bought
luxury
3 things
suite.
this year.
did you?
Yeah.
What'd you buy?
It's Quartz King.
Great game.
Yeah, and Tapple.
Oh,
You can't buy those games. It went viral on TikTok, and you cannot buy it.
Oh, did it?
So I grabbed 2
Family
copies, which I'm gonna bring one to Thanksgiving, and I'm keeping one.
That's the word game, right?
Yeah, it's a little word game where you flip the letters. You have to like go around and say the thing that matches the letter.
Yeah. It looked cool.
It's fun.
So when I started going to BGCon, I started and going to the flea market. One of the things that happened was that there was this one guy, and his name's Peter, and he's a really, really nice guy. And this guy has, I don't know, he has some unending treasure trove of
He's got a
old
source.
cardboard.
He must be somewhere.
He's secretly a dragon
He's got
in
a
disguise.
he's got like a vein of cardboard to tap into.
Well, no, and I've asked him about it, and
Black marketing
he's
it.
just said, "Oh, I just when I was young," he said, I would scour, my hobby
Thrift
shops
stores?
near my house, and he would scour thrift stores and scour hobby shops, and I would just buy everything I can get my hands on. I have multiple copies of all these things, and every year I walk in, and when he sees me, he's like, I got your stuff for you right over here, because he's got the old cardboard. And
He goes
and-
behind the table,
yeah, he does. He keeps the stuff.
Looks her both ways first.
And he keeps stuff. And the thing
blowing
is,
cardboard.
Stay a while and listen.
no, and I don't, and like,
What are you buying?
He literally says that to me. We see, Lance, I got your stuff, and then like I come over and I check out what he does, and I got a like an unpunched copy of Broadsides and Boarding Parties from him like one year, which is like
Yeah, I
an
remember that.
impossible game to find. Just stuff like that where you just can't find. So I didn't see his table right away. And so, but I walked by and this is braggy, but I walked by and I immediately saw, a friend of mine asked me to track down a copy of Hero Quest for him if I saw one. Well, I walk in and like literally the only copy of Hero Quest that anybody had, the old school one, somebody was buying it. And the guy paid, in my opinion, way overpaid for it. I mean, it was like, $200 or something like that. So I was just like, well, that was over what he wanted to pay me. So I wasn't really, but I kept going. I went down, and admittedly, this is not a game that anybody's going to think, oh my gosh, that game's amazing. And like you try to know, but a grail of mine has always been a game called Divine Right, which was a game that was published by TSR back in 1979. It is an incredibly old, archaic game about, basically warring kingdoms. It is something that it is a monolith of a game. It is basically a fantasy war game with chits.
I think I played it once.
Yeah, and I played it a few times when I was younger. Never finished a game, never completed because it just took too long. Everybody got bored, and I never owned a copy. And then there was a reprint of it that came out in 2002. And those copies go for $300-400 because the game's never getting reprinted. Some guy had
It got reprinted. It got
reprinted in 2002. But
Oh, was that? Okay, I didn't know.
That was like the 25-year anniversary version of it.
Right.
Somebody had, and those copies go for $300-400. Some guy had a copy of that unpunched for $10. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was just like,
the reprint or the
the reprint. I pointed. I said $10, and he's like, yeah, $10. And I opened it up, and is it complete? He's like, I don't know. So I opened it up,
it's
and I
just
was
like a million chits.
yeah, and I opened it up, and it was like, but the chit, it's a huge rectangle, and the chit rectangle is as big as the game board, and it was completely unpunched. Had the original dice, had all the cards, had the board. The board's a little banged up, like somebody like dropped it on a corner. Who cares? I own a copy. So that was one grail down. I basically have 4 grails games that I still am searching for. So then I found Peter's thing. He had an unpunched copy of Magic Realm, which is
I almost bought it. I almost got it.
Yeah, you almost
Yeah,
got
it's
me.
a little too money. I don't know. I didn't really feel like I wanted to pay that kind of money for it.
Yeah,
Come on, Galahad.
yeah,
Knock out Lancelot.
yeah. So, but anyway, Magic Realm is a game that I've always wanted to own. And you told me, he said Peter's got that copy, and I'm like, and I cheated. I went through
Yeah, you went through the tables.
I went through the tables. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm coming through. You know, I just
Always
like,
want to break the rules, Lance.
and
He
I
did.
walked over.
Rules don't
and
apply
I-
to Lance.
You should
Yeah,
have had
rules don't
security there to
apply.
tackle his ass.
Everybody was looking at him like, "What the fuck are you doing, man?"
Yeah, no, nobody said anything.
He's
Don't want to
stomping
carry your
through.
badge. You want to cut.
So
in
the guy
line?
wanted 2 bills. I gave it to him. I was like, yeah, I'll take it. And then he was like, okay, cool. And then he said, I'll just put it underneath the table, and then you can come back and grab it. And then he had a complete set of old school Wiz War that was well loved.
Oh.
It was the original version, the revised edition, and expansion 1 and 2. Like old school, you know, Wiz War, you know, just like the from Tom Jolly Games, you know, way back in the day. And I never
Was
liked
it the
that
Chess X version?
I never liked that reprint that they did. It just
Fantasy Flight.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It just wasn't good. But
So you had the one with the business cards,
yeah. So
or he sold you the one from the with the
yeah,
business.
so many business cards. So then that was a game that I had, and I lost to the ages of time. Maybe I'll
We
find.
played a lot of that back in the day.
Oh yeah,
Did you?
yeah, and it's somewhere in my
Before there was
brother's-
before there was like 10 million games to play.
Oh,
We
yeah.
had Wiz
You
War.
only
Before
had
the internet
6.
existed.
Before the
Well,
internet.
that was the thing.
Exactly.
That's the thing about Magic Realm. Before you knew, like, that was what you had to play. If you wanted to play a board game that was D&D based, you had to play Magic Realm, which was one of the most incomprehensible rule sets ever created of all time. I mean, it is like,
So it's
like
just sitting
you-
on your shelf now.
no, you have to go to BGG and
No, I mean,
and
Yeah. Well, the copy
Yeah.
you got is sitting on your shelf now. Is like a
It'll never get played.
shrine. A shrine to
well,
different
no,
people.
no.
Is
and
it framed?
The thing about Magic Realm is like it needs. There's an English to English
Oh,
like rule
Magic
book,
Realm.
basically, for Magic Realm.
Oh yeah,
on-
I
on
think they're on a
BGG.
third edition of the rule book or something.
Yeah.
All
So,
right.
but anyway, so that
Jeff knows
was,
how to play it.
Yeah,
He'll teach you.
So then Magic Realm and Wiz War down, original Wiz War, and a complete Wiz War. So that was 3 of my 4 grails down in one thing. And like my one left, Master Thieves.
You're never gonna get that.
Actually, since I posted a picture and I said 3 out of my 4 grails down. Oh, and I picked up a copy of Gangsters, which I had a copy of a long time ago, but I've since lost. Which wasn't a great game by any means, but it was a decent enough game for when we played an old Avalon Hill game. But the cool thing about that is that that also was unpunched, and it still had the original squirt gun on the inside of the box. And the guy just wanted $10 for that too, because in that game, if you succeeded in like pulling off a hit on somebody else and killing their mob boss, you were supposed to be able to take the squirt gun. You got to squirt them in the face once. And that was like in the rules that like you got to do that. Still is the original. But anyway, so yeah, Master Thieves. And when I posted the picture, and then I was like 3 out of 4 grails down, somebody said, what's the one you're looking for? And I said Master Thieves. And then
Chad Roberts counting it for you.
no, I mean somebody who has a copy.
Somebody else?
Somebody messaged me and said,
Is
I
that
have
still
a
in the
cop-
library, by the way?
no, somebody stole it, remember?
Did
Or
I-
or either somebody
no.
stole it or you tucked it away. So
we
nobody
might have
took it.
taken it. I don't remember now. I mean, look, hold on.
Yeah, because the only time I've ever been able to play Master Thieves is when I've been at BGG Con. And that was something that like when I worked for TMG, Daniel and I set aside an evening at BGG Con. We were like, tonight we're ordering a pizza and we're playing Master Thieves.
Tonight we play Master Thieves.
Tonight we play Master Thieves, which is So anyway, no, my friend Ken Hill on Facebook.
Oh yeah, I know Ken Hill.
Yeah, Ken Hill. I mean, if you know him, he's
Yeah.
a board game aficionado kind of guy. But he reached out and he said, I got a copy and I never play it. So let's work out a trade or figure out a way to get
Oh,
so
that's
we're
cool.
so theoretically, relatively soon, I will own a copy of
We got Master Thieves. It's in the library.
It is in the library.
Yeah,
Well,
it's in the library.
I was gonna check
Actually,
it
let me
out.
see if anybody checked it out. I just posted up the checkout information today.
And
I was gonna
and
check it
that's
out, but
how
I didn't see it.
That's how Lance lost one of his child.
Yeah. Yeah, no. So here's my observation about. I want to just this is my observation, and this is not just BGG Con. This is any convention that has a.
Yeah, 6 times got checked out.
Well, then I must have never saw it.
You must have missed it.
Yeah. Anyway, my observation is this: for all flea markets, for all conventions, 5-6 years ago, there were 20 guys in there like Peter, bunch of old cardboard. Now it is a bunch of people trying to unload all of the games they bought over the last couple of years, and they're hoping to get
The prices are too high.
yeah, and their prices
The
are
prices are too high.
way they're too damn high. No,
They're way too high.
So not to get political, but what you were describing is late stage capitalism. Is now the hedge fund managers have discovered your hobby, and they want to offload their product.
Well, no, I
Pretty
mean,
much.
so it's. I mean, there were a couple of people that were smart about it that were just basically like $5 a game.
Yeah, the professor. Did you stop by
Yeah.
his bit? Yeah.
Yeah.
He was selling all his stuff for like 5. I think it was 5 for 20 or 4 for 20, and the 5th one's free or something like that.
4 for 20, and 5th one was
5th
free.
one's free.
It was just like, and then and
So they were
sometimes,
okay. They were not
and
special,
and
but
somebody was like, I only want 4. Nope, you got to take another one. He said.
yeah, but they weren't. There was nothing good, but they were cheap, right? I mean, they were just
Yeah.
$5 each.
So it's a thrift store, but none of it
Basically.
The
is
truth
good.
is, yeah, that was correct.
So, but that's what everything is, right? I mean, that's what everybody's trying to sell. And then I heard many people saying, we wish this would last more than 1 hour. And I was just like, you could be open
the-
for 3 hours.
Sellers don't want to spend more than an hour in there.
No, I heard sellers say they wanted more than an hour.
Really?
I mean, maybe it's only a couple, but I mean,
If they don't sell their stuff in an hour, then there's something.
well, that's what
If
I
you
was
don't sell
saying.
it
I
in
was
the
like,
first 10
If you don't
minutes,
sell it in an
Yeah.
hour, your price.
The-
You're not going to
the-
find someone in an hour if you didn't find them in the second. You're not going to find them in the second hour if you didn't find them in the first.
in the
Yep.
immortal words, like a long time ago, like at a stand-up comedian, Dennis Miller, he said, "Look, it doesn't matter how it's like, but buy one get one sales. Hey, look at this. 2 of shit is still shit." You know,
Mhm.
just like, so if you've got 27 people trying to offload their copy of Seasons for $15, nobody needs that. The people that own Seasons that want to play it own it and play it. Nobody's like going to stumble upon that and be like, oh my gosh. And even worse are the games that I hate to say this, but I can see when I see them on the shelf, I'm like, that game's garbage. Or you just say, or that game's just a game. And somebody bought that or got it as a gift or something like that and paid $60 for it. And they think that they can get 30. And the thing is that there's no way they're going to get 30. And they'll be lucky
get
if they
5.
can offload it for 10. You are better off taking.
Well, that's
all
why we
that
sell
stuff-
everything at the flea market for 10.
Like I was like,
There's no haggling and there's no, we pull out all the good stuff and then we
Yeah.
sell that for more. But the $10, everything's $10. Even if anything's close to 50, it's 10.
Yeah, you are better off. You would be better off taking those games to your local Goodwill and writing down the MSRP for them and having them give you a receipt for them and using it as a tax deduction. Because and I've tried to explain that to people. It's like if like you take 50 games,
Some
and
people might want the
average-
cash.
maybe, but I mean, it's like, it's like if you took 50 games, with the average price of like $50 a piece, or let's say $60, that's
40.
pretty much standard now. That's $3,000. If you can get a receipt from Goodwill that's like says $3,000, I mean, depending upon how much you make and this, that, and the other thing, as a tax deduction, that's probably going to make you more money than the $5 or $10 a game you're going to get out of this. That's just my opinion.
Anyway,
Plus,
it was still fun to go through it.
Maybe it'll actually help you. Yeah, I mean, no,
I got a little dizzy in there because there was so many the with my glasses and like all the people, and it was just like, oh my god, it was like overwhelming.
Mhm.
the flea
crazy.
market is the one thing that like I'm like excited to do. And it was like the one thing that I had the guy who works does a lot of our like ads and social media stuff for Gray Fox as a contractor. Like I said, hey, can you watch the booth for like 1 hour on Friday? And like literally I made the run, got everything I wanted within a half hour. And I was
Did you buy anything else?
Just those 4 things: Gangsters, Wiz War, Magic Realm, and
Evan, did you buy anything?
I didn't buy anything just because I didn't make a bunch of extra room in my luggage, but I played Lacrimosa and I plan to buy Lacrimosa. It's a little spendy, but I really liked it.
Didn't you?
Why would he lie about it, Barry?
You know, Evan, he's an actor.
It's true.
Mm,
You never know what I think about a game.
you never trust on people.
Exactly. You never know. Why'd you say did you? Because you didn't like it? Did you try?
I haven't played it.
Oh, okay. Heard bad things.
Haven't heard anything.
Oh,
my
The
other
guy who said it was good, he said he was going to buy it. That's what
my
I
other
heard.
my other observation my other observation for BGG Con in Dallas, it has the absolute best food. Even if like
If you go
have to-
out.
well, no, I mean,
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, like,
Hotel?
but Cindy's Deli is like
Yeah,
You know,
Cindy's Deli is awesome.
Cindy's Deli is like a 5-minute walk, and you can
Really?
get some of like the best sandwiches and breakfast you can possibly have.
Oh, I did not go there.
Yeah, no, I mean, like,
Yeah, it is really good. I love
It's-
that. We actually have a Cindy's Deli near our house, and we order it quite often.
oh, I mean, the Reuben is divine. You know, so if
I
you
stopped
like-
eating the Reuben, but I eat other things. Yeah.
don't eat Reubens.
I mean, and then if you and also it is if you want to take the time to go and walk through the JFK Memorial, that is actually like, you know, both interesting and also very sobering, you know, to go and like, you know, go to that, which is right next door. And then
I walked
that's where
past
you are,
that
Scott?
once, but luckily I turned
Yeah.
around to the back and to the left, and it was there.
Right
It was there.
Too
zing.
soon.
The
Too
phrasing
soon.
on that wasn't good enough, but you get the joke. It's a good one. You just gotta. The phrasing was poor.
Too soon.
Okay, so and this is nothing against Grant, because I have seen his act many times now. I've probably seen his board game stand up like 3 times, 4 times, and it's changed and it's different, and I have seen his actual stand up where like he's at a bar and doing stand up. I've seen that a couple of times. I think his board game stand up is funny. It is truly funny. I mean, it downgrades when because I know all the jokes that are coming. I also know where the jokes overlap. I know where he brings in like his I'm at the bar doing jokes and everything. He's not exactly like a totally dirty comic, but he is obviously more vulgar when he's doing he's relatively clean, in my opinion. He's pretty clean when it comes to his comedy. But the stuff when he's is like if you thought like his board game humor was like a 7, like his
No, it's a
his-
10.
You say it's a 10.
Dude, people
I-
laughed there. That room was full of laughter. It was slapped. There was laughter there.
I'm not saying people didn't laugh. I'm not saying people didn't enjoy it. I mean, it could be maybe because I've heard it for like the 5th time.
Well,
ever.
yeah, I mean, you,
Oh,
So
yeah.
so I know all the jokes.
you don't. Yeah, sure.
But
It-
I was
it's-
just like, really?
You
I was
can't-
like looking around. I was just
You
like,
can't take. You
okay,
can't
you
use
know?
that as a guide of the
Yeah.
valuability
Yeah,
of comedy. Dude,
It's
people
like listening to an
love that thing.
inspirational speaker. Like,
Well, no, so here's the deal. So like I saw his bit, his whole board game bit, probably like either the first or second time he ever did it live. You know, I saw it. He did it at the Fantasy Flight Games Event Center in Minneapolis, and because like I saw that he was going to be at a comedy club in Minneapolis, so my wife and I drove down to go watch him. And I watched both that one. I watched him at the bar, and I was watching the stuff that he did, and I chuckled a few times, you know, to what he said, and like, but he hadn't found his groove yet. Like you could tell it was like, I'm testing this out. I'm trying to like, and then And
Working
so
it out.
yeah,
Yeah.
and so like after he'd done it a few times, it definitely like his flow was better and everything like that. I mean, and then like I knew exactly like when I came up to him, I said, "Hey, good show," and he was just like, and then he actually like pulled me aside. He's like, "Hey, so was there some new stuff in there that you had seen? Like, what? How'd you think the connections were?" I mean, he was like asking me like what I thought, and I told him I was pretty honest with him. I always have been, and but man, I mean, like maybe, and I'm not saying maybe I'm just the one missing out that because I went in and so like basically I heard the exact same jokes that I'd heard
Yeah,
before
we'll just go
a
through
couple
this.
times before. They were just presented slightly differently. So I was just kind of like, okay, that's that joke. Okay, that's that. But I was looking around and like people like holding their sides, like
It
my
was funny.
side.
But
I
that's a
laughed
comedy
the whole
routine.
time. Yeah, you
Like,
can't do
Yeah.
a joke twice.
Yeah, like if you've never heard it before, of course it's freaking amazing. And if you have heard it before, of course it's freaking boring.
was
because
great.
you've heard it before.
It was nothing but great, and I got lots of compliments, and everybody went
awesome.
ape
You
shit,
got
so-
compliments. Well, you did all
Yes.
that hard work. You did all
No,
that
because
hard
we
work.
had him as a thing. I mean, someone
I
had
mean,
to bring
yeah.
him here into the
Oh,
show.
yeah.
He didn't
What-
just
how'd
show
that-
up and do it.
How did that connection get made too? I wonder how that happened. I wonder how.
Hey, Lance,
I
how do
wonder-
you
I
do
wonder-
any work with your arms being so far up?
I wonder how exactly like Aldi found out that like
it's all
he
your.
was-
Yeah, you take all the credit, Lance. It's all
No,
yours.
no, no.
The world would
glad-
not
I'm glad
survive
you-
without Lance
I'm glad you
Meister.
got thanked for me making that happen. That's good though.
I did
That's
not
good.
make anything happen.
Oh really?
I had to. No, there was
Oh,
nothing
really?
happened. You
Oh,
told me that
really?
you gave me one piece of information, and I wrote to him, and I got it. I got it done.
So it wouldn't have happened if I had.
He could have
if
went
I
on
had-
Facebook and
know
got
that.
the email.
If I hadn't started pushing the car down the hill, and then
Oh.
we would have gotten rolling.
God, is it really that hard to just tell Lance you'd be hoping
Lance, you're awesome. You.
without him?
Yeah.
You're the man, Lance.
Be like
That's all you.
boardgaming.com and just be gone.
Yeah, it's
all
easier.
Lance.
Lance, you're the best.
Because I said Grant, because I even told Grant, I said if you reach out to Scott and say you'd like to do like your show at his thing, I guarantee you he'll make something happen where he can get you down there. And he's like, "Oh, I can't do that. I just don't." I was like, "Oh, then have your
Shy.
manager reach out." And he was just like, "Oh, no, that's just weird. I can't do it." I was like, "You know what? Screw it. I'll ask Scott for you." He's like, "Will you?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll just bring it up to him." "Well, don't make it weird." I was like, "No, I'm just gonna say you want to do a show, but like, and for you guys two to talk." And he's like,
God, did he make it weird?
No,
How weird was this?
There was a
Scott?
pause.
I don't even really remember.
On
I mean,
a
you said
scale of 0
Grant
to 10.
wants to come. You said something about Grant. I think there was interest in Grant coming to BGCon. I said I will contact Grant, and that's what we were left at. I think.
No,
like
actually,
that.
what you told me was you downplayed, and you're like, "Well, I don't know. I wish you'd said something earlier. It just seems like it's a little bit too late for it to happen."
This
So-
turned
so
into
it's
an
a
airing
7
of
then.
grievances.
And then all of a
I don't
sudden,
know.
you're like, "All right, we're gonna make it happen."
Okay.
And everybody
Yes.
forgot me.
There
Everybody
was
forgot me.
work that had to be
The
done. I had to
matchmaker.
do things.
The matchmaker, the person.
Oh,
the
yes.
person
I
that
think
put it
Lance
together.
is just a bit disappointed. Nobody thanks him for
Yeah.
Grant performing.
Yeah, I thanked Grant.
You know what? You know what you can do? You can thank me for finally just combining like the two campaign trails into just
Oh.
one on that
Oh.
goddamn Board Game Geek page. Because my boss beats me about the head and ears about this. Saying,
Oh my
"That's
god.
gotta
Okay,
switch."
fine. We will do it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm gonna-
Whoa! But
It's
what
gonna
if I have
kill
the original
somebody.
Devious Weasel Games prototype version?
Oh.
Doesn't
It's not the
exist.
same, Lance.
It's exactly the same, and it wasn't Devious Weasel. It was Cosmic Wombat.
Oh,
Whatever.
shit.
Oh, so similar.
That way, that's
So different. I mean,
So when you made your game with Gray Fox, did you thank Lance?
Did I thank Lance?
Yeah, personally, I mean,
Well,
fuck
I
Shane.
hadn't-
Did you thank Lance?
I hadn't met Lance yet, but I know that he had a big hand in it in some way.
Did you polish his shoes?
makes things happen.
That's
Evan.
what we're
Makes
asking.
things happen.
I put people together.
I'm a
I
community builder.
bring the orders from the vendors.
I bring the milkshake to the yard.
Scott, I'm going to make you a throne for next year's BGG con. Okay, just
Yeah,
for
sword throne, please.
just for Lance, so we can sit him up. We're going to build a platform
With a tiny little crown.
with a tiny little crowd. It's going to be 8 foot in the air, right?
The facilitator.
So everybody can see.
Yes, Lance, I appreciate you making me write to Grant or asking me to write to Grant. You brought us together and made it happen.
Oh well, don't hurt yourself.
Every year you must kneel before him now, Scott. Every year.
Oh,
Deal
I should have kissed his
before
hand.
Pledge to loyalty.
Kiss the ring.
I did. I kissed the ring. I kissed the ring at the end of the convention. Nobody else did that.
That was kind of hilarious that
I did
someone
see
took
that.
a photo of that, even though it was all
Yeah.
just a joke.
I want to know how many.
Oh, here it
people-
is. Here it is. Here
What?
it is. September 15th, 2022.
Do not read that.
1:44
Dude, that is not for public consumption. No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm giving you shit, Lance.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought maybe.
I'm trying to make it funnier than it really was. Yeah.
Don't get all
okay.
sweaty.
Don't say it. Don't share that conversation.
No, okay, I know. No, but I'll say this. You know what Scott said? Scott did say, he's like, how do I get a hold of him? And I told him how to get a hold of him. I said, you can't, it's like you can't email him because you won't get him because you need to like.
Oh, I
Facebook
messaged him on
message
Facebook.
Yeah, I said you're gonna have to Facebook message him because he's touring and he's not gonna get to his email.
Right.
So
Yeah.
so
we worked it out pretty quickly.
well, there you go.
And thus there was harmony within the realms.
And there was. I'm
Yes.
glad he came, man. It was awesome to see his shtick, like
What-
honed in. Because the first time I saw
Did you
it,
laugh,
it was,
Evan?
It was.
Was it
I
funny?
laughed a bunch, man.
I know it was fucking
Everybody's
funny.
cracking up.
It was
I-
good.
I
Funny,
bet
good.
a bunch of people went 2 nights in a row and loved it both times.
I saw half of it the first night, and the second half,
Yeah.
I sort of was like, I heard like 10 minutes of it, and I'm like, you know what? I want to stay for the rest of the thing, but I forced myself to not watch the whole thing
So you
then
could watch it for the
I
first
could
time
watch it
then,
for the
yeah.
first time
Right,
and have
yeah.
that full effect,
Yeah.
You
It
know,
was
that's
cool
part
to
of that
see
thing.
how
With comedy
honed
needs a-
in.
So Scott, was the first 10 minutes the second time as funny as it was the first time?
It was just as funny, but maybe a little less funny.
Little.
No, it was funny all the way through. With the context of it was all funny.
Yeah.
It was very well done.
It was very. It
I
was
mean,
super honed in compared. Yeah.
He is
it was super
very,
honed
he
in.
is a top tier comedian by,
Yeah.
I mean, he has the
Actually.
timings, and that is a fucking hard job to hit that room like the way he hit that room. You have
Mhm.
to wait, do all the
he
pauses.
gets,
and
he gets
all
a
that
lot
stuff.
of
It's kinda crazy.
rebounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to
It's-
see him live.
It was really cool to see, like, when you watch him, you're like, I'm in the presence of a real comedian. Like, this
Yeah.
isn't just,
He
because
knows-
I'm
he
sure
knows
you've seen
his
other
craft.
comedians at
I-
other
I
conventions.
think I told you guys we got a comedian one year and it was a bomb. Did I tell
Was
you?
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did tell me about that.
The first 10, it was a 10. So it was, I forget what year it was, but it was like, it was the week before the election. I think when Bush won,
Oh, that election.
Wow.
That was a
Yeah.
while ago.
Bush Jr. I
Yeah.
think that one, the
In
second time.
Paquetti.
So-
I think it was the second Bush win.
So
Was
early
that-
2000s.
It was a week before.
Bush Jr.
And so the guy, one of the guys comes up to me, some guy, I can't remember his name. I think his name was Scott, actually.
Very nice.
And he goes, I've got like a 10-minute comedy act, if you want me to, at the beginning of because it was during the closing ceremonies, which I'm like, fucking
I
phenomenal. let's
remember
do it.
this. This guy was horrible.
Well, you gotta get good comics, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, but
You got to preview the act.
yeah.
I thought it was, that was a rough 10 minutes though. I had to stand because I stood there. I said, hey, everybody, it's blah, blah, blah for blah, blah. And he's going to tell us I don't know how I introduced him.
It's gonna be hilarious. I promise.
It'll be hilarious.
Or double your money back.
And that room, that was a tough room. The jokes were not like, I thought they were kind of funny. There were some funny things. He did something where he was like, here are the it was like political. It was a little bit of political. Like, here's what the
Yeah.
politicians for board gamers play, like what kind of games they like, or something like that. Like
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton. It wasn't even Hillary. It was. I think it was like Mitt Romney, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, probably.
Like there was different.
Bush.
Like yeah, there was
Who did
different
Bush go
names.
against Gore.
Yeah,
Al
it was
Gore?
like,
The first time, yeah.
Oh yeah.
but it was Kerry.
Kerry
Oh,
was
John
It was
second
Kerry.
time.
It was
yeah.
Kerry
Yeah.
versus Bush, right? Wasn't that?
Yeah, that's right.
The second.
That was
yeah.
the second. Yeah, that was. I think that was the time frame of it.
Matt, you probably know Canadians know our
Well, you
political
know
history better than
everything
we do.
about
Anyway.
American history up there.
What?
So I
Who? What?
stood. So yeah, I put him up on the thing, and I stood next to him down below, and I stood there, hands on my hips, kind of thing, and I'm like, I'm trying to like, do I laugh or do I? What do I do? Like I couldn't.
Where's
I
my
should have just like
Apollo
walked
hook?
away.
Yeah, where's the cane?
I should have walked
Yeah.
away, honestly, because
Yep.
Gong show.
I
This
thought
man
they
represents
were
me.
moderate. There was moderate humor there, but there was zero laughter. Like
Mm.
crickets on it. Like it was crickets. They were like, okay, what do we do? Like, I gotta let him do his thing. I gotta let him finish. I can't stop it. You can't. It's like you let it go.
Yeah, you need one of
And
those
then at
giant
the end, it's
hooks.
like, yeah, thank you, man. Oh, thanks for that. Great. It was like kind of like,
Get the fuck out of here.
I wish I was on video. It'd be funny to
Hey,
tell.
Matthew's here, so I can formally thank Matthew. Thank you very much for the hat, the cool hat you got me. So
Welcome.
it fits great.
Good.
So,
Nice.
yeah. Gong Show Hockey, which is
We had a pretty good convention, though, I have to say.
I had a blast, man.
it was
Yeah, me
good
too.
times.
Matt, what
Chris,
was
you
your
gotta-
favorite
you gotta
game
come
there?
back sometime just to hang out and
Yeah, no,
Yeah, it'd be fun to come.
want to.
It's tricky.
Like
Well,
it's
here,
my
tell you what, I'll connect you and Scott, and then you guys can make it happen, and then you can.
Do you
Can we
know
have
any
a long
jokes by
email
chance,
chain?
Chris? You know any jokes by chance, Chris? Can you do 2 nights?
Can you
We
sing,
do-
Chris?
Can you do
Oh,
first
I got
half
jokes
hour
for
and then another
days.
hour, like an hour? of-
Do you have good jokes for days, Chris?
Nope.
I was just
Yeah.
saying a couple weeks ago, where's Chris Cluey?
Yeah.
I've seen that guy.
No one
forever.
has ever said that.
I
In
did.
the history of the world.
I
was
was
worried
thinking that too.
I was worried about it. And then bam, here you
Oh,
are.
man. Well,
So it was
thank
actually
you
my
for the concern.
manifesting. It was my
Yes.
manifesting of the universe that you're on
Right.
tonight.
Oh, you're a
So-
manifester?
Apparently.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean,
No,
this
no,
just
he
says-
has a manifesto. It's a different
Oh,
thing.
it's
No, that's
manifesto.
different.
That's
That's
different.
different.
Ooh,
That's
don't
different.
bring up the manifesto.
I love manifestos. What it's about.
It's about the Illuminati and
Mhm, mhm.
Smurfs and how they.
As long as it's not about
always
Bigfoot.
says.
Oh my god.
What was your favorite game, Matt?
My favorite game, believe it or not, was Weather Machine.
That one
Really?
looks good. I played it.
The longer the longer time goes by and I look back on it, I'm like, if you were to ask me in the heat of it playing, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know about this game. But the longer time, the more time passes, I'm like, I really like that game. It was good. And it kind of wants me to play that big Gallerist box over there that I haven't played yet. I've
it
never
Lacerda?
played a
Lacerda.
Lacerda game before.
No?
Tal.
God, man. I'm not
Wow.
usually a big heavy gamer like that, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, it had the people that we
How
were
long did it
playing
take
with
to
were
learn?
like
How long did it
good.
take to learn?
So we were 3. The people next to us were 4 people, and we both took 3 hours.
Oh, really?
That's not bad. That's not bad for him, actually.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
learning.
We had breaks because people were coming by. We're like, flagging people down. At one point, we went over into the table and got the "We need a teacher" kind of sign and put it on the table. But no, it was the thing I didn't like about it. I mean, I'm sure it's supposed to be this way, and it's what makes it really hard and good. Was it was tight for resources, so
Mm.
tight for resources. Like fuck, I have to do this, that, and the other thing to get one lousy cube or whatever it was.
A drop of water. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was
Mars
good.
is like
I
that
liked it.
too.
What's that?
Mars is like that too.
Oh, I haven't played that one. Yeah, obviously. I
Plus, you
haven't.
also have to like, yeah.
Eh.
Yeah, that or
I know my
Starship
limits.
Captains.
I know
We
my
played
limits
Starship
on Euro
Captains
games.
tonight.
I know my limits.
Do you?
I do. Now I do.
Now you do. You sure?
I mean, I still want to try it. I'll give everything a try once.
Yeah.
But
How did you like
never gonna
the
love
how did you like Sniper Elite?
fucking love that game. That's a great game. Sniper
That's
Elite.
one of-
And I don't think anybody's really talking about it. I mean, it was a Kickstarter, right? Like, can you buy that
It's
game?
it's a really good hidden movement game.
It's so good. The tension is like unbearable.
Yeah, you guys were like right in it. I was there.
Oh
I
my
was
gosh,
like
it was so good.
fucking. You weren't
Yeah.
even paying any attention.
No,
to
no,
it.
we're like, "Oh, Matt, go sit down, whatever. Go,
Yeah.
go over there.
We're busy.
Hit the road,
I'm
Jack.
like,
Yeah, because you're in the midst of this, like,
It's a
you
sign
have
of
to
a good
kind of
game.
figure out like the
Yeah.
thing and do the thing at the right times, and then you're like, well, he could be there, he could be there.
Yeah.
You know, like you have to do the logics of all that hidden movement stuff.
I'm like,
And
I'm
it's
gonna
like-
leave now.
We found him like at the last turn.
What was
He
that?
was stuck. He got stuck.
What was that cool box that you just posted with the BGG colors? I just saw it on Facebook. What was that?
It looks
That-
like
I'll go get it. Hold on,
a
I'll go
Magic
get it.
the Gathering deck box.
I'll be
Yeah.
right back. I'll go
Yeah.
get it.
It looked super sexy.
The other game
Sure.
the other game that I loved that I bought actually brought home with me was Starship Captains.
Okay.
We played that tonight too. I was at my game night tonight, and
That's good.
it was really good. I mean, it was funny because we sat down and Shu from Going Analog was teaching it, and one of the guys, as he was teaching it, one of the guys was at the table. He already played it once. Went to the dealer hall and bought it as we were like setting up,
That's awesome.
and came back and said, "Yeah, there's 2 left."
Oh wow.
I'm like, "Well, I'm not gonna bother because it's gonna be sold out by the time I get there." And he's like, "Do you want to buy mine?" I'm like, No. You bought yours." Sunday night, I'm texting him, "Do you still want to sell your game?" He's like, "Yeah, absolutely."
Why did he buy it if he didn't want to take it?
I'm not gonna ask him that question.
Doesn't concern him.
You want to sell it? I'll buy it.
It's just
So,
a generous soul. Yeah, you were playing that right
I'd
next.
buy that for $1.
I only bought 2 games.
You just bought that, or you played that right next to us when I was playing Lacrimosa.
How was that?
I loved it, man. I'm gonna buy that.
What is it?
Like,
I
the
haven't
next
heard
time
of this
you
one,
just-
Evan. What's this one about?
It's like
It's all about.
What's it
Go
about?
ahead. No, you played it. Go.
well, the premise is like kind of collectively, even though it's a competitive Euro game, but collectively you are like controlling Mozart's widow going around trying to collect information and commission to finish off his final composition. That's the
That is a
premise.
weird freaking premise.
Yeah.
It is, but yeah.
But it works, you're like commissioning people to do different sections of the
Mhm.
opus, and you're
Yeah.
writing different parts, and there's choral parts and string parts, and you're reading journal sections to see what he had intended for the things, and you're sending her around the map to go collect info and find
Sounds
stuff.
interesting. Huh?
it was
That's
really good.
It sounds like I feel like you need to have like a music appreciation background.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
not at all. Not at all. I mean, like, it helps if you're a music nerd, which I am a little bit. So I don't know how much that sways my opinion, but
I would
don't-
say it's a lot.
I don't. I think if you like dry Euros, you are still gonna love this game, probably. Like, I don't think it has to have the theme in order to be enjoyable. Like, it was still a good Euro game.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
well, and so I say that from the perspective of someone who played the violin growing up all the way up through high school.
Yeah.
Like, it's, yeah,
Mhm.
it's it. If you appreciate the theme, it sounds like that's probably going to be the game for you. But if
Right,
not,
right.
it might be a little tougher to get into it.
But I don't know. I mean, everybody at the table seemed to like it.
That's cool.
So,
Yeah.
You played with James and Brian
James and Christina.
and Christina.
Yeah.
That
Christina?
lady, man, she's
She was
intelligent. She's super intelligent, and
she had to get up and leave halfway through, and we were like,
yeah, right.
because somebody else sat in and obviously like didn't
Fuck.
do quite as good a job.
I
as
would
she
not
was.
want to play a thinky game with that person. Like she was doing the Sunday New York Times crossword and just breezing through it. She's like, "I'm making good time. Shut up." I'm like, "Don't look at me. Don't look at me."
Yeah, no, she had lots of gears turning up there for sure.
Side,
What
it's a
is that?
Sidekick 100
Sidekick 100.
convertible.
Like
From
a
Game
Sidekick
Genic?
The
100?
product is a Game Genic, but I mean, it's a customized one.
Yeah.
So BGG, of course,
Mhm.
logo.
Yeah, it looks sweet, man.
This is the best part. It's magnetic,
Yeah.
open. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I want to put my EDH deck in there.
Like,
Put what in there?
It's a type. It's a form of
Who's your-
Magic the Gathering.
who's your commander?
So this comes
Captain-
off completely.
Captain C.
Oh wow, that's
Oh,
cool.
okay.
Yeah, and then you can.
Okay.
They're for legendary cards.
Yeah, no, these are also like Game Genic.
Yeah.
They are a sponsor. Just FYI, full disclosure. They sponsor Game Night.
Oh, are those the guys that
Nice.
have the dice roll trays too that are kind of like magnetic together?
Oh, with the corners that pinch.
Yeah, yeah. That's
So it's pretty
beautiful.
cool. It's like and it's got like a suede kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean these are Definitely Magic accessories, right? Like
That's
they
what it
had the
looks like.
they
Yeah,
did the
no.
Tolarian Academy thing, like on Kickstarter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely meant for commander. Like
Yeah.
that's the perfect size
Yeah.
for a sleeved 100 card deck.
But I think it would be cool to get them to make something,
Yeah.
for, board gamers too. I
If
mean,
you had like custom inserts in board games, like made in that style, that would be slick.
Ooh, it'd be pricey though.
maybe we can work.
Oh, it
Yeah,
would not be cost
probably.
efficient. It
I
would
don't know,
not
I
be
don't know what
cost
their
efficient.
capabilities are.
Yeah.
That is a very high price point.
I
Yeah.
wonder if they
slick,
do
though.
branded stuff.
Scott, what is
Well,
the
that's-
outside
that's
made of?
branded.
Is it like
Branded.
a felt?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, sorry, I wonder.
Oh.
Let me. I wonder how small of a run they can do for branded stuff.
Oh,
Ah,
yeah,
got
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Got it.
I
I was like, I'm
suspect-
pretty sure that has.
This is like laser cut, right? Like laser etched
Yeah.
Yeah.
into the fabric or whatever.
I'm always looking for ideas, right? So
How about
Yeah, I don't
big
know. I
fat
don't know what
coins
how
that are
they do
heavy?
it. But that was
Those are
that was
sweet,
a
man.
gift.
Yeah, those are cool.
those
Oh,
are
hey.
very cool.
Here, since Chris is here, give me a second here. Here, check this out from 6 years ago today.
Mm.
My goodness.
Hey, I know both of those guys.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Look at that. Oh, that's from the
So-
old hotel too.
That's the old school
Yeah.
dungeon. Yeah.
That is the basement level.
Yes.
And you
So,
can see, you can
those
see
guys-
the TMG booth is right back here.
If
Oh.
if anyone is interested,
North
our
remembers.
first big expansion has finally released
Yeah.
through Tabletop Tycoon,
Yeah.
who did not make me aware of it until someone contacted me on
Oh, that's
Twitter.
hilarious.
Really?
Did you
Yep.
did you get a random check?
But yeah, someone said like, "Hey, is this for real?" Because like I'm not sure that like this is an actual product. I'm like, huh? Let me go ask them like if this is actually shipping now. 3 years past the expected ship by date.
What was the name of that game?
Twilight of the Gods, and
At least it's shipping, I guess.
yeah, no, and to be fair, they're sending us our designer copies. Like, I'm not sure what sort of marketing they're doing, but hopefully it sells because we put a lot of time into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, apparently the combination of COVID, worldwide shipping shortage, and inflation
Yeah. Yeah.
does not lead to.
Hey man, I'm just glad
We're
it's
still
coming
on all
out.
that.
I'm glad it's coming out because that stopped a lot of projects.
Yeah, it did. It's
Yeah.
frankly, I'm surprised it did.
Yeah,
Like,
that's great.
I was really expecting them to be like, well, you know what? Sorry, we can't print it. Here's the rights back.
Right.
Like, and then okay, figure
Yeah.
out where we go from there. But
The Manticore. This looks dope, man.
yeah, no, it's I tried to fix some of the problems I saw in Magic the Gathering, which
Right.
were made the game unfun to play. But yeah, no, it's sorry, Lance, trying not to hijack your show.
No, that's part of the whole show.
Are you still working on game stuff, Chris?
You missed the earlier part where I told Lance that I have not been really motivated over the past few years
Yeah.
due to worldwide circumstances.
Yeah. That's weird.
Yeah, I know, right? but I really do need to get back in the saddle, and I will do it eventually, Lance. I will do it.
I believe you.
So Matt, this was your first BGG con, right? How did you? What about you, Evan? I don't remember. Did you go
This
last
is
year?
my second one.
Second.
Because I
how-
didn't know about it until I met Scott.
Right.
I mean, really. And then I was like, "Wait, you have a convention? I want to go."
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what'd you think of it, Matt?
I enjoy it. It was a blast. I'm not for working in games full time. I play surprisingly few of them.
Most people.
Just because I'm not working on the prototypes, right? So it's usually just bits. But so that with that said, I played probably a dozen games over the 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Maybe a little more.
Yeah.
I had some really fun ones, like Splendor Duel is fucking awesome.
Yeah, I just
Chat recommended that. I really want to pick that up.
It's good.
Because base Splendor is really cool.
Yeah, Splendor Duel is even cooler, believe it or not.
Is it?
Yeah, I had some great time hanging out with like we had one night, it was me and Jason Kingsley and graphic designer, and Grant and his girlfriend playing like party games up in the lounge. It was just like shooting the shit and having fun, and it was brilliant. I mean, it was funny. There were a couple of times where however, I don't think this, but there were times where I would walk out and like you walk around basically the whole grounds. You're like, I don't know anybody here.
Yeah.
You're like, how can I not know anybody here? And oh well. And it kind of makes you like, well, I guess I'll go. So then those times I would go over to find Scott in his little secret gaming room and knock on the door.
Shh, nobody knows about the secret game room that everybody.
There is no. What am I saying? I mean, it's his hotel room.
Yes, Michelle's
But,
up there
no,
with
it was great.
cocktails.
Oh, speaking of, what was that dice game
Yeah,
we
we
played?
need more
Scott?
like get together type things. Say what,
Yeah.
Matt?
What was that dice game we played?
Dicey dice?
The one with the different queen and king and all that stuff.
Oh, to court the king.
To court the king.
To court the king.
I like that. It was fun.
Yeah,
I
that's an
heard
old
Court's
school,
King.
Tom Lehman made that game. You can get it remade as Favor of the Pharaoh. I don't know if that's still in print, but Favor the Court of the King is harder to find because it's 20 years old, not 20.
And
Mm.
Favor the Pharaoh,
Oh.
I played
15
that
years.
with Aldi, and he schooled me.
Yeah.
I
was there with that
Very-
Re-implemented as
It was and
Favor of the Pharaoh.
was it
Yeah.
what's his name there? The guy that was on Mad Men.
Oh,
What?
Rich Summer.
Yeah, wasn't he in that game?
Yeah, he was there too.
Yeah,
I
Scott schooled all of us in that game. That
I
two
did.
games.
thought I
There was
was-
a
I
couple.
thought
of
I
them.
came together.
I
Matt
thought
was
I
doing
clinched
well.
it.
Yeah, Matt was doing well. And
And then
when-
and then
Mel-
fucking
like,
Lincoln
million
just
points.
blew me away.
yeah.
Roll a bunch of, sometimes you can just get your dice to
No, the
Yeah.
con was really good. I really liked the I mean the people were super nice, and I love that you can just kind of I think this is what you were saying, Scott, is just it's a con about gaming, and it's not like Gen Con's the buying con and
Yeah.
Yeah.
and all this other stuff. It's just you go there and you game, and to be honest, I think next time I go, I will do more gaming because it was kind of hard for me to kind of slip into that because I'm not used to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
It's like-
it doesn't have a lot of alternatives to gaming.
Which
No.
is fine.
Like with Gen Con, you can just I don't know, like it's a different feeling, right? You can't
Yeah.
just go
Yeah.
somewhere else and
Well, there's
Like,
no tables
you-
at
you
Gen
get-
Con.
yeah.
Do you know what?
It's hard to compare them. They're not the same.
One year,
Nah, yeah, they're different beasts.
one year. So I know that one of the things that it says on the site is encourages you to go do stuff with like people you meet and things like that.
Mhm.
When I went to Photoshop World one year in Vegas, they had this thing called Dinner with a Stranger,
Huh.
and when you register, you can sign up for a dinner at a certain night or whatever, and you get a little button, and it says I'm a stranger, and And basically there's like, you
Creepy.
can sign up and you get a reservation for a table of 8 at a certain restaurant. You go there and you just sit at a table with all these other con attendees.
That's
And
cool.
it's just a way to
That's
kind of, it was really, really good. I went to a
Yeah, it's
couple
good to
of
meet other
them.
people.
And
It's
one
a
of
little
the,
hard to do that. And yeah, you walk into a room and there's like 200 tables in a room, and
Yeah.
how do you break into that? Like you just
well, exactly. So if you actually
Well, I
set
mean,
it
you've
up,
got the signs,
we
that
got
are
the
like
signs, but those
players
are
wanted.
yeah.
those are
It's
not.
it's also tough to like, because I mean, I feel even though I present as extroverted, like I'm a social
You're an
person. Like,
introverted extrovert.
I'm an introverted
Yeah,
person.
yeah.
Like,
You're an outgoing introvert.
Yeah,
right, exactly. Where
Yeah,
it's like,
that's the
way.
thing.
that's how I am.
yeah. So how do you break that ice, right?
Yeah.
Like how
Yeah.
do you get people to just be like, hey, come play a game with us and it's cool. Like
There was more, and this was obviously we're not returning to fully normal, but like there were more publisher based events that had games as an event back in the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
Like
If-
Queen would
if
do
you-
like a thing where like 20 tables would run simultaneously and they would do like a giveaway,
Yeah.
yeah.
that kind of thing. So that sort of like gets you to know other people. Like you don't like it
Yeah.
has to be an organized event to play a game.
Yeah. Like the
instead of
good,
just-
it'd be cool if you front loaded the con with that stuff so that the rest of the week
Oh.
you're like, hey, Johnny, I had, it was an awesome
Yeah,
time
you
the
can
other night.
summon at the beginning and then maybe meet up with that person again.
Yeah.
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 Yes,
That'd be
that's a
fun.
good idea.
But I mean,
There's an
Dude,
org
it-
meetup too, which I guess Chad was mentioning. Orphan meetup is basically if you're like solo.
yeah.
Right.
actually not to get into weird social engineering stuff, but like you could put incentives in to where I'm assuming you have a mobile app for the con to where like
It's mobile. What is it?
mobile app, right?
Huh?
So
We
but,
used to.
like, well, so that's the thing. Like,
Did you?
if you,
Yeah,
Mhm.
like at some point we'll probably bring that back.
Yeah.
like, but the more people you meet and interact with, like, if you exchange information and you put that in for like raffles for the free games that you're giving away, right?
Mhm.
Like that incentivizes people to actually like go out and meet other people.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
But,
Scott, did
but
you
again,
have a-
that's weird
We had
social
an app. We
engineering
did the
stuff.
app for a while. I mean, it's quite expensive, but like,
Yeah.
but now we're back to normal. Maybe.
Yeah, you are, Scott. Don't worry about it.
No, it was really good though.
Yeah.
It's a
I'm
lot
trying
of
to
still-
fun.
get
I mean,
Grant
it
to
was still
come
quite
on, so
Lower than 2019.
I think Grant's gonna be on here in just a little bit.
Okay,
so
cool.
you
Yeah.
can
can
all
do-
you can all worship, I guess, at the altar. too.
Oh come on, like.
Yeah, Scott.
Well,
Scott
I'm the
beat
head
you.
out.
Well, you know,
My
I mean,
wife
I'm
is
just
demanding my attention.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I'm
fair.
trying to
That's
get
fair.
Grant to come on the show. Just trying to make connections.
for
once
sure.
again.
Connections.
Yeah. Lance the love
The
maker.
facilitator.
Did any of you guys play Challengers?
Challengers?
No.
What is
Challengers
it?
Awesome. It's like war.
Like the card
It's a
game
deck-
war.
It's a deck building where you play war. Yes.
Oh wow.
Interesting.
A deck
You build
building
you
war.
build your war deck basically. It's called Challengers. It's like a capture the flag game. You play against every other person one time or 2 times. It's like it's 7 rounds.
Huh.
Okay. Secret.
Adios.
Chris, take care, brother.
Secrets.
Bye, Chris.
I'll have to look into this one, Scott. Never heard of it.
Yeah, you everybody starts with the same deck and then you you don't draft, you draw cards and you pick one. You draw like in the first round you pick 2 cards out of 10 to add to your deck, or you tune your deck and then you can tune it every round in between with extra cards from higher levels of decks or base cards. So you can add more base cards or you can add another level up. The ones low up have a little more power, but you only get one of them. So you kind of like and you basically like build that deck over 7 rounds, and then the top 2 trophy makers play a head-to-head for the final battle, which it's great. It's really good.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's neat.
sounds good.
Sounds
And it's all
interesting.
simultaneous play, so you
Oh
basically
yeah.
can all play.
Just quick, yeah.
And then if you're playing odd, there's a bot that can play itself. You can play against the bot, and then the bot probably beat you.
Probably.
But yeah,
I wonder if that's clunky.
I played it a couple times.
Cool.
Dice Conquest. You guys heard of that? It's basically a way to use
Yeah.
polyhedrals with a co-op game. You get a set of polyhedrals and then you use them to like fight the monsters, and it's very clever.
Okay. Never-
Green team wins. I played that
Oh.
like 3
Woo!
times.
Yeah, I
Green,
played that.
Green team wins is good.
green team wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was there when you played that.
You were at one of the games, yeah.
Yep.
I think we were in that room with the person
Abraham.
Yep.
Scott, I just want to know, was there
Sorry,
tepid
sorry, sorry.
lemonade there? That's all I want to know. The
Not,
lemonade.
no, not a drop to be found.
I
I would
asked
like to-
about
I
it.
would like to thank
Lance.
GPI Grand Prix. So I have to say this. So okay. There's two stories about this that I have to laugh about. So before well, actually it's more like three, but so before I ever worked
Actually,
for
6.
Shane and I was friends with Shane, I remember that I was in back when we were in the old dungeon of the vendor hall, which I kind of missed that. I kind of missed the old dungeon. You know what the
guy
with
still
lower
uses the old
ceiling?
dungeon. Why do you keep shitting on it?
Yeah, so I
Come
kind
this
of
spring,
miss it.
you'll be there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would like actually that's like a convention I'd like to go to just as an attendee.
But you go up to the mountains, you said, or your cabin.
Yeah, that's when I go to my cabin. So but anyway, so so
Lake.
the so I can still remember I went in, I was all jazzed to go to the vendor hall. And then that was like, because the year before had been the year that basically people were like walking out with 12 packs of soda, and then the hotel was like, yeah, you're idiots.
It's
drank like
$50,000 bill, by the way.
$50,000 bill. They didn't actually charge you 50 grand. though.
No, but they said this is what we gave you, and that's why we should sign our contract again.
So
And then we didn't sign the contract, and then we
well,
never.
and so like literally I walked in there and I got I don't even know what it was. I got a glass of tepid lemonade, and there was
Pink.
like
Pink tepid.
tepid pink,
Get it
tepid
right.
pink lemonade, and then there was like this like little it was like a jar of like grandma candy. You know, if you're talking about like, you know, basically like, you know,
The
like,
striped stuff.
yeah, like, well, no,
Hard
it was
candies.
like remember like those hard candies, like remember the ones that look like strawberries, and like, yeah, you open them up.
Oh,
and
those
it's
ones?
Yeah.
you know,
Oh yeah, like a fake
We
strawberry.
have
with-
some
with a
upstairs.
little with a
Uh,
little bit of jelly in the middle,
a little bit of
Yeah.
jelly in the
like a
middle.
little
yeah.
strawberry jam.
Yeah, so I remember I was sitting there and I was like doing this, and I remember Shane walked in and he like literally looked around and he said, "What the fuck is this?" He's like, "Where are the sodas? Where's the candy?" He's just like, it's just
Well,
like,
Shane set up camp in the new vendor room.
He so did.
He set up camp in that room.
Did
so
he?
time out,
There was
time
so
out,
much food in that room. You would
time
like
out, time out. You're stepping over my touchdown call on this. I just remember that where I was just like, and I remember he was just like literally incensed, and I was just like, yeah, well, I guess like I talked to Aldi about it, and they were like, it costs too much. He's like, I don't. This isn't a vendor. This is an insult, and he was like just livid about it. You know,
if we
this
could
is-
put soda into a room, we would have put 1 million gallons. We would have put 1 million cans of soda in that room, but we cannot.
yeah, I know
That
I
hotel
know.
would not let us.
The hotel won't
Yeah.
let you. So
This hotel is also, we're skirting the rules, by the way, to afford that room. We probably gonna have, well, whatever. I'm not gonna air the.
So I saw that GPI Grand Prix International, who is a company that manufactures board game components to do a lot of things, were sponsored it, and I met the gentleman that from GPI,
Tom.
and he was super nice. He's emailed me a couple of things. We might actually he might actually do some stuff for us, like for some things like, so Shane and I have a meeting with him, I think next week. But anyway, regardless, it was a nice way for us to meet, and it was super cool that like he was there. And GPI had like decks of cards in there, I mean, to show off what they do, little bit boxes, dice, stuff like that. And there was candy bars aplenty. There was
Full size candy
sodas,
bars. Get it right.
full-size candy
There was
bars,
full size.
full-size candy
Double
bars,
candy bar.
sodas, water. I mean, there was Diet Dr. Pepper, which was like,
Muffins.
muffins, fruit, coffee, tea, you know, the whole
20,
nine yards.
20 things of coffee.
Yeah,
Not-
just
or 10, like 10
tons
of
of things,
10
right?
coffees.
So,
Yeah.
so then we were
It
like,
was,
sitting
it was
there,
swank.
and then
It was
and
a
then,
good
like,
room.
so like it was super nice. It was like, oh hey, like heading to the booth in the morning, I'm gonna stop and get a Diet Dr. Pepper. And there was like ice cold Diet Dr. Pepper in there. And I was like, this is pretty sweet, you know? And then while I'm here, I might as well grab this little half jar of Pringles too while I'm at it, you know, which was also really sweet. They had like so you had your salty snacks and your sweet snacks. It was super good. And GPI, I hope they do it again because it was pretty sweet. But anyway, I remember
we
we
want to do it again.
what?
As long as the hotel plays ball, right? I mean, that's the thing.
Well, yeah.
There was never any
So,
reason
but
to
here's
not.
the so like it was
Sure,
like
Scott.
I'm not going to pay
Friday.
$50,000 for fucking soda. Like
Yeah, no, I
100,
agree.
you
I
know,
agree.
1,000
It's
cans of
stupid.
soda. I'm not going to pay
It's
$50,000.
stupid.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, I'm not arguing with you on that. So on Friday, like we went and that's where we played Planet Unknown. I was like, let's just go play in here because like for some reason like it was cold in a lot of the rooms.
Yeah, it was really cold in there.
But in
Was it?
that room, since it was like a smaller room and it was kind of like intimate, like we were sitting there and I was just like, so we were like, let's just play in here. It's like 8 o'clock at night. Nobody's gonna say anything. Let's just play here. So we set up Planet Unknown. We were playing that. It was two of my friends from Fargo and my daughter and I were playing it. And all of a sudden, like, and I was like, I wonder if this is like closed. Like technically they don't want us to be in here. I was kind of in the back of my head. I was thinking maybe that's the case. And then all of a sudden I hear people talking and they're kind of loud, and then the door opens up and I kind of swool them back. And then somebody says, oh, there's people in here. And then I hear my boss's voice say, what? And then I see Shay go, and he's like, oh, it's fucking Gray Fox people in here. We can come in here anyway, because they had the same idea of like finding a room to play a game. Because they had been thrown out of the bar because they had ordered pizza and the bar wouldn't let them have pizza near the bar to play like this party game that they're in. So it was kind of cool. And so Shane was there. Shane was there with
The
like
bar
some
doesn't wanna
friends
make
or whatever, and
money
they were
off
playing
Like
like,
bringing sand to the beach.
I mean, there's a business didn't want outside food in it.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
anyway. So and then, but I do remember because it was like, you know, Friday night or something like that. So like it had been, you know, like a lot of stuff had been picked, so it hadn't been restocked. And Shane was just like, "Wow, it was good while it lasted. Looks like we're not gonna have any more." I was like, Shane, you could put the soda that's on the floor.
It's middle of the
there.
night.
And it's also the middle of the night. And he was just like, well, I think I mean, he was joking. He wasn't serious, like thinking about, oh yeah, we're just he even said, we're just hours away from lemonade. That's all I'm saying. And I had a good laugh. So
It was stocked almost all the way up to the end.
it was. I mean, on Sunday when we were shutting down, there was still food in there. I mean, there was. I mean,
I went in there.
No, I mean, there was probably a 12-pack of Pepsi and water bottles and like a bunch of bags of like chips. Which, you know what? That's a far cry from strawberry hard candy and tepid pink lemonade. So, you know, it was cool. Did they reach out to do that, or did you reach out to them, or did they just were like, yeah, we'll do it?
No, I don't know the specifics of the situation.
Yeah.
They don't involve me in things sometimes because they don't want me making waves in the business side of the convention for some reason.
Oh, Kabuki said, I like those strawberry candies. Well, you're the one, Kabuki kid. You're the one. You're the one person.
I like those strawberry candies.
What any other con have you been to where they gave you stuff like that?
I know. There was
Uh,
so much stuff in that room.
Yeah.
way back in the day. I mean, like when I used to go to Gen Con, I always used to get my press badge just to have access to the press room because the press room had all kinds of candies and sodas that you could crack into.
Is that the case anymore?
I don't know. I didn't bother applying for my press badge again this year. I just was like, I was like, I should do that. And I was like, whatever. Which is probably a good
it's still
thing.
awesome.
Which is probably a good thing because I heard from a lot of people that they were just basically like, you know, they were really choosy about who they picked. But apparently Forrest had his, so apparently they're not that choosy. So
Yeah, it's full of candy.
Really
Yeah.
choosy. Like,
Did you get your candy on in the press room at Gen Con?
there was no candy.
Oh.
Thanks for bringing it up again.
What about soda? Was there a limited amounts of soda in that room as well?
There was a good deal of soda. I mean, it would they'd get it refilled like a couple times throughout the day, but for the most part, it was good to come dip in, grab a couple sodas, bounce out the juices, the coffees. I think there were a couple snacks, some finger foods from there from time to time. But the big attraction was you get free Wi-Fi, so you actually have Wi-Fi at the con, which is nice. There's tables set up.
Yeah.
They have they reach out to all the publishers pretty much the floor and say, hey, if you hook us up with a copy of your game, the press can specifically cover it in here. And that's what we're going to do next year is we're going to do a lot
Anybody
of
do that? I haven't seen anything out of Gen Con this year.
I tried to do, we're going to do a lot.
I struggle to find any content coming out of Gen. I mean, you do your stream, but outside of that, nothing.
Yeah. I don't know.
Press.
there wasn't much.
The
no
only
press.
content coming out of Gen Con before was the BGG stuff.
Wow. We're not
Next
doing
year,
that.
we're going to do full gameplays and we're going to do full gameplays. We're going to sit down and play a whole bunch of the stuff in there, the hottest stuff, read the rules, probably have 3 of us in there just reading 3 separate rule booklets, play a couple turns, get a feel for it, then play how to like gameplay videos. Cause I think that'd be the best use of our time.
You know what I always see at BGG Con is like, and it always like it's both amusing to me and it is a reflection of the industry as well. Is that it is the classic water everywhere and not a drop to drink. You see the same people sitting there just looking at all the board games in the BGG library, and there's literally
10,000 games.
10,000 games staring back at them, and they just can't find one to play. Now, admittedly, a lot of it is like, hey, you wanna dive into this, like you wanna spend an hour and a half setting up, whatever, massive dungeon game or whatever, just like nobody's gonna do that, right? I mean, and I realize that there's a lot of like you want to like have that available for people in case the one person does show up and is like, oh, you know what I wanted to play? I really wanted to play Descent for 17 hours. Do you have Descent? And you want to have that available for those people. But I mean, I don't know. It seems to me that like there's got to be so much stuff that just never gets checked out. And knowing you,
no, it's a small percentage of. It's very heavy. What do you call it? New game loaded. I would say 80% new, 20% old. Maybe a little more old, but probably not.
Oh,
I mean, go look at the list. You can go look at the list right now. We published it.
Derek pulled out a game that we played that was almost the same game as that 13 words game.
Oh, really? Which one?
It was all about these cards had movie titles on them.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
It's like the same game.
Yeah, it's the same game, except not.
Yeah.
Like you put a word in you have to pick which title you think the movie it goes to.
No, so what it is there was two columns, and each the movie cards had like, if I say it was like
Silence of the
silence of the silence of on the bottom, and on the top it said the lambs.
Yeah.
So they would be on top of each other. So basically the bottom of one card and the top of another card would be the movie.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then you have reviews, a good review and a bad review that describes which, and then the guesser was like, you read the good review and the bad review, like, okay, which movie does this best apply to? And you got to match them.
Yeah.
It was good. It was only 3 of us playing, but it would be better with like more.
Yeah.
I wanted to play that actually. I saw that in his hands. I saw that before the con. I was like, oh, what is this movie with the movies titles?
Yeah.
I thought you were supposed to match them up somehow. But it's not.
I really like that game you showed me, that movie game with all the pictures.
Movie Mind?
Yeah. That was
Yeah,
cool.
that was cool.
Movie Mind?
I don't think it's out yet.
I checked, it was like publishing.
Yeah, it's called
publishing
Movie
date was-
Mind by Hachette.
I thought it was like 2021. I thought the
Right, but
publishing
it's
date
not
was-
out in America, I don't think.
Oh yeah.
I never heard
Super
of
clever.
Hachette.
It's got like 75 thick or a big large tiles, like they're cards with movie imagery on it. Like it's
Hmm.
all cartoon, but it's
Oh yeah, yeah,
there's
yeah,
10
yeah.
movie titles hidden in the picture.
And each one
Oh,
has
that's cool.
10.
Yeah,
Each one
every
has 10. And it
every
isn't
title.
really it isn't really a game. It's just, hey, let's
Well, there's a
pull
game
one-
to it. There's game rules.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, it was more fun just to pull it out and throw it on the table and then have
Exactly.
everybody kind of
That's what we did
and pick it.
The whole time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Barry
Me and Lincoln
Hachette is
played it like we played like 20 cards with the night before. We are like, let's do this. You know, like we were just
Yeah, that
making
was
it a
cool.
game.
Hachette. Barry Hachette is a France Quebec game company.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it was
Published.
it was-
I
Actually, they
never-
do books and everything too.
Yeah,
Did you
we-
guys
I
they
never heard of
were,
it with me?
They were right next to us at God, what convention? But I ended up talking to them a lot at Dice Tower. I ended up talking to them a lot. Very nice people.
Did you guys play Rankster with me? I feel like Rankster
Yeah.
is very good and it will be good.
No,
Will be well received as far as a party game.
Yeah, that one was fun.
You deal
It's a good time.
3 random people and then a card for the judge. You read the card, you don't say what it is, and
Oh
you rank
yes,
them
we did play this
face
Yeah.
down.
twice.
I secretly rank. Oh, you guys played it with me,
Yeah.
but Lance didn't play it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wasn't around.
You
And then
made-
you rank them secretly, and then you read the card, and you're like, who would make the best babysitter? And your choices are Gandhi, David Beckham,
And
and
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. And then you have to guess
Yeah.
what the way you think the judge ranked it, and that actually brings up a lot of good conversation.
Yeah, it
It
was fun.
does. Yeah, it was really good.
does, surprisingly.
And it's amazing. It's amazing the takes people have on things. You're like,
Mhm.
what? And then they explain. They're like, oh yeah, actually, I
Oh,
get
yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Rankster.
Rankster.
That's
I
from
remember that one.
that's from Ricky Tata.
Ricky.
He
Who's
did coup.
that?
He did he did coup.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
really?
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Ricky Tata. Ricky Tata. I think it's Tartar or Tartar, but it's Tata.
Is it getting brought out to
Tata.
America?
Yeah, it's coming out. We're gonna sell it in the store next week
Oh, cool.
That sounds cool.
or this week. We got a new release coming out this week. New releases.
Oh, cool.
What else did I play? Did you guys play 13? Matt played 13 Words with me. Did you like that game or no? I
It
thought
was fine.
Yeah, but it's weird as a co-op, right? Like you kind of almost want it to be a competitive game. Although doesn't make sense that it's not competitive.
No, it was fine. I gravitated. I related more to the movie one only because I'm a
Mhm.
cinephile. But apart from that,
Yeah, it was fun.
yeah, fine's a good word for it. I mean, I
It's
wouldn't-
harder than it looks.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
So you have a word in the middle of the board, and then 13 words around the circumference of the circle, and then everybody. You pick a card. So there's a judge who picks what word associates to the card in the middle secretly. So if you see the word water, like I might pick the word glass on the ring, and I have to dial it in, and then everybody has to match what they think I picked.
And it's
Oh,
usually
okay.
You get
butt
points.
talk.
Yes, the
Butt
buttock.
Butt talk is
The
always
buttock
correct
was quite
answer.
fun.
But talk.
The buttock joke.
And Eric was getting mad.
Was he?
Oh,
I don't remember.
He was. I was sitting beside him, and he was like, "Can we just play the
No.
game?"
Oh, right, because he was serious and we were being goofy.
Well, yeah.
We were, and I get it.
Yeah, he wanted to.
Yeah.
He was trying to make it go forward, and we were.
Well, he was teaching it too. We weren't being very courteous. So
oh, now
Yeah,
the
he
truth
was,
comes
he was
out.
teaching us the game, and then we were.
yeah. Oh yeah. It's all we're all jackasses.
Jackasses.
Words.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Buttock
wasn't.
was very
He
good.
wasn't bent out of shape or anything. He was just like, all
No,
right, come on, guys.
Yeah,
Come on, guys.
he was
Yeah.
just
Trying to
he was
keep
like
us
the
on-
taskmaster, right?
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
like, okay,
Let's do
okay,
this. Let's do this.
Yeah. I enjoyed, even though it was a little long in the tooth, I enjoyed Eric's reimagining of Time's Up.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've always loved.
That's
you
a
know,
quicker version of Time's Up.
That's been a
Is it
family
really?
game.
Yeah, because we didn't read the cards out. Reading out the cards takes a minute.
Oh wow.
You don't read. He didn't read them in his game.
Oh, you give people the list and then they have to remember the list to.
In between rounds 2 and 3, you read the list.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Never played it before, so.
Makes it easier, but also Like I couldn't hear half the words.
Yeah, it was a big table.
And we couldn't hear half your words because you had your mask on. No, and hey,
Yeah, sure.
plus all the ambient noise around us.
Yeah.
And somebody else was anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game's basically like a it's like a gamified version of something that my family played ever since I was
Yeah,
a kid. So
it's a gamified version of celebrities.
that's what we called it.
Yeah.
Celebrity.
Oh my
So I enjoyed it because
Yeah. But some of those people were really good.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Oh, Grant's
Christina.
girlfriend. What?
Huh?
Grant's girlfriend. What was her name? I
I
forget.
can't
Cat.
remember her name.
Cat. She was amazing.
I was waiting for the dog thing she had to do though. She's like, I'm not getting down all fours.
She was so amazing. Like she was just like,
Yeah, she was really good.
oh my
The other guy that was
gosh.
really good was
Tom.
no, the guy.
And Christina and Shu obviously were.
Yeah. The Colvin, no, Camden, no, what was his name? He was sitting beside Grant at the end.
I don't
Oh,
remember. I know you're talking about, but I can't remember.
He was quite
Yes.
good.
Yeah, he was.
yes. Oh gosh, I met him.
I feel
after
bad that I
we-
can't remember
and
his
we
name.
Played a game
It was,
at adjoining tables, neighboring tables.
Campbell.
Campbell.
Campbell,
He had a last name, first name.
and he's part of the Board Boys podcast.
Oh, deep cut. Well
That's
done.
right. You got the his cards are good.
Yeah, I have his
Yeah,
card
yeah.
upstairs.
Board Boys. That's right. That art is nice.
Yeah,
It does look really nice.
he was a super nice dude.
He was, yeah.
He was
Yeah.
a righteous dude.
He said some
Really
nice things
gracious
at the
dude.
end.
He said
You
what?
what?
He said some nice things at the end.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I was like, what did he say?
He said something nice. He said something
I gotta go
nice,
rough
which
him up.
never happens at BGG Con.
Huh?
Lance.
Ever.
I'm kidding.
No, you're not.
You know what they say about kidding?
No, it was all good. It was all love, man. There was no negatives at BGG Con
Yeah.
from my perspective.
I had a great time, man.
Except
Like,
for day one of the vendor hall.
oh,
The guy next to the BGG booth's table broke.
Oh
no.
no.
His shit fell on the floor and broke. And he was
Oh.
mad. He was
I'm
very
sure.
mad.
What?
I didn't hear that. What happened?
So the guy with the t-shirt shop,
Oh, him. Okay, yeah.
his table broke and he had like all this, he had a huge amount of stuff on it. I'm like, it was just all like fantasy dragon stuff and
yeah.
half of it broke. And he was pissed.
No kidding.
And I'm like, he goes, I think the hotel didn't set the table up right. I'm like, okay, well, let's solve it. Let's figure, let's do
Right,
it.
right.
And he was all about blaming.
Right.
Like, well, the table's broken. Well, nothing we can do about it now. So let's get it done.
That was
And
a lot of
I
t-shirts.
helped him clean it up and I helped him pick everything up and we offered him a thing. And that was the beginning. That was the first negative thing I had experienced. But he's happy now because he sold like a lot of t-shirts.
Did he really? I'm
Okay.
glad.
A lot.
So can I just say one thing? I had an interaction with that guy at, I think it was in Origins,
Oh, same guy.
where I told the guy was just a really crass misogynist piece of shit, and that was the same dude. And I
Huh.
realized it as soon as like he opened his mouth to talk to me, because my daughter said there was a shirt that she wanted. I went over there, and as soon as he started talking, I was like, "You're the fucking guy." I was just
Really?
like,
Mm,
yeah.
Huh.
that's too
That
bad.
was, yeah. I mean, so I was just.
I mean,
like,
I didn't get that, but like, he was.
no. But I mean, I think that guy. There's some people that are just a-holes, right? And that guy is just one of those people that's kind of an a-hole. I'm not saying that. Never judge somebody on their worst day, but I've told the story before. But basically, when I said, hey, I'm trying to figure out what size shirt, to buy, but I don't know what size because I'm trying to, because I was asking if he had woman sizes, and he said, this is at Origins like 5-6 years ago, and he said, oh, and he's just like, and he's just like, and he said, well, I mean, what are you trying to cover here? And I was just like, what are you talking about? And then he basically asked me what size breasts my wife had. And like,
I
by
remember
being-
the story.
Yeah, by
Oh,
being very
that was that
vulgar
guy.
about it. And I said, it's for my daughter. And he said, so? And I was just like,
Yeah,
you know
there's some
what?
people that are just wrong, like different.
And
you know,
I
not
was
in a
just
good
like,
way.
and I was just like, yeah, I'll take my money elsewhere. He's like, fuck you then, is what he said to me as I was walking away.
He did not.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, no, I mean,
yeah.
maybe he was having a bad day. Maybe he was just a, you know, a
maybe
dick.
his
I don't
table
know.
broke
Yeah, his table broke.
and
He's
no one
having a
helped
bad
clean
day.
up the stuff.
Maybe
Nobody
his table
helped.
broke earlier that day. I
Scott
don't
wasn't
know.
there.
But
See,
as soon as the voice just set off the lizard brain, my lizard brain, and I was just like,
see, Lance, you bring people together, and Scott cleans
I
up.
bring people together.
Scott solves problems.
Grant coming?
He's playing a game, and he said he'd show up. I'm sorry. Let me check. I'll see if your real friend will get
Yeah,
here.
check,
Hold on
check,
a second.
check. Why don't you bring him together? Bring us together.
Bring us together.
I hope it's not Mountains of Madness.
Madness.
Oh. I guess he
I
doesn't know
told-
Rob Davio.
What's that?
Yeah, I don't know if he wonder if he knows Rob Davio.
I don't know.
I think something changed with Mountains of Madness.
That was a good story,
Like
though.
I played that game too.
Did
I
you?
liked the first time I played it, but it changed between play
I just-
testing and actual
I just
production.
texted Grant. I said, Aldi is hoping you show up since you are his real friend. So
Mhm.
Oh,
we'll see.
Correct.
What else did I play?
what else, Scotty?
I think that's it. Spicy dice. Do you guys have
Spicy.
spicy dice?
That looked
I've never
cool.
played Spicy.
No, I
Dice.
saw the
Yahtzee.
box though.
It's a Yahtzee variant, but where you get 30 rolls total to make the best, to get your score the best it can
We
be.
played the popcorn one too.
Yeah, popcorn. Popcorn was not fun. Let's say.
No,
I can see what they're going for with it, but like
They
just
missed.
don't- I just didn't have a good time with it. It was
Yeah.
kind of frustrating, actually.
Yeah.
I wanted more out of popcorn than it gave.
That's
it.
fair.
Hey,
Oh,
we
in the-
signed our lease today.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Nice.
So when are you moving in there,
Congratulations.
Matt?
December 1,
December 1.
right
2
around when
weeks.
my new computer arrives.
Nice. You're now an official business.
An official business.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Ish.
I just wanted to make you feel good.
Am I though? You
I
always
so.
make me feel good, Evan.
I mean,
Oh,
thank you.
I played In the Palm of Your Hand. Did you guys play with that with me?
No.
Yes, I did.
You played
Oh.
it with me, Matt.
Well,
Yeah,
I
it was me,
somewhere
you,
else.
Christina, and Mike.
what
Did
is
you like
this?
No,
You don't like it at all? I thought it was fun.
I if I didn't play it again, I wouldn't miss it.
I
It's
had
not
a
like
good
it was it wasn't bad, but it was unremarkable.
What you
It
think,
should be
Scott?
a Mysterium themed game.
I talked to Grant about it though,
Mhm.
and he said, "Did you talk to him about it?"
Nope.
He said that. Sorry, am I talking too loud?
Nope.
He said that he found that it was just pointless because it was so easy
Mm.
that
We tricked both the team both times, I think, didn't we?
I know we did not have
Not
an
that
easy
easy.
time.
It was
with
easy. And it
So
was easy
he's
for
like-
us to trick people.
You know, so he'd be like, if he was guessing, he'd be like, "Oh, well,
Did
it's
they play it
obviously that
correctly?
one."
Did he play correctly?
I don't know.
Because you're supposed to do
Probably
2 cards instead of 1.
Yeah.
That's
No,
not
I mean, the
obvious.
first one's obviously that one. He was like, you know, and then the second one's obviously that one.
Oh, okay. Weird. Must be some good clue givers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which I was not. Apparently, if Michael's guesses were any
I think it was
clue,
fun.
I was not.
What else? Oh, Flamecraft is awesome.
Flame
I've
Yeah,
not
I
played that
I
yet.
played Minecraft.
And Acropolis.
Oh yeah, I saw you playing that one.
I played that
didn't-
a bunch of times. Played it like 5 times.
That one looks interesting.
It's like a half an hour tile placement.
Yeah.
Good game.
Did you play a Tiwa
No, did not get to that.
or Tile Tum? Tile
No.
Doom?
I didn't play
heard
any
really good things about Tiletum. Tiletum.
Tillatum.
Tilisham.
I wanna. In fact, I was thinking about I might go to the the library tomorrow and pick it up because
Can
that's
I
the
just-
only copy we've got
Oh, really?
over there. Yeah,
They gave a copy
hasn't
away
shipped
at
out yet, right?
what's that?
it isn't shipped out yet, right? It's not available.
No, Mick and Starla gave a copy away.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Did you win that?
No, I
no
didn't.
fear. Have no fear, Scott. Grant said that his game's finishing up soon, and he'll be on.
Oh, good.
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
great.
Grant
Thanks,
said to visit my
Lance.
true friend Scott.
Lance, for making that happen.
I
thanks,
think
Lance.
the
Could have done it without you, Lance.
What a jerk.
I think the best trivia team name that I heard, anyways, was Tigress and Your Mama.
Yep.
Tigers in your mouth.
And one of the answers.
Oh, I didn't do the. I missed the trivia because I.
One of the
actually
answers was Tigris and Euphrates.
And it was Tigress and EUR Mama.
That's a good name.
It was a good
Mhm.
name.
Was the trivia fun?
Fuck, it was
I-
hard. It
We
was
had a good
hard.
time. We had a good time.
Yeah, we had a great time. The Candy Cuties.
Candy cuties, they rise again.
You guys were the
Oh.
candy cuties.
Yeah, because we had all this candy on the table. I bought 2 chocolate bars, and James bought 2 chocolate bars, and there was
Paid
What?
for candy when there was.
what?
We were giving away all that candy out of Lance's room. That's why.
Oh yeah.
I'm wondering, like, did you go? See,
No.
he didn't go take the candy, Lance.
No, we didn't have access.
I went and paid $7 for 2 chocolate bars,
What?
which is still better than $14 for a beer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that how much the bar beers were?
Yeah, I should have
Well, they
next
were
time.
this-
I'm just
they were
gonna go
like
buy
this
a 6
tall,
pack.
right? I mean, they were like
They were tall.
They were
like tall.
20s. They were 20s, I think.
Yeah, they were tall.
$14 is kind of high, but
Yeah.
it's a hotel.
It was
Yeah.
no boot. It was no beer boot.
Makes me think of that.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I played Cat in the Box. I'm just talking about games.
Yeah.
Cat in the Box.
Oh,
I
I,
still
hear
have- I
good
still
stuff
haven't
about
played it.
that.
That game is awesome. It's really good. Cat in a Box. Cat in the Box.
It's a trick taking game, right?
It is a trick taking game.
I like trick taking. We played Scout tonight, actually.
Oh, I played a
Better
bunch
than
of
Scout. It's better than Scout.
Is
My
it
opinion.
really?
Oh, I don't think I like Scout. Honestly, I don't know why people like it. Like, it just doesn't seem that fun to me. Like, I can't express it.
Is it better than Euchre though? I doubt it.
No. Euchre's the best, but Scout is just not fun.
I don't know. I had a good time, but
You
I,
either
you know,
make
I'm
it,
one.
you either-
Yeah.
like, I don't know. It just doesn't have like that thing where you feel clever.
Yeah. Oh,
Like,
play-
you get dealt a random hand that works and you're good. Is that fun? I mean, that's fun for some people for sure. I'm not gonna take away people's fun.
I mean, it's not like there was no strategic choices.
It's not no strategic choice, but
But
if you get dealt
It was
a
light. It was light. Yeah.
set in a specific order in a certain
true.
way, you will win
Yeah.
that game. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think I can love that game.
Right. That's true. That's true. I had
And
fun
that's
with
all,
it.
that's all trick taking games, right? If you get dealt the right hand.
Yeah. Right. If you get dealt a bad
Play
hand.
enough times, it evens out.
Well, yeah,
Right.
I mean, just like playing hearts or something, you know. You just
But that
get
one
the-
specifically, right? Like, because
Yeah. Because
hey, I got a 5 card, I got a 6 card straight dealt to me. Okay, here I win. Like, that's literally what
Yeah.
happens because you can't beat that.
Right. Right. Well, if you're in
Mhm.
a big enough group,
So
Then-
a number of players matters.
yes,
A 3-player game, that game is not good.
correct.
It will break every time almost. If someone
Yeah.
gets dealt the lucky hand, they will win and you will not
Yeah.
be able to beat them. So
Yeah. But at larger player counts, then they
Sure.
do have to time when they play, you know,
that's different. Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
What game are you talking about?
Scout.
scout.
Scout still? Okay, sorry.
You still on that?
And then my
Oh,
final
yes.
game, and I'll stop talking now.
You can
Unlock
go-
Extraordinary Adventures, or not? It's not that one, but it was the one that has the Mysterium in it and Ticket to Ride, and
Play
Pandemic.
that.
Mhm.
We played the Mysterium one, which is neat. Do you guys like unlocks? I don't know. Do you know what that is?
I don't
That's the puzzle game in a box, cards,
know.
or escape room in a box.
Oh no.
No, I don't know.
It's neat.
Apparently, I'm a really, really terrible clue giver in
Person.
Mysterium.
Oh,
Thanks, Lance.
ah,
You were the bad ghost. You were not a good ghost.
I was a horrible ghost. Like
I
I
remember,
was
when,
a,
I remember when I first taught Mysterium to my friends and I was the ghost, and they were like, just like, and then I remember like nearly everybody at the table was like, "Man, you suck at this. That's why we couldn't figure."
Do
it out. I was
you
like,
remember
knock
the
yourself
fire?
out. Be the ghost. Show me how it's done. And everybody played the ghost, and they're like, "All right, that's really tough." Being the ghost.
Remember the year that came out?
Yes.
yeah.
That
Which
BGG
version?
That BGG Con was like, it was on fire. Like that was a truly hot game.
Yep. I have the Polish Tajman do Mosto, which is the Polish version of it. I still have it.
So do I.
Oh. You know what I got to play with one Michelle Alden and folks
And folks,
and Eric Lang
Oh,
was
the good Alden.
Yeah, the good
best Alden.
This sounds like a novel. Was Poetry for Neanderthals, and
yeah.
we
I think I listened to you guys
we
playing.
had
It
a
was
good
kind of-
time. That was a lot of
hilarious.
fun. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
I did not play in that game. You guys. But
No,
you
yeah,
couldn't get-
yeah,
Did you get Bob to?
yeah. He was.
Did he
was
actually do
going.
his clues? Okay.
Yeah,
Cheryl
yeah.
did
He
do
was.
her
He
clues.
was
Cheryl
doing
did.
it. No, he's
Oh.
great.
Another game we played that we almost got like halfway through was Resurgence.
Research.
I haven't played that.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. What game? What? It was that fun?
Yeah, it was me and Charlie and not Charlie. Charlie played the next game. Who's the other guy that works with Charlie? He used to be a comedian.
Jeff.
Jeff.
Grand Line.
How funny that you hooked up with those guys. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Or did I introduce you to Charlie?
Well, we went to dinner with
Oh,
Charlie,
that's right. I forgot about that.
and then Jeff and I just happened to be playing a game together. It was me, Jeff, Shu, and Brian, I think. This guy Brian. All the software guys. But no, that
You
was
guys
good.
from Valve. Yeah.
Did anybody end up playing Deal with the Devil?
No, I never did.
We talked about.
Lance, didn't you play that?
You talked.
I played it
about
after I got home. We talked
okay.
about it already.
And
You
Oh,
weren't
all
here.
right. All right.
I mean, I think it's a really good game. It'll
tank.
it's a game that will
It'll do,
reward
babe.
multiple plays. It has a lot of layers to it, and if you get caught up with the hidden role dynamic of the fact that one person's the devil, one person's a cultist, and two people are humans, you will forget that you're supposed to. It's really kind of a logistical engine building type game of trying to get points, and so and that's just the deal. The devil portion is just it's just one facet.
did you does it have an app?
It does.
Okay.
It requires an app.
Do all his games require apps?
The only two games I know of his are that and Alchemists, and both
Yeah,
of
me
them-
too.
Both of them require that. So,
Yeah.
and as I specified earlier, I understand why people have the kind of like, oh, it's that like I think like people are thinking it's like, oh, this whole thing about the devil is like the big aspect of the game, and it is but it's not the only thing. And so I think a lot of people are like, oh, this is gonna be cool because I gotta figure out who the devil is, and it's like, I mean, it's not exactly, I don't know. It's not it's important, but it isn't like, the end all be all of the game. So
cool.
but anyway, I think I want to play it again. I mean, I'll say that. I mean, I got done playing it. I enjoyed myself. I lost, but I definitely do want to play it again. So
Nice.
I played Autobahn.
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 Yeah.
Did you play it?
No.
No. It was I think it's a good game, but it was hard to figure out how to play. Like for the simplicity of what the actual mechanisms were, there was just like lots of little rules nuggets to remember, and like, wait, how do I move this thing over here? Oh, wait, what do I have to do this thing? So for being a simple game, it was actually really hard to play. But I think it's a good game. I don't know. I need to try it again.
Who makes that?
That is Alley Cat.
Alley Cat?
Yeah, Alley Cat Games by Fabiano Lopiano and Nestore Mangione.
I don't know any of these publishers. I'm really disconnected from the hobby.
Who are these people?
Who are they?
But yeah, I suspect it's a good game. But I had to stop halfway through because BJ had to go to some fancy dinner. Some fancy dinner.
How is the
Fancy
the
dinners.
food situation there at the Dallas DGG? I've
Well, Lance-
never been to one. I've been at the DFW, and that was a pain in the ass with food. I'm just
Well, the restaurants are amazing. The
Go
burger
on.
that
Outside
I
of the
had,
hotel.
what's that?
Outside.
yeah, that's what I meant
Yeah, yeah.
outside the hotel.
Or
Yeah,
did
yeah.
you eat at any of the restaurants in the hotel? Because there's two.
I had something from the little sandwich bar
Oh, okay. That didn't count.
twice, a burger, which was a mistake.
And the walking
And-
taco.
The walking
Walkie
taco
taco?
was fucking awesome.
The walkie
The
taco.
walking taco wasn't bad. I'll say
I
that.
wanted to get one of those because I haven't had one of those in a long time.
So I'll say this about going to the restaurant or going to the bar and getting anything that was like overpriced and service was subpar in my opinion. But the Meeple Cafe, I think, which I think they obviously
It was a
just-
good deal.
It was not bad at all. My daughter and I went there and she got the hamburger and for like $7 with like whatever it was, like hamburger and potato chips, and I got the walking taco thing for like $8, and it was like $15, and like it was a good deal. Like usually like you'd think, oh, I'm gonna pay like $15 each for these things at a hotel, but no, it was actually like it was not bad.
The only thing I could have used on my walking taco was some really shitty queso, like the stuff you
Shitty
pump
queso?
out.
Oh, the pump queso? Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, to be
Like
on
cheese
par
whiz?
with the walking taco, I mean,
Like cheese whiz?
yeah, I was missing the gooiness of it because like
They
you
don't
put the
put any-
cheese on, it's fine, but it
Where
wasn't
do you
hot enough to
get
melt. it.
walking tacos in Canada?
No, never heard of it, but it was good.
I never heard of a walking taco.
They're like Frito pie.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
no,
Like a-
so okay. When I got mine, it was, I guess they were out of the actual walking taco things, so it was just a clamshell with chips in it and some meat on it. And I just,
Oh, so that's just a taco. In my
well, what's a
opinion.
walking taco then?
In a Frito bag?
Uh,
Taco in a Frito bag.
Could also
okay.
be in a Dorito bag as well. That is acceptable.
Doritos?
Yes. It's
So-
delicious.
Plus, I don't know what it is. Hold on.
Wouldn't that be more like nachos instead of a
I thought it
walking
was in a
taco?
Frito
I mean,
No, there's Doritos Locos Taco at Taco Bell.
If you Google walking tacos, you'll see what I'm talking about.
You'll
the number one
Dorito
hit.
bags, I bet too.
Mm.
It's a thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's weird that they called it walking taco if it was just a taco.
Well, no, it was
It's
just
a shell.
so it was
It was a
it was
wacky
kind of the same
taco.
thing,
Yeah.
but
Did it
instead of
put it
a
in a
bag,
bag?
they put it in the clamshell thing.
What's a clamshell thing?
Like
a case, the styrofoam cases.
Yeah,
stuff.
like-
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, so in a like a Big Mac case.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
but it was
box.
like
Okay.
it was like 10 inches by 10
they didn't
inches.
use
It
the
was
bag.
large.
They didn't use the bag.
So what they did is they put some regular chips in, then they opened 2 bags of Doritos and chucked those in.
Okay, so they made their own. They didn't use a bag of time. They didn't use a
I
bag.
guess so.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it
It
was
looked
good.
fine.
I mean,
Yeah.
but I could have used, like I said, I didn't I couldn't find it was like,
Salsa?
well, there was all the I found the salsa. There was all these like dressings. I was looking for ranch because in Canada you put a taco salad, you put ranch on it, right?
Okay,
Fair.
that's fair.
Fair. Yeah.
Something for everybody.
Yeah.
And
So
Yeah,
I was
there's
looking for
a
ranch.
Tejas, my
jalapeno ranch.
friend.
If it was jalapeno ranch, I'd be in.
Well, they had all these little tubs of dressing. I'm
Queso.
like, where's the ranch? And then I was a little mortified to see that it's in like the
Right
little
back.
ketchup packets.
uh,
I'm like, when in Dallas, let's go.
And packet ranch sucks.
That Ken's.
When it's mixed
I'd say
with
all
with-
ranch sucks, but whatever.
Delicious.
Yeah, I'm with you,
yeah,
Scott.
I'm not a big ranch fan. There's only
Whoa,
there's
whoa,
very
you
few
taking
uses
shots.
I
for
got to
ranch.
think about white
Shots
things
fired?
in general.
I don't eat much ranch, but
No, me neither.
there,
I've
like,
lost my
there are
taste for
certain times where you can dip pizza crust in ranch. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
I shower in that shit.
Uh,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ranch is. I mean, all other dressings are superior to ranch. I think,
yeah, it, yeah,
with
that's
the
the
exception
one-
of Thousand Island.
I used to
Yeah.
love Thousand Island.
With the exception of Thousand
I
Island
hated it.
dressing.
I used to
used to
make
love it.
gallons and gallons of that shit.
What was the exception?
So I said all dressings are better than ranch, with the exception
Depth.
of Thousand Island dressing.
Mhm.
Not a
Yeah, I guess
fan.
you're probably right.
I don't know. I think to me, like from worst to
There's
best,
no
is
eggs in ranch.
Russian
there?
dressing is like the worst. That's
Really?
the red one, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
it's
that's
good.
Thousand Islands without
What's in
the
Russian
islands.
dressing?
And then it's ranch, and then
It's
it's
ketchup
Thousand
and
Island.
mayonnaise, basically, Scott.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Is there eggs in ranch? Someone said ranch is like seasoned mayonnaise, but mayonnaise has eggs in it.
Man, I did not
Yeah.
realize there was so much ranch hate. I'm in my Midwest bubble where we all love ranch and it's everywhere.
What's my favorite? I'm trying to think of what my favorite dressing would be. It's definitely not ranch. Blue
What's your
cheese.
least
My
favorite?
favorite is
I
blue
wanna
cheese.
know.
Blue cheese.
That's
Blue
a
cheese for wings.
Ooh, blue
yes.
cheese is my least favorite.
Yeah, blue cheese is the best.
I love the
Yeah,
idea
yeah.
of blue cheese dressing.
You
I'm
like
a
it?
big blue cheese fan.
It tastes like highlighter to me.
Does it?
That's such an
How do you know
oddly
what a
specific
highlighter tastes like?
Highlighter. Well, you like,
never-
put 'em
I mean,
on-
come
like
on.
you know what a highlighter
I've
is?
sniffed the
We've all
permanent
sniffed
markers.
a
I've
few
never
highlighters
tasted
and
them.
just gone.
Evan, why are your lips yellow?
We've all tried it. We were all in college once.
Okay. No, I wasn't, but okay.
Uh,
Oh my
Yeah, that's
Actually,
the one
I-
thing I didn't like about BGG Spring is the restaurant thing. You know, it's you're
Oh,
in
really?
the airport. there,
Yeah, when you're in the airport, it's
pain in
rough.
the
You
ass to
gotta
get
Uber
out.
it or you gotta DoorDash it, and
and
you'll
it's
get-
at least 2 hour ordeal.
yeah,
Oh,
you
that's a
DoorDash.
bummer.
You DoorDash when you're out
Well,
there.
I don't think DoorDash was as prevalent. the last
That's
time
true.
we went.
you're in the airport?
It's it's right next to the airport.
It isn't. It's inside the airport.
Yeah.
Really?
Like when I drove there, I had to
It's
go
like a
through
Hyatt
the
in the air-
airport
Yeah,
parking
it's a
lot to
Hyatt
get
in
in.
the airport.
Oh, okay.
Because DFW is huge. It's as
Yeah.
large as the island of Manhattan. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Is it that big? Wow.
DFW
Yeah.
was
It is.
ginormous.
Yeah.
It's ginormous. So there's like 4
Well, it's a major hub,
terminals,
ain't it?
and they're not small. It's not like in like the Portland airport. You can like walk between terminals.
Now you have to take a train.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Yeah, I would imagine it was that.
Yeah, there's a tram that goes around the whole
yeah.
compound.
Oh, it's a
Giant
huge
enormous.
airport.
the city of DFW.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Blue cheeseburgers from Benbury. That's an
Blue
American. I don't know what
cheeseburgers from
that is.
Benbury.
I've
One of my
never heard
favorite blue
Denver.
cheeseburgers is you make 2 super thin patties and you put blue cheese inside on top of one of them and you crack some big black pepper and you put them together and then you make like a Juicy Lucy sort of thing. Really good.
Juicy Lucy.
The
I
Juicy
like-
Lucy is a cheese stuffed burger patty.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I like blue cheese on a blackened hamburger.
Yeah.
Like with
Yeah.
packet seasoning, that kind of
Yeah.
blackened.
Yeah.
Mm. My mouth is watering right now.
Stop. Just gotta start to behave.
God, I want a blackened blue cheeseburger right now.
Highlighter.
Are you guys still allowed to get your burgers cooked in like different temperatures or
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you
They
were
stopped it up
asked-
there, Matt.
If
We were
you
always
ask for a
allowed.
temperature, like then like the waivers signed, man.
Yeah, you basically
Yeah.
it depends on the location. Most
yeah, so I used to work at a burger place and you could do it less, but you have to sign a waiver.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the bylaw, the Ontario
you know
bylaw,
anybody
is-
that's ever
interesting.
died from eating an undercooked burger?
I don't know.
Guess what would you get? E. coli or something? I guess.
Probably.
It could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like the medium well is the law here, but you can sign a
Interesting.
waiver.
I never had a problem with that. I always say burn it. And when you think it's done, leave it on in a couple more minutes. I grew up with
On
the
a piece of
depression era people.
charcoal?
Yeah. I've gone down to like medium well, but
Any leftovers, you can give them the Montreal Canadiens.
I'm funny with especially pork, but
Did you
hamburger.
hear, speaking of the Montreal Canadiens, that Ryan Reynolds might buy the Ottawa Senators?
Oh, really? That's cool.
I'm serious, Evan.
That's just
I
like
have no idea what that means. What words did you say?
Huh?
Ryan
Ryan
Reynolds
Reynolds,
might buy
the
our
actor.
NHL team.
has enough money.
Well, Bill Maher owned the
Well, usually
Yankees
when
or one
those
of them
things
at one
happen,
time.
it's like
Mets.
Mets,
there's a front man who
And
will-
investors.
Yeah,
Yeah, who will have
Yeah.
like 5% stake, and then they get all these other
Right.
people to come in.
yeah.
Like way back when, it's kind of a cool story, but the Philadelphia 76ers, like when they were, this is in the early 2000s, I believe, might have been like 2010. But anyway, there was like basically like the team was being run horribly, and there was this very kind of charismatic front man guy that pulled together all of this outside money, and he basically had 1% stake of the 180 million bucks that they paid to buy the team, and then he had all these other people, and then he became the general manager of the team. And then eventually, I mean, he ran it for a while, and blah 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 blah, and he eventually got bought out or something like that. But it was kind of a cool story. I can't remember that guy's name.
Do you guys have Steak and Shake in Canada?
Not
Steak
in
and Shake.
Ontario.
I really like Steak and Shake. A
Yeah.
lot.
That's a regional. I'm surprised you
been
got
there
it down there,
twice.
Scott. That's a regional thing. I know. I think it originated
We
up
got one
in
in
New
Dallas.
York.
We got some in Dallas.
Yeah.
Me, Lincoln, and Nikki went because Nikki loves it.
That's
I
I
like
it.
take an
yeah.
In-N-Out burger though.
I've never had one of them.
Burger was okay. I don't like the.
I
fries.
tried that one down by you, Scott. What was it? The Whataburger? Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Ohio. The other one.
Whataburger. We had Whataburger.
That was okay. I was thinking the other one, the Shake Shack or something up in Ohio.
Shake Shack too.
Yeah, that was horrible. Shake Shack.
I like Shake Shack.
That
No,
was
I don't like it.
not Shake. Steak and Shake. No, that's maybe it was Shake Shack.
That's what I said. Steak.
Steak and Shake. I like the other one. It was like we were at Origin, so it had to be an Ohio regional thing. I think it was Shake Shack or Steak and Shake, Shake Shack. One of them.
Steak and Shake, Shake Shack, In-N-Out, Whataburger.
I like the one. The
Smash
other
burger?
one. Yeah, smash burgers. They're actually what I prefer. Thin burgers.
I gotta make some smash burgers sometime. I keep hearing good things about smash burgers.
Best
way
there's
to
a
do it.
place, there's a chain called Smash Burger, and I've been there like once or twice in my life, and it was always garbage. I was just
Garbage?
like, yeah, well,
What's garbage about it?
I mean, for everything they were like, oh, we smash your burger and blah, blah, blah. And it was just like, yeah, this just kind of tastes like I went to a Denny's and got a burger. It was just kind of like,
Denny's.
Yeah, they are
no,
similar.
don't
Denny's
get me
is
wrong.
done right.
I don't
Moon's
know-
over my hammy, man.
The moon's over my
Moon's
hammy.
over my
That's a
hammy.
solid meal. That's the first
That's a
ever
classic.
date.
That'll mess you up.
I'm quite the guy. My first ever date with my wife was I took her to Denny's just to hang
I'm
out and
partial
have
to the
some food.
skillets at Denny's.
I've not been.
The moon's over
10
my
years.
hammy. I
Maybe
went.
longer.
So Denny's.
Yeah, I'm the same boat, Scott.
There was a Denny's near
When
my
was the last time?
on this road that was that headed back to whenever I leave the bar, and usually somebody else would drive me because I was trashed. But there was a Denny's on the way home, and I would go there with my buddy Derek. He went there so often. He walked in and they bring me, I sit down and they bring me a menu, and then he asked, what do you guys want to drink? And I'd be like, yeah, Coke or whatever. And the guy would leave, and then the guy would come back and hand me a Coke, hand Derek his Coke, and then hand Derek his bacon cheeseburger with fries that he ordered every single time that he went in there. As soon as he walked in, they started making his food.
He was
They
a
knew
regular.
Yeah.
And then he's like, what would you like? I would just be like, I don't know. It's like they have a bacon
Moon's over
cheeseburger
my
with
hammy.
fries already. You know? It's just, usually it was a moon's over my hammy. 'Cause that's a solid meal there. Let me tell you.
That mess you up.
Yeah, I mean, it can
lot
be
of
a
grease.
race home.
It's a lot of grease.
It's-
Yeah, you won't want to. On a date, do not eat that.
Stay close to the house.
But no, I had-
Oh, sorry, it was the fish.
I had
cakes.
the
Excuse me.
I I had the super bird. I had the super bird on my
Oh.
date, and trust me, that also had a
Food
lot of
poisoning.
booze.
Chicken at Denny's just doesn't sound good.
So
If it's not
Super
eggs
is,
and pancakes, like what?
yeah, I mean, it's tough to go wrong with French toast, right?
Could go wrong with that, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, no. So let's see here. The super bird. The super
No.
bird at Denny's is thinly sliced chicken, ham, cheese, tomatoes, and
Like
bacon.
a deli?
Yeah, and so
Like deli meat?
thinly sliced chicken, ham with melted cheese, crisp beef, bacon, and tomato on a grilled sourdough.
2 all beef patty special sauce.
It's a,
Not
it's
bad.
a, it's a
Delicious, thinking
solid,
about it.
it's a
Right.
solid sandwich. It's an extremely solid
Super
sandwich.
bird.
The super bird.
What was the really long name one at Denny's? It wasn't the Grand Slam breakfast.
No, it was
like the
no, I know
yeah, it was a commercial, right?
The Tutti Frutti.
oh no, that's IHOP.
Oh, so yeah.
Tutti Frutti Fresh Fruity Breakfast.
That's
What was the other?
Wasn't there another one? Maybe that's the one I was thinking of.
what do you I feel
I haven't been to IHOP in decades.
So you know what's sad is that they don't have it
the
anymore.
Grand Slam.
But for the longest time, Denny's had a thing called the Dagwood.
Dagwood. Oh, like the comic strip character?
Yeah, like so. Remember the Dagwood would always have those giant sandwiches he made and everything. Like
Yeah.
that. But they
Yeah.
had a Dagwood sandwich at the thing, and the Dagwood sandwich it was just this big, giant, thick, giant, stupid. It had eggs
Giant.
and bacon and ham and cheese and breakfast sausage and all this crazy stuff, and it was pretty good. And then they just stopped making it, which made me sad. So, but it had a giant Kaiser roll for the bread, which I thought
Oh,
was
yeah.
really cool. Yeah, it had sausage links. I just looked it up. Sausage links, shredded melted cheddar cheese, 4 slices of bacon, 3
Sounds pretty good.
thinly sliced ham. Yeah.
Do you have
And they cut the deli roll or the Kaiser roll in half, and then they'd hollow out both ends so they can cram all the stuff inside.
Matthew, do you have Waffle House in Canada?
Wait, what?
Waffle House?
No.
No. That's another American delicacy.
Yeah, we have something similar.
I've
to
eaten
it
at
in
a Waffle
Portland.
House.
It's a regional thing too, Scott. Because I
Oh, it's
never
pretty
heard
Do
of
that
it.
again
Yeah.
anytime soon.
Really? I
It's
thought it
more
was- I thought it
prevalent
was
now.
nationwide.
We
Nah,
don't
it's
have
more-
Waffle House out here.
it's more
We've
prevalent
got-
now.
We've got IHOP, and we've got a place that's like Waffle House. It's open 24 hours, and it's like similar quality, but it's
Yeah.
not.
Do
Waffle
they have the
House.
scattered, smothered, and covered? options?
Yes,
Or
similar.
scattered.
Not exactly the same, but similar.
Chopped
Yeah.
and
So
diced, all
I
those
think
things.
so. Yeah.
I have to confirm, and I will, and for all interested parties, I will confirm and make sure. But it looks like it'll either be February 17th through the 19th or 24th to the 26th, where Gathering of Vikings is going to happen this year. For sure. So if anybody,
The GOV.
I've got the venue. Either of those works. I got it, but I got to confirm tomorrow when I go to my kids' Taekwondo class and talk to the guy who runs the thing. I've got the event center. It can easily fit 100 people. We won't nearly have that many people. It's got, for people that come in from way out of town, I will take care of all of the driving to the venue and back. We'll have food, everything. We've got a beer tap. We've got all kinds of. So the call goes out to anybody that has nothing better to do and wants to freeze their butt off in February and come and be in a well-appointed and very nice looking event center to play board games for a weekend.
Yeah.
Is Viking heritage required?
Nope, I will pick you up from the airport. Yeah, I can point you in the direction of a decent hotel and to stay at. And then, like I said, I will pick everybody up and drive them to said venue, and I'll bring you back as well. I mean, and we will have, like I said, we'll have food. And then we will have excursions to like take you to the fantastic food places that I have said that I have reiterated numerous times, such as Dwayne's House of Pizza, Grand Junction Subs. We'll go to all the cool places to eat. So I don't know if you guys can make it or not, but you're all
When is
invited.
this?
February of next year.
I could make it, but it's not in the cards with the price with the baby.
Oh yeah, it'd be like the 17th to the 19th, the 24th to the 26th.
Oh yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah.
It'd be
I'll
either
be in-
that
I'll be
or
in
Gamma. I
Hawaii.
don't think I have to do Gamma.
I'll have fun with-
Hawaii.
I'll have fun without you.
Is that the weekend of Gamma?
No,
No,
but cost wise, I can only do one or the other.
yeah.
You'll have more fun at mine.
Oh, I have no doubt about that.
Gamma's end of April.
Is it still in Reno?
I
Yeah.
believe for one more year.
Until yeah,
And then where?
BGG Con was my guilty pleasure of the year
Yeah.
or of the next little while because I mean it was more of a
I like
pleasure
how
than it
you
was-
changed that. I mean, for the next little while, not because I could have said, well, this is 2023, Matthew. But
I didn't say calendar year.
that is true.
This is true.
You could have said like fiscal year. or
364
something.
days to go.
Even though
Yeah,
my
it's just
fiscal
like
year
it.
is a calendar year, but you didn't know that.
Yeah. So Scott, is your bucket list like mine, where you want to go to Minnesota in the middle of February?
Oh, it'll be so cold. It'll be
My
so
God,
ridiculously cold.
How do
Fuck
I even
no.
deal with that?
Fuck
I don't-
no! I
It
need
snowed
3
here
days
today.
just for my
I have
back
no
to
warm
adjust to
clothes at
that.
all.
Yeah.
It gets colder here than it does in Canada in most places.
It does.
What is the temperature? What is the average temperature in February?
Yeah, like 1.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
How cold do you think it is? I don't know. 1.
Is that with or without the wind
Colder
chill?
than
Good
you
call. What's that from, Evan? What's that
It's
from?
No,
from
it
Planes,
is.
Trains, and Automobiles.
That is from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Very good. Let's see.
Speaking of which, there is now a 2-player dexterity game based on Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Is there?
It's got the
Really?
the shower ring in it.
It is.
Oh
There's a
my
how to play
gosh.
video on Bauer's Game Corner too. You'll watch.
Oh
What
my
you think of it,
gosh.
Ballard?
gotta watch
It
the video.
was a very interesting game. I don't think it's gonna be for most people, but it's for $9. It's popcorn fun. Like it's like
Yeah.
you're not gonna play it more than a few times. It's like dexterity. Like you have to spin the shower curtain and look at cards and then play cards. And I think if you like 2-player cooperative games, you'll enjoy it. I don't think it's going to be like, oh my gosh, it's so thematically blah blah blah. But
That's
It's
a
not
weird
a bad
IP. That's a weird
some
IP
people
to
will
try to
hate the
grab
game. Though, I
anyway.
will say that.
So here we go. So for my area last year in February, it had increased in temperatures, averaging by 9 degrees as opposed to January.
Wow.
We had 2 days where the temperature exceeded 40 degrees.
There you go.
And then we
That's
we
balmy.
had a
Too
week that
balmy.
it was like -16. So,
Yeah.
The offset.
So
And
it's
that's
not the
why
Bible
most people
Belt,
don't
it's-
but this will
there.
be towards the
It's the
end of
ice ring.
February, so it'll
It'll be warm.
Starting to warm up.
It'll be starting to warm up exactly.
The
so,
ice might be less mushy.
Yeah.
or-
There's
yeah.
only
Or
6 feet of
solid.
snow instead of
said,
10.
temperatures rarely fell below 0 degrees Fahrenheit in 2022, and reached a high of 45 degrees on February 27th.
Yeah,
The
it's
average
no,
temperature,
bad.
the average low was between 4 to 13 degrees Fahrenheit, and the average high was 29 degrees.
it's known for the not the horse race, the dog race, the I didn't
Ah,
rod.
Mm.
I didn't rod. Matt, you know what I'm talking about. No, that's in Alaska. You don't know what I'm talking about.
I did a rod.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Nah, man,
I know,
Alaska's a lot,
Didn't
pretty much
rot.
just Canada now.
If I say it a bunch of times, it gets
Alaska
more
was
funny,
always its
right?
own thing. It's harsh. Yeah. The Canadians didn't want them. We barely wanted them. Their own days.
That's beautiful country up there, though.
Oh yeah, it is.
I went.
But
to
everybody's
UConn.
in
I went to
like
the Yukon once.
everybody's in like 4 spots.
Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah.
I read a Jack London novel about it once, so I'm
Beat you
pretty much
to
an
it
expert.
there, Aldi. Gotta type faster.
Great minds, great minds.
So
I did
anyway,
check
if you just roll it around in your brain, I don't expect anybody to show up. I realize it's like in the middle of nowhere and it'll cost money to get there and what have you. But if you do decide to come in from out of town, it will be a thing. I've got a few people, like I got a couple of people I know, like from Chicago that are coming in.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Chicago.
Will there be the
Uh,
warm pink?
I got a buddy in
tepid night?
Florida that might come up, so might come up for it.
Florida,
Maybe
definitely.
I can get Grant to do some stand up for us.
Yeah.
Probably not, but you know.
Yeah, where is that guy?
Yeah, where is he?
Yeah, where is that guy? What
He
game is
ain't
playing?
coming.
Was he playing Mega Civ? He's got
He's
a
all
Dude, he's, in a,
promises.
he's in a commercial with Tom Brady. He's never
It's all
Yeah,
promises.
he's never
He
coming
was in a
back.
crypto commercial. I wonder how that crypto's doing.
I didn't see the
FTX?
crypto.
Dude, that
didn't see
story
this.
is crazy. The
What?
FTX story.
I don't
Oh my
know.
God, it's so
I
crazy.
listened to they were talking
was
about
that-
it on the Joe Rogan podcast. It was like, holy crap.
Was that Brady's thing?
What?
Was that Brady's thing?
I don't know if it was FTX, but I
I
just
think,
I
I
have
think
no
he had something to do with it. I mean, I'm not sure if it was like
Oh, that was the Super Bowl one.
hold on.
that was what Grant was
Yeah,
in.
Matt.
What
right?
was the thing? He's coming back or something like that? Wasn't
Tom
it?
Brady is sued in connection with FTX collapse.
Oh.
Well, he put his
Hmm.
name on it.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt.
Oh.
Joe Rogan, where I go for well-researched and intelligent discussion.
Yes.
I love Joe Rogan.
Of course you do.
Of course he did.
Joe Rogan has the most diverse and fascinating groups of people. Like you can point to some bad apples, but the dude's done like 1,500 shows. Like he's had Bernie Sanders, he's had Tulsi Gabbard, he's had so many
There it is.
people on there.
Bucket, because so yeah,
Wait,
that was he was a brand ambassador for FTX. That was his commercial. That was what the commercial was for.
Really, that's
Brady
great.
is one of various defendants in a class action lawsuit filed Wednesday, 5 days after FTX landed in bankruptcy. The suit claims FTX was essentially a pyramid scam, and that it used celebrities like Tom Brady to continue funneling investors into the FTX Ponzi scheme and to promote and substantially assist in the sale of the accounts, which are unregistered securities. Other defendants include Brady's ex-wife, Giselle, Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence, Shaquille O'Neal, Stephen Curry, Shohei Ohtani, and the Golden State Warriors. Plenty of investors have avoided crypto due to
Just the
FTX
entire
Ponzi
Golden
scheme.
State Warriors.
Yeah.
All of
early,
them.
early arrivals
And buy
get
one.
in at a low price. Subsequent purchasers drive up that number. The first ones to start cashing out, then the whole thing eventually falls apart. Next, when it's time to pick up the pieces, some of you got rich quick and are facing tough questions and incurring potentially significant legal fees, and that's why Brady and others will now be doing.
But the guy who was running it was running like a total bang house in the Bahamas. There was like a polyamorous like couple of like 9 people living in the Bahamas. Like this guy was like worth like 15 billion bucks at like 28. And it was just like he was like
Ooh.
it's they're gonna make movies about this. Actually I'm pretty sure they were talking about was the people who did the you ever seen the movie The Big Short?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those people were like already documenting this person, I guess, when the collapse happened. So it's gonna be fantastic when it comes out, like everything. Like
Oh hey, Aldi,
a
your friend
15
showed up.
billionaire.
Hey, Grant, how's it going?
Hey,
Hey,
Wyatt.
how are you guys?
Welcome.
Grant, were
Hey,
you
Grant,
named?
you need a
Were you named
space
in the
between
lawsuit?
your name.
We got a what?
Were you named in the FTX lawsuit?
Nope, I was not.
You were that
Nice.
commercial,
I did
right?
think it was. That's the first company I've done a commercial for that has.
They named everybody else.
Yeah, I was like, man, maybe they
Jack,
spent
you
too
better-
much money on these
better-
commercials.
You better check the
You had to
Yeah.
lay low.
names.
I
mean,
gotta
they
leave
for
the,
sure
I've got to
spent
leave
a
the
lot of money
country
on
for
those
a few.
commercials.
Did you get paid?
Also named Grant Lyon.
Yeah.
The guy
We're-
with the
we're-
funny mustache.
Grant Lyon, the 100 Air. We're going
Yeah.
after him too.
All the Warriors and like
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
that.
It is
What
pretty
was the
wild
tagline
though.
in that? What was the tagline in that commercial? Like he's coming back or something? Like or
Yeah, it was no, he's looking for a trade.
he's looking for a trade. That's what it was.
Yeah. And
Looking for-
so, but then it was just trading cryptocurrency.
Trading
now.
crypto, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, it's not a good year for Brady.
No, I
Not a
mean,
good
he
year for
lost a
crypto.
lot. Did you see how
Crypto.
much he lost? A ton of money in that deal.
I think he'll probably be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and his money is like, it's not liquid money. I'm sure it's just like
Right.
the value of all this stuff. But he was a big investor in FTX. That's
They
why he
probably-
was doing
They probably
commercials
granted
for
him
him.
a lot of things,
Yeah.
a lot of shares or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's what I mean. Is like when they say he lost. I mean, they said he lost like tens of millions of dollars on that, but I'm sure that that's probably like shares, not liquid
Hmm.
money. You
I
know?
can only
Thing is, when you
imagine
get
how
that,
much
when
they
you get
offer
that
him.
granted to you, you have to pay tax. So yeah,
Oh,
so
I see.
there might be something there.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Anyway, yeah, it sucks for him.
yeah.
Maybe
How's the night been?
maybe if he wins the Super Bowl, all will be forgiven.
Yes.
Although
I
I don't
mean,
think
the Buccaneers do not look good. So
I don't think they'll make. I don't think they're gonna
Yeah,
make.
they got a win last week. They got a win,
Yeah,
and they're in the
They got a
NFC.
they're the worst team with a winning record right now, I would say.
They got
And
a god awful division.
I'm shocked that the New York Giants and the New York Jets.
We're in third
look
place.
good at-
We're like
I know. I just still
7 and
can't
3 or
believe
something.
it, but they seem to be good.
Not our
One of
year.
those wins was against the Broncos, though. So that was the game me and my son were at, and it was so goddamn bad. It was just so terrible. Like as someone who has watched every single snap of every single game this season, their offense is just abysmally bad. Just every
Yeah.
single, like we have the worst offense in the NFL and the best defense. And the entire game is just the offense goes out and poops the bed and then says, "Hey, defense, can you bail us out for 2.5 hours?" And it's god awful. God.
That was
Devin.
Son of a bitch.
the only thing that spoiled BGG Con for me was the last moment of it
Oh no.
because
We lost the trivia night.
I went out to this very nice dinner with Aldi and everyone else, and then I got back to the hotel room to go to sleep to wake up, and my beloved UCLA lost in the last game of the day after midnight to a 3-6 team, and if they had won it, they were going to be in pole position to win the Pac-12 for the first time since 1998. All they had to do was win that game against
That's all.
a bad team. And it was like, as I was going to bed before getting up to go to the hotel,
Mm.
that it was a real bummer.
Just so you know, for us, your team isn't the best defense in the NFL.
What?
Are
Who's
you
better?
a Colts? Who are you?
That
You're
would
a
be
Colts
that would
fan?
be San Francisco.
Well, what metric are we looking at, bro?
NFL stats team defense.
Oh, just something.
Give me another stat.
Oh, sorry, I just looked at points allowed.
Yards per game is a more accurate.
Well, how about why not points per game? Why don't we go there?
Why
Yeah, I
don't we
mean,
move
it
on to
does
another
take-
yards
subject?
per game. Yards lead to points. Points don't lead to yards.
Broncos have the lowest points per game and the
Yeah,
lowest.
but who cares about yards if they're scoring a bunch of points?
Red zone defense is what matters.
No,
in my
it's
opinion.
red zone.
Red zone defense.
What metric? What metric is the most that will prove that mine's number one? That one. That's what
I don't even
think.
know that. That's not even on the stats in front of me. But red zone defense. Like, what's more important than red zone defense?
just yards in general, because the more yards you give
Yeah,
up,
the yards.
the more yards you give up, the more points you give up.
Bend don't break mentality. You can give up 60 yards.
I mean, what if
related.
every single touchdown is not coming from the red zone? You know, it's just long bomb, long bomb.
Well, then you
long
got
bomb.
big problems with your coverage.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's not the best determination of defense.
Yeah.
No red zone chances.
All right, we gotta move on from this. Scott, Grant, what was your favorite game at BGG Con?
I would say Starship Captains.
Hey, see,
Okay.
I also thought Starship Captain.
There's a lot of people. I did not play it.
didn't get a chance
That's what
to.
you picked too, Lance?
Yeah, I'm not crazy.
I know.
Yeah. Well, did people say you were crazy for picking that?
No,
No,
but everybody
just
was
for
like,
that.
"Oh, what's that?" And
Uh,
now everybody
well,
else comes in. They're
what
like,
makes
"Oh,
it
really?
good?
Do tell."
What makes it good?
One, it's it really does capture the sort of Star Trek feel without being a Star Trek IP game.
Yeah.
And so, it's fairly open-ended because of, it's like do I want to do a mission? Do I want to fight space pirates? Do I want to get some technology? There's a lot of different avenues to go, and all of them are viable. But I also think like it's one of the most clever worker placement games because you are placing your workers into rooms to get benefits, but then they go into a queue and then they slide forward the next round, but you don't get all of them back. So the timing of how you place your workers is actually really important, because if you're like, oh, if I save this guy for last, that might be what's really good for me this round, but then he goes into the back of the queue and I don't get to have him next round. And so there's interesting things thinking about that. I also just, I love a good medium weight game where that's a game that, you can, it's got a lot of choices in it, but I still feel like you can teach it in 15 minutes, I would say. So, yeah. I don't know. Did you guys hear good things about it?
I've heard only good things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was really enjoying Lacrimosa from the next table over, so I wasn't like, oh man, I really wish I was playing Star Trek.
Mhm.
But it also looked fun. I'm
bet-
bummed
I mean-
I didn't get get a chance.
I think Paquette picked it as his top game of the convention.
He did.
Didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I played a bunch of good stuff, but that was probably, I don't know that was like, I think there's also probably a surprise factor, right? That helps your opinion of games when you're like,
Yeah.
I wasn't really expecting anything and I really like this. And it,
Right.
that makes you like it even more. And so
Yeah.
that's not
When
a
a
game.
game's-
I
yeah.
feel like CGE has Deal with the Devil and Starship Captains both sort of coming out at the same time. And I feel like Deal with the Devil is the one that's getting more conversation about it because it is
Yeah.
such like a unique game in terms of its mechanisms and stuff. And so I hadn't really heard that much about Starship Captains.
Mhm.
But yeah, I really liked it.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Grant, what when you heard about the Old Devil, what kind of game did you think it was?
I think to me it sounds like a game that I haven't heard of before, like pretty unique. There's auctioning to it, right? There's like a hidden bidding and betting aspect to it, I think. Obviously one of the things that gets talked about is the fact that it's a 4-player only game, which makes it a hard sell.
Yeah.
But yeah. And it's just also it's a little out of my wheelhouse personally with how complex it is.
Yeah.
I mean, Starship Cap. I mean, it seems like Deal with the Devil is more of a heavy game, where Starship Captains is more of a medium weight game. But yeah, I mean, I played a bunch of stuff that I really liked. There, I got to play Bad Company for the first time, and that's been on my radar for a long time and never got a chance to play it because it just hasn't really had a wide release in America.
It hasn't come
Yeah.
out. It's
Yeah.
not got a US release.
I know, why not? It's so fun and
I'm
stuff.
sure someone's doing it, but
It's in the works, probably.
I tried to get it. I mean, whatever leftover stock they had, we tried to get imported, but they didn't have much left over. And then they were like, "Oh, we're gonna print it," but then a year has gone by, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, I mean, one of the nice things about BGG is that you do get a chance to play games, and from big heavy ones to real light ones. You know, one that surprised me that I never played before was Similo. I played that for the first time. Someone was like, "I got it in my pocket. You want to play right now?" And I was like, "Sure." That game's super fun. You know?
Was that Derek?
Yeah, it was Derek.
He walks around. He's got like that huge deck of the.
Yeah. And I was like, "Sure," and it was really fun.
Oh, before I forget, why can you thank Lance for bringing you and Aldi together?
Lance needs some love.
Can you? I mean, I'm
didn't give him,
surprised his arm works enough to drink the soda.
I
but-
don't know why they're making such a big deal about this, Grant. I barely mentioned it.
You barely mentioned it.
Barely.
We're just sensing that feel like you're getting snubbed or something.
Yeah.
That's the story of my life. I'm always
I heard nothing but positivity, Grant, by the way. A lot of people were like blown away.
About the show?
Just the show, yeah.
Oh, cool.
I don't know if people came up to you after or not. Probably a couple.
It's interesting, and I've done the show at multiple conventions at this point, and far less people come up to me afterwards than you might think.
Huh.
And I don't know if it's
people are nervous
just
or scared or something.
I think they're introverts. That's what it is.
I mean, I do agree that
Yeah.
like, the board game crowd is probably more introverted than some other groups of people.
Yeah.
So that might be it. It also feels like, maybe people are like, "Oh, I got another thing scheduled at 8, so I got to run." I'll usually have a couple of people come up to me after the show, but most people are just sort of show's over, head to the
See,
back of the room.
Busy.
Yeah.
Business as usual. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think I mentioned to you. I was worried a little bit because that's also to schedule the time in the middle of a game day. It wasn't in the middle of the game. It was sort of the end of the day, right? So like,
Yeah.
will people come to this thing? Because we don't really know. We don't have it's like you said, BGG Con is about playing,
Yeah.
For
not
sure.
about much else. So will people
Yeah.
give up the game for like an hour of a show? Right.
Well, it was
That was
nice
the
to, I mean, almost every seat was full.
yeah, I
at
think it was
both
like a full
shows.
house. Yeah.
I don't know how many seats do we have in there. Was it like 150 or something?
Like 150, I think.
Yeah. So
We
yeah, I mean,
doubled
there
it.
were people standing in the back too, both shows. and
We
stuff.
doubled it after the first because people, the tickets went up and then like the first 75 tickets went out in like a day.
Yeah.
We added another 75 seats.
Nice.
So we had that room kind of sort of expands vertically.
Well, and I think that there is, I hope, one of my hopes for it is that I think people have been somewhat skeptical because they're like, "Oh, some board game guy is doing some comedy. Well, that's probably not going to be that good." And they don't know that I'm a comedian first, like with a lot of experience and stuff.
Right.
So it just seems like, just this person that I would play random games with is gonna get up and try comedy. It's like, well, no, that's not what it is. And so, I hope that then the people see it and then tell other people that like, no, this is like a legit thing,
So why would you do this? Like, obviously, you went through material this year. Would you start over and do it again with this same subject?
Yeah, I mean, that's the ultimate goal. It's not the easiest thing to write an hour based on a single topic.
Right.
There's only so many angles that you can go. So eventually I would like to have, what I would like to do is shoot the first hour as a special and then have another hour to do. But, I don't have, I don't know that I can write 5 hours on good, unique board game material that's different, you know?
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm sure it'll be tough to fine tune that because of the audience you're shooting for.
Well, and also, I mean, the guys here that have seen the show can also see, like, I'm walking a fine line with the show where I want it to be for board gamers, but I'm also trying to make it still accessible to people, you know? Like,
Yeah,
I-
like the part about your dad, I felt like
yeah, I mean,
That-
that's a joke that
the
anybody
jokes
can
that
laugh
work.
at. You don't
Right.
have
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
know board
I'm
games.
still
to-
laughing about it.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Sacagawea joke is just
Yeah, yeah.
a killer joke.
Thanks, man.
Do comedians ever work in teams? Like, if you ever thought about, is there, does that work in comedy? Like,
Yeah,
if
I
you
mean,
like
yeah,
work groups of jokes together or something?
sure. Yeah, I mean that the nice thing about comedy is it can be whatever you want it to be.
I just
Yeah.
was wondering, like, some people kind of own something at the end of the day.
Oh, like if you like write stuff with other
Yeah, like if you
people?
work together, like, and some
Oh,
person
I
gets all
see.
the credit, and the other person is like, "Oh, I just wrote a bunch of stuff, but I didn't."
Yeah,
Usually, it's
but
like,
usually then the person who is like performing it would pay the other person,
right.
Mm.
you know.
So there's some kind of equity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell that what was it, 2 mics or something? They teamed up for a while. I can't
Yeah.
remember. And there's been a bunch. Are You Garbage? They team up. There's some, but it's not. There's mostly singles from my experience with comedy.
Yeah. But you heard some people talking about it at the convention, Aldi?
Yeah, nothing but positivity. It was like people were like, "It's the best thing ever," like they were just like,
Yeah.
"How is?" Because like we haven't done anything like that before. So
I
Yeah.
think they were blown away that like a good, real comedian was like
Yeah,
at a board
and-
game
Yeah.
convention.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm like, I think people underestimate, or I'm trying. What's the word? They underestimate how hard it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Comedy for an hour.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't have really any slow parts of that show.
Yeah.
It was solid laughs the whole way through. At least for me it was.
Yeah, I felt like that. I mean, I still think about the the punchlines here and there that don't get laughs. So
Right.
um
Well, that's
Do you make-
we don't
I
we
guess
don't really
you
notice
tweak
those though, right?
I guess you tweak those, right?
Because that's your you hyper focus on, oh, this needs improvement. We just have a good time.
yeah.
Yeah. It's your
Yeah,
craft. Yeah.
Which, because you were there, Aldi, you were there the second show,
Second night.
and Evan, you were at the first night.
Yeah.
So I did cut
Lance was in
one
the second.
thing.
Oh,
I cut
interesting.
one thing from the first night to the second night. I was talking to my girlfriend about it, and I was just like, I just feel like it hasn't done that well. And she
Yeah.
was like, yeah, I just don't think. And so I think I'm done with this one part of the show. And I've tried to make it work. And I feel like it's one of the few things that maybe cuts too close to home. Like,
Oh,
there's
interesting.
obviously a balance where I'm trying to poke fun at gamers,
Yeah.
from an insider perspective, right? I'm not
Right,
trying to do
right.
it as like an outsider, but there's also a line where sometimes it's like, oh, people feel like called out too much. But the thing that hasn't worked that I did from the first night, that you heard and I
Yeah.
cut the second night, is about how, if you have 100 games in shrink wrap, that's okay, but you better watch yourself, because if you have 1,000 games in shrink wrap, you're no longer part of the board game hobby. You're now part of the hoarder hobby, and that's not
Oh,
a
yeah,
hobby
yeah,
you
yeah.
want to be associated with.
Yeah, that's a little
Yeah,
because that's a true sickness, right? Like, I mean, that
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
saying someone's a
So-
hoarder also has that connotation.
And then I
Yeah,
did
so
like a
I think
whole
that's a good cut.
yeah. So that's out of the show now. And then I had a thing about
There's a joke there to be made though.
Mhm.
Although
The joke was like, I don't want to be watching the show Hoarders and see a board gamer show up on the show.
yeah.
Right.
And I did then the whole joke was kind of about their family being like, they kept saying they were always going to find another game group, but they never found another game group.
I guess they're
Right.
right.
Still, I just
Yeah.
feel like it.
I mean, I definitely laughed, but
Yeah, I don't think the majority of people do.
Mm.
You know, and then there's other things that like, you know, one of the things you had there, Aldi, that I haven't seen at other conventions, and I had a joke about it, and I cut the joke because not enough gamers knew it, was I had a joke about the term omni gamer.
Mm.
And then I did that at some conventions, and a lot of people were like, I haven't heard that term before.
Huh.
Oh.
You
And
know,
you
so
had it,
get
you
a-
know,
it's a badge.
on the badge.
Yeah, because
of the
people
ribbon.
asked for that badge and sort of became a thing.
So, but I cut that because it felt like not enough people knew what I was talking about.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing.
Yeah.
Did I tell
And
you
I'm
about the
always like,
comedian we had the first time I ever
What's
did
that?
comedy? I think I mentioned it to you that we had a comedian once, but it was sort of like last minute,
oh, I don't think you did mention
5 minute
it.
set back when Jim Carrey, John Carrey was the candidate. It was like the week before the actual.
Oh,
I can't remember if it was a week before or a week after. I think it was a week after the election, and he had lost. So it was like it was a long 5 minutes because he kind of bombed.
really?
And the room was
5
full.
minutes?
It was like 1,000 people. Like, I mean, if I put you in the front of 1,000 people, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Or
for
BGG
sure.
Con actually is now more than 2,000 people, so it's like almost closer to 3,000. That would be an interesting experiment. But like he was not. I mean, he's a comedian, and he said he had a set, and he would get it ready if I wanted him to be the opener for the we used to do a closing ceremonies thing. It was like a 10-minute, 15-minute thing, and then we give away prizes and stuff. But
What?
I said sure, let's do it, because I'm just like whatever, I don't care, like we'll just do whatever. And then I introduced him, and then he did his thing, and it was like no laughing, like maybe
Wow.
like a little bit laughing, and I'm standing up there next to him, like I'm just like looking at him, and I am not looking at the audience because I'm just looking at him, and I'm like, how do we get out of this? And there was like finally it was just over, but like it was just kind of really uncomfortable.
I wonder if it's
There was political
if it's a-
jokes too. This was in the era with politic jokes were not.
Was he doing board game related?
Oh, no, it was board game. There was Dominion was a joke. There was a Dominion joke, and there was what kind of gamer are the politicians of the time? Like John Kerry is a blah blah blah, and Bernie Sanders was still around back then. So it was
he's
more
ancient.
like it was board game humor, but it was not like on point. It
wasn't that in the big room where like everybody was in?
Yes.
Because that's a very different venue if people are trying to play board
Yeah, no,
games
it was
and
not.
getting
It was
annoyed
foisted
by a
on them, right? It
thing,
was not
rather
chosen.
than like
The
I'm
comedian-
choosing to go to a comedy thing.
Right.
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
just, it was just an
Different
opener for
crew.
the final. Because we used to do a sort of like a, what do you call that, Lance?
Closing ceremony.
Like
Closing ceremony.
commencement address, or
Yeah,
whatever you
commencement
wanna call it.
address. Like, here's how many people came. Here's how many states came. How many people from different countries came. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then, but that 5 minutes was interminable. It was long. I was like, oh, because I didn't know the jokes ahead of time. He's like, I'll work it up if you let me do it. Like he goes, I have some stuff, but I'll make it a 5-minute set. And then I was like, that was tough. That's what I was worried about. I'm like, I know you're good, but like, it's hard to know if you're good at board game humor, because it's hard humor. Like,
Sure.
it's not that funny in general, right?
Yeah. But that's why, like, I mean, I'm really just taking my voice and putting a lens on it. That's why, like, that Mountains of Madness story, that just happens to be about playing a board game, but that's just a story from my life, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
That's one of the reasons why, Barry, it's like, I can't just write, like, I'm not gonna be like, let me just write a joke about Dominion. Like that's just not my voice. It wouldn't work,
I'm remembering correctly.
No, I was
the
just
joke
curious.
Here's how I play Dominion. Village.
Yeah.
Buy a card. Shuffle. Like, I'm like, that's sort of funny if you do it.
But
like
also
the monotony of it. That was sort of the funny part, but like it was not funny.
But
Anyway.
also, I mean, one of the things that I try to do with the show is even in a room of board gamers, what, half of them haven't played Dominion before? You know what I mean? Like
Probably, yeah.
there's too many games.
Yeah.
Like when you get so specific about just one game, you're already losing even a bunch of this very specific audience.
Yeah.
And so, that's like I have that punchline about terraforming Mars. But that punchline, you don't have to have played Terraforming Mars to appreciate. You have to have heard about it. And most people that are in board games at least know that that's a thing, whether they've played it or not.
Right.
So you try to make it more of a broad level. Or even when I do, even when I do that Mountains of Madness, I do a 20-second, this is what happens in the game.
Yeah.
So you kind of get the gist of it, even though you don't, if you haven't played it.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's what I was curious about. Do you think it would be worth your time to start over again? Like, most comics, they do a special and then they got to start over because everybody's seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean,
but being that this is so specific an area, it's such a small crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth having 2 hours so that I can do a special and then do another tour because of that special.
Right.
I don't know if I'll do more than 2 hours.
2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when you said you were doing it because obviously you wouldn't take the board game stuff to a comedy club, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll do very well in a comedy club.
That's what I mean. So the test area where you're fine-tuning is so small.
I mean, more of what I want to do is I want to do a national tour of like board game cafes.
Right. All right.
Those will be small audiences, but if it's 20, 30 people at them and just take them around, take the show. And that's like, you want to do that before you shoot a special because the hardest thing for me, like one of the things that's nice, you guys heard me do the joke about explaining the 4 different types of rules explainers. Well, that's only the second time I've ever up on stage because that's one of the newest bits in there. I had this idea. I got to do the show in September and then I got to do it now, like I don't get to do it all the time. And so, like at RageCon, which is up in like Reno, I did it 3 times during the convention. And that was a real interesting experience because the 3rd time I did it, I was writing on stage more, like riffing on stuff. But that only comes when you're comfortable with the jokes. And if I'm doing it, even the second night with Aldi and Lance in the audience, I probably was riffing a little bit more on my own jokes than the first night, because the first night you're just like trying to be like, wait, what's the show again? And then the second night you're like, okay, I know what the show is, and now I can kind of go around those parameters a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish we didn't have that time limit because I wanted to hear that top 10.
Oh yeah.
That would have been fun.
Oh. Yeah.
Did you do the top 10 the first night?
No, I
No.
didn't do it either. Right.
Yeah, I was like, what's the top 10? I think I missed it.
Maybe I said nothing.
Hush.
I when I do it as a special, I want the show to have a big end. So I have a top 10 list to end the show. And it's the top 10 things that make gamers mad. So, and it's got jokes in it and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Jokes.
Well, thank you. I don't mean to talk about myself this whole time.
It was something
I brought it up.
that never done before. So
Yeah.
Well,
I
thought it was awesome.
we've done screenings of things there, but like that always sort of they're rough because it's the limit. The audience sort of thins itself out over time. So at the end of the screenings, it's like, fuck, the room's empty. Like,
What do you mean
Yeah.
screenings?
Nobody's watched screenings. Like we did a documentary screening, two
Oh.
documentary screenings. We've done 2 different documentaries. One of which I was a producer, and the second, well, actually, I wasn't a producer in both of them. So yeah, the 2 documentaries that I
He
produced.
signed the check.
Oh, I think I saw that.
One of
yeah.
them was more of a study about a person with a mental illness. So it turned into it's a board game documentary that turned into a story about a guy with mental illness who was a game designer, which sort of made it weird. In my opinion, it was not like my ultimate idea for a board game documentary. The second was a great one. It was all about the designers, but then it also was weird because I mean, it's not weird. It focused on those designers. And if you didn't connect with any of those stories as a viewer, you were like,
Yeah.
is that
Yeah,
what board game hobbies about? Anyway, I feel like the perfect board game documentary has not been made, but I was
Well,
I'm
I'd
proud
like
of both.
to. I don't know what the storyline would be, but like if I do this as a tour of board game cafes, I would like to shoot a tour documentary.
Oh, you totally should.
I will connect you with the guy if you want.
Yeah.
You gotta get all the breakdowns.
If he wants to do it, obviously it's a
I know,
different.
guy.
Yeah.
If there's
But it
no
can be.
emotional breakdowns, you have to create some.
We gotta create some.
Yeah.
Can you get kicked in the nuts
I think
again on stage?
documentarian is kind of like that anyway. You sort of have to create a story.
For sure.
You have
I
to-
mean,
like the King of Kong made itself. I mean, I think that was sort of like serendipitous that they got that story out of it. I don't think they intended to have that story happen, but like it's
Yeah.
amazing when it does. So
That
the
guy,
guy was a
that guy
natural
got
villain.
totally caught cheating, and all of his records
I
were
know.
removed.
Oh, really?
but he was the villain of the documentary because they fell upon that, right? Like I think the King of Kong was like a different story at the time when they made it, and then it turned into that villain story
Yeah.
because it was not filmed all at once, right? I mean, it was filmed over a long period of time.
yeah.
I gotta watch that now.
Have you not seen the King of Kong?
No, I haven't.
You gotta watch the King of Kong.
It's
Do you like
super
do you
weird.
like video games? Do you like Donkey Kong?
I mean, yes.
Who doesn't? Right? Yeah. And
Yeah.
honestly, I don't want to spoil anything, but the story is good without the video games.
Yeah.
Like the video games is part of it, but like the story is really good too.
Yeah. I should watch it. I remember when it came out, everybody was talking about it, but I didn't get a chance to see it.
And there's a couple storylines in the game designers one that are, they don't, I don't know, they weren't like, they're not manufactured or anything, so you can't like make up good endings. It just ends with some resolutions of certain things, but not like, oh wow.
Right.
It's not like the crossword puzzle documentary where there's a finale with the main characters of the show squaring off on a crossword puzzle. So
Right.
it's like, or Scrabble. No, the crossword puzzle one, which I really like that one, by the way.
Well, that was like the one where I really wanted to watch the documentary about like the non-big chain, like the local bookstore, right? It was like this thing about
Oh,
then
yeah.
and then
Oh,
the,
yeah.
the-
Up in
and
New
the
York or
book
something.
collectors. So it was all about these people that like like
You were
search
saying
for
that.
these first editions and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like the first like it was an hour and a half, and like the first like 55 minutes were like really intriguing, and then it was just like we lost anything
You
interesting
lose
to
momentum.
say.
Documentaries are tough.
Yeah.
They're so
Yeah.
Oh, I watched that Weird Al Yankovic movie.
Oh man, I love it.
It
I
was
enjoyed it.
That's a
I
doc.
enjoyed it.
That's not a real.
It was
It's not a
it's a like a
It's is it a biography?
biopic. It's a
I enjoyed it.
mockumentary biopic,
Documentary.
which you catch on fairly quickly. But you should,
So I mean, not to bring down the room, but you like when both of his parents died because they forgot to open the thing on their fireplace and they died of carbon monoxide poisoning.
yeah.
And like you read about that, like he was in the middle of a tour
Yeah.
and he did not stop touring. He had like 4 more months of touring to do, and he did not cancel a single show. And he just finished off his tour before he like allowed himself to go home and grieve.
Yeah.
It was just like,
Yeah.
Pretty tough.
yeah, he was
Everybody
just like,
deals with grief in a different way, you know.
Well, no, he
Yeah.
said basically like he the only thing he did was he canceled all of his like meet and greets. He would just
Right.
but he would do the show and then he would just
Go
Yeah.
home.
go and be
Like a
done.
tour bus
Yeah.
hotel.
Yeah.
But yeah, he
Is that
was
a-
just like I it's just like he said, I'm a show must go on kind of guy, and you just don't stop, and he's just like,
Man, my friend Andy Ritchie.
oh, Andy Ritchie. Okay.
Yeah, Andy Ritchie was,
Yeah.
was a great comedian. And had this really funny story about how Weird Al was his hero, and he got the chance to open for Weird Al. And they did not tell him, like, Weird Al, he never dealt with Weird Al. They dealt with his tour manager and that stuff, and had a chance to open for Weird Al this one night at a big, thousands of people there. And he was supposed to do like 15 minutes. And they didn't tell him that he was supposed to be clean. And so he gets up and he's just doing whatever he's doing. And then he looks over and like the tour manager is like, off on the side of the stage being like, yeah. And he's like, what? And then the guys and then they eventually had security come on stage and take the microphone from him, and lead him off stage. And then they were like, you have to leave. They wouldn't even let him hang out backstage.
Oh my gosh.
They were like, no, you gotta leave. And so he left. And then, totally unrelated, as he's walking to his car, some teenagers roll by and throw eggs out of their car and hit him
Oh
in
man.
with like uncracked eggs, like the teenagers being punks.
Yeah.
So now he's like just had the worst show of his
Oh my
life.
gosh.
I got an egg on my face.
An egg, and he never even got to meet Weird Al.
Oh man.
But did he get paid?
What's
Sure he
that?
did.
But did he get paid?
I'm sure he got paid.
Well, he got paid.
Guys, I
Yeah.
gotta go.
Jeez,
All right, good night,
Scott.
Scooter.
Great to see everybody at BGG Con and all that stuff. Hopefully,
Thanks, Scott.
see each other
See you in a
next
Much
year
couple-
more fun convention.
and
Yes, sir.
everything. All right,
See you in a
bye.
couple weeks, Scott.
Bye.
Ooh. Scotty's on. So what do you do in a situation like that, Grant? Like if you're up on the stage and something bad, like something goes awry like that, just roll with it.
I mean, that's all you can do.
Yeah.
You either, I mean, I'm also a like, you gotta pay me guy. So
Mhm.
I'll straight up say on stage, if someone's like, you're done, I'll be like, no, you've paid me to be here for 45 minutes. I don't care what's going on. I'm doing 45 minutes. And they're like, no, you're done. And I'm like, well, then I'm going to agree to, before I leave stage, you're paying me all my money before I leave stage. You want me to leave stage? I'll leave stage. But like, I don't care how bad it is. I'm getting my money,
Yeah.
So like I actually had a comedy club. This was before the pandemic, but right before the pandemic. I've never had this happen before. It was the late show on Saturday, which is always like the drunkest show, people have just been drinking before they come in and stuff. And this audience was maniacs. Like it wasn't one table. It was like 70% of the audience was like, yeah, I mean, people were like yelling stuff. I'm not exaggerating when I say people were yelling stuff out, and then other people were yelling stuff out, and then the first people were getting up, walking across the stage to high five someone else in the audience that was yelling shit out.
Was this Philly?
Whoa.
But no, it was Boise. Actually,
Oh, really?
Ah.
It sounds
It
like
was-
Philly.
it was Boise, and it was like, I mean, and it wasn't like a comedy club that wasn't doing anything about it. They were telling people to shut up. They like the manager was going around and being like, you got to stop or we're going to kick you out. And then the manager came up to me because I was the headliner, and a typical show is like an opener, a middle act, and a headliner.
Yeah.
And the manager came up to me before I went on stage and was like, if you're okay with it, I'd like to call the show before you get on stage.
Ah.
And I was like, what? Excuse me? And he was like, I can't kick people out because it's everybody. Like it's
Yeah.
there would be 10 people left, if I kicked out all the problem people. And he literally was like, I think, and I was like, look, I'm a professional. I'll do the show. It won't be fun, but I'll do it. And he was like, no, I would rather, we'll still pay you everything. We'll still pay you for the show. But I'm legitimately worried that if we don't stop the show, I'm going to punch somebody in the face.
Oh.
I don't want to do that. So I would
Yeah.
just rather end the show. I just want to kick these people out. I will give them a refund if they demand it because it's been 40 minutes,
Yeah.
I'm done. Oh, and so he did. I didn't go on stage, and they ended the show before I got on stage.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's nuts.
pretty wild.
Yeah, I never thought about never thought about the end of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should have assumed it. The liquor.
Yeah. Well, second show Saturdays are always the worst shows because people are like drunk and ornery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second show Saturdays. That sounds like a good name for a punk band.
Yeah.
It does.
Second shows Fridays are also, I mean, second shows are never great, but second show Fridays, everybody's just tired.
Yeah, that makes sense. The end of the week.
Yeah. So, what was the game of the convention for you, Evan?
Well, I already told those guys, but they didn't seem very interested. Lacrimosa.
I have it on my shelf. I've had it for a couple of months and I haven't played it yet.
Yeah. I really liked it.
Okay.
Like it's just Euro
Played through the whole
goodness.
thing. I know Christina had to leave early. Did you?
Yeah, Christina had to leave early, but yeah, we finished. I may have won.
Nice.
You may have seen me do a winning circle around the table if you were still there at that time.
Yeah. What was the playtime?
Well, it was all of our first times playing. So it was a lot. I don't remember. I think it was like 3+.
Okay.
But I assume just like most Euros, once you actually know what you're doing, it's probably more like 2, but
Yeah.
yeah, it was our first learning game and we were slow for sure.
Well, that's the thing. I played Flamecraft tonight because my friends were hassling me to play it.
Yeah.
And so I had a couple dudes come over and play it, and I like the game. So don't get me wrong, but for the weight of the game, I do wish it was 30 minutes shorter.
Mm-hmm.
Both my plays of it, and maybe I get it. My first play of it was my first time, and this play of it, I was the only one that had played it before, so it was other people's
Right.
first time.
Right.
But I wish it was 90.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
wonder
been
if
there's just a point in that both times I've played it, there's a point where I'm like, okay, I'm ready. Like,
yeah.
I've really enjoyed it, but I'm ready for it to be done now.
Right.
And then it goes on like 30 more minutes.
I wonder if because I think the end game trigger was just like 1 of 2 stacks running out, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if it would, not to like make home rules for other people's designs, but I wonder if it would significantly, hamper the experience if you just made those stacks shorter.
Yeah, that's true. I
Yeah.
mean, that would be, cut 5 cards out of it or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that for sure. I mean, I think I'll be able to get it down to 90,
Yeah.
but it's one of those ones that like it's 2 hours when you're teaching and 90 minutes when you're experienced, when I would rather it be 90 when you're teaching and
In
60
an
minutes
hour.
when you're
Yeah.
experienced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's not a bad thing. I still think the game is real good and I like it, but
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of games like that though, like, and I know people can play it faster than me, but Great Western Trail, like I cannot play that game in under 2.5 hours.
mm-hmm.
I can't do it. I don't know why.
Yeah.
And I don't like, maybe I'm the slow one at the table. I don't really know.
That's what it is.
That's probably what it is. But
Yeah.
I love the game, but it's a little.
How fast can you play after the Empire?
When Ryan and I were just like busting out play tests, even with, we do a lot of trash talk,
Mhm.
and we do a lot of like jaw jacket about, not just each other's plays, but also like, ooh, we should tweak that card, ooh, we should tweak that rule. And even with all that like designer talk during gameplay, we play 2-player games in about 45 minutes.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, because we do a lot of jaw jacket, but we also like, we know
Yeah.
the game pretty well, pretty well.
Sure.
So it always cracks me up. I mean, it doesn't crack me up because I wish people had an experience, that is the time frame they'd like. But it's always kind of interesting when people are like, it took us 3.5 hours to play a 3-player game. I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
how? But like, but you forget, your frame of reference for your experience level with a game is skewed because I haven't played it for the first time in 7 years.
Yeah.
8 years, like it's just,
Yeah.
so my frame of reference is very skewed. So like, I'm like, it's a 45-minute game. What do you mean?
Yeah, for sure.
So great, and Evan, I'm curious with you too. I think you've been to like the con circuit. You've been through it. But I don't know if that's fair because of the pandemic. But I was going to ask what was your favorite con, but I'm not sure because of the pandemic.
Oh, my favorite con is BGG Con. I
Is
mean,
it?
I really enjoy going to cons generally, because it's always a good excuse to hang out with, friends that I don't get to see except for at cons. Like Lance and Grant,
Yeah.
but and sometimes Forrest if he rolls through with his camera.
Yeah.
So it's my excuse to see people. But at every other con, I'm like, okay, I'm here to do work.
Goodness. Yeah.
I'm here to either table this game or get this game play tested or pitch this game to publishers. And I will also hang out in the off time. But
Right.
like, I'm here for a reason. Whereas BGG Con, I'm like, I'm just like, that's my, like, I'm going to that to have fun
Yeah.
as a gamer, to hang out and enjoy just hanging out with people. So it's my favorite for that reason. Like, it's just, like, I don't put any pressure on myself to do any business stuff.
Right.
I would say for me, it's a tie between BGG Con for the reasons that Evan said, where it's just, you just get to have fun and hang out. But I also really like PAX Unplugged.
Yeah, PAX was good.
Because, and there's a few things I like. It's a good, Gen Con's a little much and is crazy with meetings and stuff like that. Like, Gen Con's important, but I don't have a lot of fun there.
Right.
I still get to have some fun at PAX. I am also doing a lot of meetings and things like that. But, I do like seeing the upcoming games. And even though it's an arbitrary thing, we all do top 10 lists at the end of the year. So it feels like a natural break point. And because PAX falls in December, you get to see and hear people talk about a lot of the games that are releasing in the next year.
Yeah.
So it like gets me hyped for like the next year of board games too, I'm already at that point in December thinking about like cataloging my top 10 games and which games that I like. And so it's like, I'm already sort of wrapping up the games from 2022, and now I get to get hyped about the games that are coming out. So I get excited about it for that reason too.
I definitely liked, because I went to the first year PAX U until I realized BGG was a thing and I wanted to go to that. And because like that first year they were like the same weekend.
Yeah.
And
Second
then
year too.
and the second year. Oh geez.
Yeah.
But I went to BGG the next year. And then I really actually enjoyed PAX U. Like BGG is my favorite con. And if they weren't so close together, I'd probably go to both.
Yeah, it is true that they are so close together. I meant to ask,
yeah.
I'm curious. So this was my first BGG con. What's the story with BGG Con Spring?
Yeah, I've never been to that one.
It's just smaller. It's where the original, well, just the more popular iteration of the original was. But the Spiel des Jahres crew usually goes down there and they'll discuss the games and all that. It's just a smaller version of the November one.
How big are we talking? Is that one?
I think 2,000, maybe less.
Yeah, it's a smaller con.
Yeah, the one
But,
you
you
went
know-
to, Grant, it wasn't full capacity. I think Scott said it was like 2/3 this
So,
year.
I mean, this one, the one that we just came back to was, like 3,000. Do you have any idea, Lance, how big the spring one is?
It's like
Is it like half that, or is
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
easily.
Didn't
like
Aldi
about
say
half
this was
that.
like 6,000 this one?
I thought Aldi said this one was like 3,000.
Oh, maybe I thought he said
3,500.
6.
I think he said 3,500
Oh, okay. I
was
could
the
be wrong.
max they had in 19 or whatever.
Okay.
And they had, I think he said 2/3 of that. And I
Okay.
think the year I went, he capped it, which was the last year they had it at that building. He capped it, I think, at 2,000
Mm.
or 2,500, something like that. I think it was 2,000 though. Yeah, that's why they moved to the new hotel to expand it. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you Lance, do you go to that one at all? The spring
Spring,
one?
I've never been. It's one of those
Yeah.
things where I've thought about going. I mean, it's just, but it always happens
It's on the weekend, the holiday
Memorial
weekend.
Day weekend.
Yeah.
So, and that's when I open up my lake cabin. So it's just kind of like
Yeah.
the timing's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking about going this year, maybe.
Are you?
Yeah, I am. I would like to get down there. I'd like to see Scotty in person. But if not, maybe the fall one. And it depends on, there's some stuff going on.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I'm actually thinking about Unplugged this year, but I don't know if I'll be
Are
in the
ya?
city. If I just don't know if I'll be back from the mountains. I'll be up the mountains the next couple of weeks. I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
when I'm coming
I'd
back.
love to go to PAX. I just, with the kiddo,
Yeah.
my wife will only handle being single parent for, within certain intervals.
Yeah, that
And
makes sense.
So hitting it November, December is just a little rough on her.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I've only been to the one, and it's only 45 minutes away. I mean, I don't know. Well, I got to think about the transit system up there, but that's personal. And, being a former employee. But maybe this year, we'll see. I was at the first. No, it was the first one because I missed BGG Con that year. I'd like to see how much it changed. Yeah.
Hey Grant, when you because you're still planning to do the like a board game cafe tour thing, right?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Let me know when you're like planning, and I'll kind of get you, here's like some good spots in town that could be a venue for that.
Sure. Thank
I
you.
mean, you probably know how to use Google too, but
No, but it's nice to know that. I mean, like I did one recently, and there's only so much you can learn from Google, and
yeah.
I did one in Moscow, Idaho, because I was there.
Yeah.
They had a comedy festival,
Yeah.
and so I did one, and I just contacted I just looked at photos and was like, okay, but this place seems legit.
Right.
And then I contacted like a lot of the board game meetup groups and stuff like that
Right.
about like, hey, I'm doing this show. And I've never gotten less interest from a place. And I was like, people are like, this is such a unique thing that's for a very specific audience. People are usually
Right.
excited when
Yeah.
I'm bringing it to town. And I
Right.
didn't understand what was going on. And then when I got there, I learned that the guy that owns that store goes to a really controversial church. And so a
Oh.
bunch of people in town wouldn't support it.
Oh.
Like, that's not something I knew
Right.
from. Like, maybe I would have chosen to
Right.
do it somewhere else
Right.
Yeah.
if I had known that. But like, none of the board game clubs would come because they were like, we won't support that place.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know of a place like that in Portland, but
Yeah.
but yeah, that's the kind of
Just
stuff.
don't
where it's
mind
good-
them
it's
people
good to
walking
know.
around in their robes, their hoods on.
Yeah, well, we used to have some interesting groups in Oregon.
Oh, I'm sure. What do you mean used to? It's still Portland.
They made a documentary about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What were they called? The Hare Krishnas or the
Oh, I think I seen that one. Yeah.
yeah.
Give me a minute.
That was in like small town Oregon.
Yeah, he was some kind of yoga guy, or not yoga.
Yeah.
Yoga?
No, what do they call the yoga guys?
Ashwagandha or something. I don't remember. No, that's a ashwagandha is a root. I don't remember.
Now I need you to make a game called Ashwagandha.
Bhagawan. Will you sign it?
Yeah.
I'm not putting a bunch of time on spec, my friend. You give me a contract, then I'll make you ashwagandha.
Well, get your stupid After the Empire expansion done. I am.
You know who's sitting on that.
You know.
I'm ready.
I'm a little upset that they're not going to let the Lord Meister card go. I gotta work on Shane.
They're not going to let that in? Oh, come on.
Well, he doesn't want to let either that or the Prince Lobkovich.
Prince Lobkovich.
They don't want to let
Too much
let any
favoritism?
of those get in there.
Oh, come on.
Lord Meister goes out and talks to the Marauders and convinces them to join with his
does.
stories.
And then expects thanks every day for the rest of their lives. Are you working on any games, Grant?
Am I what?
Working on any games? I know you did the curmudgeon. I thought you were
Oh
doing
yeah,
something.
I've got 5 new games that we're pitching.
Yeah.
So, well, I should say I've got 5 that are pitch ready and multiple other ones too.
Yeah.
How
What
many
did you
of
most
them
of your-
are heavy euros?
Yeah.
For 4 players only.
Yeah. Where do you do most of your playtesting? Is it just like at your house with kind of a similar crew?
Yeah, it's mostly at my house with various people in Los Angeles. Like,
There's actually, there's a pretty decent crew out.
sometimes I get
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it's just other comedians and stuff, like
Yeah.
my friends.
Yeah.
It's oftentimes like fairly motley crews, but
Yeah.
most of the games I'm designing are party games. I don't need them to be like hardcore gamers.
Yeah. So that's
I
a great
kind of
audience
want
anyway.
them to be casual people because that's who the games are for.
Yeah.
I mean, I have another game coming out in 2023, Barry.
Yeah.
It's going out from Deepwater Games.
Which is called?
What's that?
What's it called?
Twilight Imperium 4.
It's called
Twilight Imperium 4?
Yeah, it's called Drawkward.
Drawkward? Okay. I'll have to keep it out. I'm a little detached from the hobby.
Drawkward.
A little bit. I'm working back in.
Yeah. And then I've got 3 other ones that are like finished prototypes, and it's interesting. This one keeps getting deals with people and then released.
Oh,
Like,
that's annoying.
someone will have it for 6 months and then
Right.
will
Drop it. Yeah.
let it go.
Why do you think you just think it's the state of the industry, or
don't know. I mean, it was with Hasbro for a while, and that was pretty
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it has mass market appeal. So it's currently right now with another big company. So we'll see.
Yeah.
And then I've got two other ones that have that one. That one has I've gotten deals from multiple publishers. These two other ones have gotten interest, but no deals yet.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think one of them for sure will get made. I don't know about the other one.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. The one that I don't know if it'll get made might be my own personal favorite, but
It's always that way.
it's not. It's very social and fun, but it's maybe not as clever as the other ones.
Right.
And it feels like in the game hobby with party games, people want that, like, ooh, this is clever, you know.
Yeah.
feel
So
to it.
clever.
Yeah. I mean, the one that hasn't gotten as much interest is literally just you reveal monsters and then two traits about a monster. Like it's all this really fun art of monsters and then traits about the monsters. And then people are voting whether to kiss, marry, or kill that monster.
Okay.
You only get points if you're in the majority, and then you have to justify why you want to kiss that monster or kill that monster.
Sure.
So it's just really silly and fun. But it doesn't feel like it's gotten as much interest as
Yeah.
the other ones.
Hmm.
And then I got two more that are like, you know, that I've pitched to a couple of people, but only sort of preliminary because they're like
Right.
prototypes in a plastic bag, sort of, not
Yeah.
polished
Mhm.
prototypes.
Yeah.
Um,
Do
But-
you get pretty polished on your prototypes, like with placeholder art and all that kind of good
oh
stuff?
yeah, because my co-designer here, I'll show you. So like this is the prototype box for that monster one.
Oh, that looks freaking great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's because my co-designer is like an artist and a graphic designer.
Right.
Yeah.
So he just makes them all look good. And then I mean I
Yeah,
can
that's
show
great.
you the art like in the game. He just did a lot of this art, you know.
Yeah.
So if you look at, I mean, in fact, the company, the board game that we have gotten a couple of deals with,
Yeah.
people have literally, after they've asked for a prototype and sent it, they've like followed up and been like, hey, we just want to make sure this hasn't been published, right? Like it seems like a published
Yeah. I mean,
game, and we're like,
that's way nicer looking than any of my prototypes.
but
I'll
look
tell
at
you
that. I mean,
much.
this is the art for like this monster game. Just like, you know, it just looks like
Yeah.
dope. It just
Yeah, it looks
looks
good.
like great art, and there's
Yeah,
all
that's
these
great.
different types of monsters and stuff.
That's a Mary right there.
Yeah. So yes, our prototypes at some point, but they've got to be ready for that, you know, and then literally
Yeah,
other
right.
prototypes are like, you know, here's another prototype, right?
Right.
Where
Right.
it's like just sleeved.
Yeah. Now you're talking my
know,
language right there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's weird that nobody wants it. It looks
Yeah.
great.
Watch it.
Yeah, I need to get better at taking that next step. Make it
Well,
look good.
I mean, I don't think it makes and breaks a really great game, but you know, there's a lot of games out there. And so, you know, I'm not somebody with a hit. And so until
Right.
you have a hit,
Yeah.
like when you have a hit, you can come in
Right.
with anything. You can come in with just a
Right.
concept.
Right.
But until that point, it's
Right.
kind of like prove yourself all the time.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Yeah. I'm definitely still improve yourself
Yeah.
phase. For sure.
You know. It After the Empires, your only published one right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got 2 coming out next year.
Nice.
Well, hopefully. I mean, obviously, you never know.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
Theoretically, and I have signed contracts for 2 that should probably come out next year.
Yeah.
And then I have, a couple others that I don't understand why they're not yet signed. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, it's
maybe they're
frustrating.
not as good as I think they are. I don't know, but
Yeah. Hey, even one time I reached out to Lance and I was like, "Are you guys interested in party games at all? I'd be happy to show you." And Lance was like, "We're interested
No.
in anything that sells. To contact Josh." And then I emailed Josh and I got laughed out of the email for even about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
So Lance really set me up for failure on that one.
It's, I mean, it's.
Did you thank him for it though? You gotta thank him.
Yeah.
Brings people
It's,
together.
Yeah, I know.
Josh would not have been less interested in party.
I had a couple of I know yeah. I had a couple of other friends of mine being like, "Hey, do you think I should pitch this to Gray Fox?" And I was like, "I mean, be my guest, but
Yeah.
But-
Expect nothing.
yeah, they're
Oh, yeah, I
definitely
don't think a
honing
party-
they're honing their focus."
I don't think of party games when I think of Great Fox.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm mostly just teasing. I know that there's
Yeah.
right fits for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay. He talks to me the same way. He's like, "I wouldn't publish this garbage."
Mhm.
You're like, "You son of a." Tell me how you really feel. No, I love Josh, but yeah, he's funny.
Yeah.
We like to flip each other shit.
What kind of games are your next designs?
The ones that are coming out.
Yeah.
So we've got through Spielwerks, the German company, we've got it's a tile laying worker placement civ builder semi co-op post-apocalyptic
Nice.
setting based on a video game IP.
How'd
Which
you come
was
about
like,
that?
what's that?
How'd you come about a video game might be?
Spielberg's got the
Okay.
IP
Okay.
to end the deal with the studio, and then they signed me to do the
game.
design. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So I'm hoping that comes out next year.
Cool.
Although there was kind of a big rush at the beginning, and then because they were going to try to time it with an expansion, and then there wasn't a big rush. But I think it's still coming out. Hopefully next year.
Man.
I hope they don't drop it, but I mean, as far as I know, it's happening. And that one, yeah, I'm excited about that. I kind of just played the video game a bunch and then made a board game that
Nice.
has, like, obviously it's rooted in my knowledge of board games, but it's a little different. So I hope people end up liking it.
Can you say what the IP is?
Yeah, it was like a smaller, I mean, for video games, I think it was like a 300,000 player base game, which, like, for board games, you're like, whoa. But for video games, you're like, that's,
Yeah.
not how many millions? No, okay. But it was called End Zone, A World Apart. And you could tell it's a German game because when you say End Zone, it is not a sports game.
Yeah.
It's not a football game.
Right.
The end zones are the bunkers that people, hold up in for 150 years through the nuclear fallout. And then they reemerge from there and rebuild society.
Yeah.
So the end zones were bunkers, not football stuff. But yeah, so it was a really fun design challenge to work with an IP like that and to essentialize, like a computer data crunching system into something that is enjoyable to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how did you? I mean, you make the connection to get contacted to do that? Just just made a
Actually,
connection?
it was Johnny Pack. Because I think Uli reached out to Johnny Pack initially, and Johnny Pack was like, "Dude, I've got too many projects," because he was developing like 87 games at the time, and probably still. And so he floated my name, and I talked to Uli, and then we started working.
Nice.
So thanks to Johnny Pack, I got that connection. Yeah, so hopefully that's coming out next year. I'm really stoked about it. And then the other one is it's like a 4X exploration game where you like high fantasy with weapons and equipment and stuff like that, quests and combat, but it's like really focused on downtime between turns. Because to me that's like the big tough thing with that whole genre.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to make it much less downtime between turns.
Nice.
And that one's through a real small French publisher that's kind of just getting started with it.
That's
With
weird.
their own.
I've heard from a lot of publishers they want more downtime. They want more.
And that's
people just
actually
sitting
it's a
around doing
common
nothing.
misconception.
Yeah, it's really common.
Can we get
So-
more downtime between turns?
Well,
That
it's
would be-
like with. I mean, I think they've. So that's so weird to me is that like somebody told me that it's like because Grand Austria Hotel was like a game that I really enjoyed playing. I thought it was really.
I
cool.
love
It was
that game.
But with the snake thing, if you went first in a round, like it would be you would sit there in a 4-player game. You'd sit there for like 15 minutes waiting to go again.
That game is another one that takes longer than I want to play, but it's still in my top 5. I still love it.
But now they did a revised edition of it and they removed the snake draft. The snake.
Oh, they just went straight turn order.
I don't know. I haven't played it.
Oh, okay.
And the whole thing was, it was like, I don't know how you could take the snake thing out, honestly, because it's again, for those of you who don't understand what snake.
It was there
means,
for
it's
a
like-
reason. Yeah.
So like basically it's like if you're the first to go, you go first and get the choicest of the choice. And then the second person goes, and the third person goes, and the fourth person goes, and then the fourth person goes again, and then 3, 2, back to 1. And so if you were 1, yeah, you got the best choice, but then you got the leave-ins at the end, and you also had to wait 15, 20 minutes before you could go again, which was like ridiculous because that game was very procedural as far as like figuring out what you're going to take, where which guests you were going to grab.
There could be some AP on turns for sure.
I mean, it's like, and I thought about this, and I was trying to track this game. I wanted to play this at BGG Con. I couldn't track. They if it was either checked out or just wasn't in their library. But Pioneer Days,
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
my old TMG days. That's like
Where is Forrest?
I'm
so.
there.
Pioneer Days was basically Oregon Trail, and then each person was a, like you were a member of the party basically, and each of you had like a special player power and stuff like that, but you would each of you had your own, but like the dice drafting on that one, well, what made it really great was that going first was cool because you got your choice of what the dice were, because you rolled, so there's 4 players, you'd roll 5 dice, and then the person would get to take, I'm going to take this one and I'm going to use it for this action. The second person takes a die, third person takes a die. When the fourth person goes, there's 2 dice left. And whatever die they don't pick causes the calamity
Oh, interesting.
that gets everybody.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
They'd get to the end and be like, well, if I take this one, it's going to be famine and I got lots of food. So it looks like
Not
you
a
guys are
problem.
screwed. And
Sorry,
so
everybody.
the person picking third actually had to like really consider what they were doing as far as like, I don't want to take this, but I can't leave that one available to you because if you take that, then a storm's going to happen and I'm
Right.
going to lose all my stuff. So
Yeah.
I got to take
So they had like the least choice, but like the most agency in the
it was
outcome of the round. That's funny.
Pioneer Days. One of I really enjoyed working on that
Yes.
one.
That sounds cool.
Hidden gem.
A total hidden gem. It came out
Yeah.
and like nobody knew it existed. because it didn't go to Kickstarter. Because it
Yeah.
seems like anytime the only way any game gets noticed is if it goes to Kickstarter. now.
Kickstarter.
That thing would have done great on Kickstarter.
Yeah. Don't even get me started. I
Oh,
can,
Don't
yeah.
so many stories, so many
So
stories about
Don't get me
about
started.
things with TMG about like why didn't we do X, Y, and Z?
So I
You can't do them all.
can't do all this.
All right, it's getting late. Grant, I appreciate you coming on for like the first time in forever.
Yeah.
Thanks for slumming it. I appreciate it.
No, I'm happy to be here.
That's good to see you, man.
Um,
Even though I just saw you.
Yeah.
yeah.
I like your face. I like your face.
You didn't even talk about Kevin Conroy. Man.
Kevin
Well,
Conway?
I
Conway
mean,
Twitty?
I don't want to talk about it because that makes me sad.
Mhm.
Best.
I don't even know what that is.
Not really.
Batman.
Kevin Conroy he did the voice of Batman in the
Oh.
animated series.
Oh,
he
okay.
was the best Batman ever, followed by Adam West, and then
Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton. Then I'll go Bale.
Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton.
Michael
What you
Keaton
trying to say,
did-
Evan?
I didn't like the fact that his suit basically made him he had to turn his whole body around if he wanted to turn his head. I thought that was so stupid.
In my chiropractic practice, I used the term
Technology.
Batman neck,
Yeah.
and everybody knows what I'm talking about. I'm like, oh yeah, you like woke up in the morning, you've got Batman neck. They're like, oh yeah. I'm like, okay, here's what's going on. Here's what we can do about that.
So let's get cracking.
Exactly.
All right.
Batman neck.
Batman
Everybody
neck
knows.
indeed. All right, everybody. Thanks.